5:17. Water moistens the earth, the pillars are covered in sweat, and the world is like a steamer, making people feel depressed. On an ancient tea-horse path in Wuling country that had been abandoned for many years, 5 riders slowly traveled. Even though they were wearing straw raincoats, the raindrops the size of soybeans still hurt their cheeks. Everyone whipped their horses and looked for a place to take shelter from the rain. Finally, they saw a resting pavilion halfway up the mountain and dismounted one after another. They saw a young man in blue sitting cross-legged on a long bench in the pavilion. Beside his feet was a large bamboo chest. In front of him was a chessboard and 2 small celadon chess jars. There were more than 20 black and white chess pieces on the chessboard. Seeing them, he was not afraid. He raised his head and smiled slightly. Then he continued to place chess pieces on the chessboard. A brawny man with a saber glanced at the other's blue robe and sawls. There were no water stains. He should have rested here early. After avoiding the downpour, he decided to wait until the rain stopped before continuing on his journey. He was playing chess on his own. An old man with an extraordinary aura stood at the entrance of the pavilion. The rain would not stop for a while. He turned his head and asked with a smile, "I have nothing to do. Young master, do you mind playing a game?" The young man in blue thought for a moment. He reached out and casually gathered the black and white chess pieces on the chessboard. He did not put them back into the jar, but piled them between himself and the chessboard. He nodded and smiled, "Okay." The young man and young woman looked at each other and smiled. There was also a woman wearing a hedge on her head sitting on the bench opposite them. Before sitting down, she put a handkerchief under her. The old man grabbed a handful of white chess pieces and smiled. "Since this old man is a few years older, young master will go first." Chin Pingan picked up a black chess piece. The old man put the white chess pieces in his hand on the chessboard. 7 pieces. The old man smiled slightly and said, "Young master, go first." Unknowingly, Chin Pingan had changed his sitting position. He was no longer cross-legged. Like the old man, he sat sideways. One hand holding his sleeve, the other picking up chess pieces on the chessboard. The young man whispered in the young woman's ear, "Looking at his bearing, he seems to be an expert at chess." The young woman smiled slightly and said, "No matter how good his chess skills are, can he compare to our grandfather?" The young man liked to compete with the young girl. "I don't think this person is easy to deal with. Grandpa said it himself that chess masters, as long as they have learned chess since childhood, except for the immortals on the mountain, are around the age of 20 when they are the best at fighting. After 30, the older they get, the more they will be a burden." The young girl sneered, "The people Grandpa is talking about are only those young geniuses who are destined to become chess pieces. Ordinary people are not included." The old man pondered for a moment. Even though he was very good at chess and was famous in the country, he was not in a hurry to place his chess piece. When playing against strangers, he was afraid of the new and strange. The old man raised his head and looked at the 2 juniors, frowning. The young man smiled and said, "I know. Don't talk while watching chess." After less than 30 moves on the chessboard, the young man and woman looked at each other. It turned out that he was a bad chess player who had memorized some first move moves. Not to mention their grandfather, who was a great national player. Even if the 2 of them went up and gave 2 or 3 handicaps, they would still be able to make the other party throw away their helmets and armor. The old man held back his laughter. In fact, the old man did not care about the level of his opponent's chess skills. He still patiently played against the young man in green. During the rainy season, it was already a blessing to meet a chess player on a foreign road. The young man raised his head and looked at the curtain of rain outside the pavilion. He surrendered. The old man nodded his head and helped to review the game. This foreign green-robed traveler actually had some skill in chess. Even the old man had a high opinion of him. He almost mistakenly thought that he had encountered a real master from the outside world. It was just that he soon ran out of strength and was defeated like a landslide. It was very regrettable. While reviewing the game, the 2 of them chatted. The young man said that his surname was Chin and that he came from the south. The reason for his trip to the north was to go to the Green Oriole Kingdom at the eastern estuary of Great Blasphemy, and then to the upper reaches of Great Blasphemy. The old man's surname was Sui. He had already resigned and returned to his hometown. This time he was going to the capital of Great Zhuan because the Emperor of Great Zhuan held a decennial gathering of herbs. Even the Wuling Kingdom, Jinfu Kingdom, and more than 10 other countries' Go masters could go to Great Zhuan's capital to try their luck. The Emperor of Great Zhuan took out a set of priceless inlaid inscriptions, 9 pieces in total, and gave them to 9 people. There was also a chess manual that every chess player dreamed of as a reward for the winner. Chin Pingan asked, "When will this gathering of herbs be held and finished?" Under the arrangement of chess sage Wei and his 3 disciples, the seeded chess players from each country will be selected. The first 3 rounds will be suspended while the rest of the players will draw lots and fight each other in pairs. 100 people will be selected. Then there will be 20 seeded players from each country who will be suspended in the first 3 rounds. The real competition between the masters will begin on the first day of winter. The capital of Dejuan will welcome the first snow during the annual snowfall season. At that time there will only be 10 people left to play. The set of 100 treasures inscriptions and the chess manual given by the Emperor of Zhou will be these people's belongings. However, they still need to be ranked. One of the 5 winners will be able to play a game with chess sage Wei. If he is lucky, not only will he be able to play with chess sage Wei, but even if he loses he will still be able to advance to the next round. Qin Pingan asked, "This chess sage Wei's chess skills are obviously much better than everyone else's." The handsome young man nodded and said, "Of course. Chess sage Wei is the immortal protector of the great Zhuan dynasty. His chess skills are invincible. 20 years ago my grandfather was lucky enough to play a game with chess sage Wei. Unfortunately he lost to a young disciple of chess sage Wei and did not make it to the top 3. It was not that my grandfather's chess skills were not good. It was that the young man's chess skills were too strong. At the age of 13 or 14, he already had 70% of chess sage Wei's true teachings. 10 years ago at the Dejuan collection of herbs, this outstanding disciple of the Dejuan national master, if not for his closed-door training, could not have participated. Otherwise he would not have let Chu Yao from the Lanfang kingdom win the first place. 10 years ago the Dejuan collection of herbs was the most boring one. Many top chess players did not attend and my grandfather did not attend. Qin Pingan asked, "Can the cultivators on the mountain also participate?" Chess players talk about the same thing. The difference between the top and bottom of the mountain was like heaven and earth. The so-called national chess players and chess players of the secular dynasties had almost no chance of winning against the Qi cultivators on the mountain who were truly proficient in chess. The scariest part was that some of the exquisite sets at the bottom of the mountain were almost never recognized by the cultivators on the mountain. Moreover, the life and death questions of the cultivators on the mountain were often inexplicable. The old man with the surname Sui smiled and said, "Firstly, the immortals on the mountain are all people in the clouds. To us ordinary teachers they are extremely rare. Moreover, cultivators who like to play chess are even rarer. Therefore there are very few cultivators in the past gathering of herbs in the great Zhuan capital. As for the disciple of chess sage Wei, although he is also a cultivator, every time he plays chess, he places his chess pieces extremely quickly. It should be because he does not want to take advantage of others. I once had the honor of playing chess with him. Almost as soon as I placed my chess piece, the young man followed suit. He was very straightforward. Even so, I still lost willingly." Qin Pingan asked, "Old Mr. Sui, have you heard that there are some abnormalities in the great Zhuan capital recently?" The old man was puzzled. He shook his head and smiled, "I would like to hear the details." Qin Pingan smiled and said, "It is just some gossip that I heard from the Jianghu. It is said that there is a big river outside the great Zhuan capital and there are constant floods." The young man's face was full of disapproval and said, "Are you talking about the Yushi River? What is there to be worried about? With chess sage Wei, the country's immortal protector, there is no way that some abnormal floods can flood the capital. Even if there is really a water spirit causing trouble, I think that chess sage Wei does not even need to do anything. That godly swordsman only needs to make a trip to the Yushi River and the world will be at peace." Qin Pingan smiled, "It is still better to be careful. Old Mr. Sui, are you going for the set of 100 treasures and laid one's ideal tribute?" The old man shook his head, "This gathering of herbs is full of masters. It is not like the previous 2 gatherings. Although I am a little famous in my country, I know that I cannot enter the top 10. Therefore, I am going to the great Zhuan capital this time, hoping to make friends through chess and drink tea with a few old friends from other countries. I will be satisfied if I can buy some new chess manuals along the way." The woman who had been silent all this time said softly, "Father, I think that this young master is right. The flood at the Yushi River came strangely. It happened right under the nose of the great Zhuan capital. If chess sage Wei and the female martial god could solve it easily, why would it be delayed until now? I am afraid that the Yushi River will be in big trouble." However, the Zhou emperor is unwilling to cancel the gathering of herbs because of his reputation. There is an accident. The woman did not continue speaking. If her father insisted on going, her words would become unlucky. In fact, she did not agree to go to the great Zhuan dynasty to participate in the gathering of herbs from the beginning. The old man naturally did not want to miss the event. In order to let the younger generation in the family be relieved, he took a step back and invited a Jianghu master who was close to him to escort them. They were friends despite the difference in age and was a famous Jianghu master in the Wuling country. The man with the saber was called Hu Xinfeng. After escorting them to the great Zhuan capital, he planned to visit a few Jianghu friends in the Jinfu country while they were at the Gathering of Herbs. The Gathering of Herbs in the great Zhuan capital was a grand event held once every 10 years. Not only was it a fascinating competition between national players, but the streets and alleys of the city were also full of gambling. Generals, ministers, high officials and dignitaries liked to bet on the masters of the Gathering of Herbs. The rich people in the great Zhuan capital bet on wild chess outside of the Gathering of Herbs. It was rumored that every Gathering of Herbs in the capital of the great Zhuan capital would bring in tens of millions of silver. The common people in the capital also liked to gamble for fun. It was not strange for a well-off family to bet a few hundred taels of silver on the streets and alleys. There were many Taoist temples in the capital of the great Zhuan capital. Most of them were vassals and scholars who came from afar. It was not convenient for them to bet money directly, so they bet on elegant objects and sold them for a large sum of money. The young girl felt wronged and said, "Auntie, if we don't go to the capital of the great Zhuan capital, wouldn't we have traveled so far in vain?" The young girl had a selfish motive. She wanted to meet the last disciple of the imperial tutor who had defeated her grandfather in the past. She was the immortal who followed the imperial tutor to practice Taoism. She was only in her early 20s and was also a woman. It was said that she was so beautiful that the two princes of the Zhou family were jealous of her. Some of her close friends who liked to talk with their hands hoped that she could see the young immortal with her own eyes and see if she was really as beautiful as the rumors said. She had already bragged that she would find a chance to talk to the immortal when they arrived at the herbalism feast in the capital of the great Zhuan capital. The man with the saber had been guarding the entrance of the pavilion. A Jianghu guru was so hard-working as a retainer for an old man who had lost his official position. It took him half a year to go back and forth. Hu Xinfeng turned around and smiled. There are indeed some supernatural and strange sayings about the Yushi River outside the capital of the great Zhuan capital. In recent years, it has been circulating in the Jianghu. Although it is not accurate, what Miss Sui said is not wrong. Brother Sui, we should be more careful on this trip. The old man was in a dilemma. Even a Jianghu hero like Hu Xinfeng said so. The old man could not help but feel anxious. However, he was unwilling to go home just like that. The woman with the hedgerow and her hair tied up in a woman's bun sighed softly. She always felt uneasy. Regarding this trip to the capital of the great Zhuan capital with her father, nephew and niece, she had done several divinations in private. The divinations were all strange and there were also good fortune entangled in great danger. In short, it was hard for her to guess the deeper meaning. In fact, according to common sense, the great Zhuan dynasty had been peaceful for a long time and its national strength was at its peak. Its strength was on par with the great Guan dynasty in the south. The royal families of both countries were connected by marriage and the great Zhuangzhou dynasty had a female martial god and immortal protector in the capital. Even if the strange rumors about the Yushi River were true, there should not be any big trouble. She believed that the Yushi River, which had never had a water god or a temple, could hide a black flood dragon. However, she did not believe that a water flood dragon could cause chaos in the capital of the great Zhuan capital. At the end of the day, she was still a little regretful that she could only rely on a small booklet left behind by a master. She could only rely on her own blind pondering and practicing the magic of the celestials. She could never become a real Jianghu immortal with the guidance of a wise master and an orderly inheritance. Otherwise, she would have known whether she should go to the capital of the great Zhuan capital. The young man grinned. His aunt was a miraculous person. It was said that one day after his grandmother was pregnant for 10 months, a deity walked into the ancestral hall with a baby in his arms and handed it to his grandmother. Later his aunt was born. However, his aunt had a tough life. She was proficient in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting from a young age. In the early years, a wandering master passed by and gave her 3 golden hairpins and a plain gauze garment called bamboo clothes, saying that it was fate. After the master left, his aunt became more and more beautiful and became more and more famous in the court of the Wuling kingdom, especially in the literary world. However, her aunt's marriage was too difficult. His grandfather helped her find 2 husbands. One was a Wuling kingdom Tanhua scholar of equal social status. He was proud of his success and was famous in the capital of the Wuling kingdom. He did not expect to be involved in the imperial examination so soon. Later, his grandfather did not dare to find a scholar and instead found a Jianghu talent. Just as his aunt was about to marry him, something happened to his family. The Jianghu young hero wandered far away. It was rumored that he went to the Lanfang and Qingxi kingdom to make a living. He had become a hero and had not married yet, but his aunt could not be forgotten. His aunt was more than 30 years old, but she was still beautiful like a fairy who walked out of a painting. If his aunt had not lived in seclusion for so many years and did not show her face, even if she occasionally went to the temple to burn incense, she would not choose the 1st and 15th day of the lunar month, which was a day with a lot of pilgrims. Usually she would only sing poetry with a handful of scholars and scholars. At most, she would only chat with a few regular guests who had been on good terms with her for generations. Otherwise, the young man believed that even if his aunt was an old lady at her age, there would still be people coming to ask for her hand in marriage. The handsome young man also had a different longing for the trip to the capital of the Great Zhuan Kingdom than his sister. Other than the Zhou Emperor's herb collection, the Great Zhuan Kingdom would also promote the top 10 Jianghu masters and 4 great beauties. As long as they were in the capital of the Great Zhuan Kingdom, they would be received by the Zhou Emperor and given a valuable gift. Perhaps there were already many new young grandmasters gathered in the capital of the Great Zhuan Kingdom. Every 10 years, there would be a Jianghu evaluation of which old man would be squeezed out and which new face would be on the list. The capital of the Great Zhuan Kingdom also had huge bets on which old man would be squeezed out and which new face would be on the list. Although the young man surnamed Sui from the Wuling Kingdom was born in a scholarly family, he was destined to follow the path of his grandfather, father and brother and become a civil official of the Wuling Kingdom step by step. However, deep in the young man's heart, he yearned for the Jianghu heroes who were chivalrous and righteous. In his study, there were dozens of Jianghu novels. The young man worshipped Uncle Hu, who had made a name for himself in the Jianghu world. If not for the fact that Hero Hu already had a wife and daughter, the young man would have wanted to matchmake him with his aunt. Chen Pinggan saw the expression of the old man surnamed Sui and guessed that he still wanted to go to the capital of the Great Zhuan Kingdom, so he did not say anything more. When the review ended, the rain had just stopped. However, the road outside was muddy. Other than Chen Pinggan, everyone in the pavilion had something on their minds, so they were not in a hurry to travel. Chen Pinggan had already kept the chessboard and the chess jar in the bamboo box. Holding the mountain walking stick in his hand, he put on his bamboo hat and bade farewell. Previously, he had glanced at the curtain of rain and admitted defeat. When the review ended, the rain had stopped and the sky had cleared up. This was Chen Pinggan's silent reminder. As for whether the woman in the hedgerow could detect any clues, it was her own matter. The man with the saber was a level 5 martial artist. In the Wuling Kingdom, he should be considered a grandmaster who dominated the Jianghu world. As for the woman in the hedgerow, she seemed to be a half-baked chi refinement warrior. Her realm was not high, about level 2 or 3. Chen Pinggan had just walked out of the pavilion when he frowned. Was there such a coincidence? Why would there be a golden body martial artist on a horse on this small mountain road in the wilderness? With old man Sui's status, he should not have such a mortal enemy in the Jianghu. The Great Zhuan Kingdom had a vast territory of more than 10 kingdoms. Small kingdoms like Lanfang and Wuling might not even have a golden body martial artist overseeing their martial arts fate. Just like the Tsai Kingdom and Shushui Kingdom in the central part of the Baozhuan continent, most of them were peak level 6 martial artists like Senior Song. Their martial arts were enough to dominate the Jianghu of a country. However, the people at the foot of the mountain did not know that they were immortals. It was easier for the people on the mountain to see cultivators. It was precisely because Chen Pinggan's cultivation was high and his vision was mature that he could see more cultivators, pure martial artists, spirits of the mountains and lakes, and ghosts in the marketplace. Otherwise, it would be like when Chen Pinggan was still an apprentice of the dragon kiln in his hometown. The only difference he saw was whether they were rich or not. However, after so many years of traveling, other than places like the inverted mountain and ferries, it was ultimately more common for ordinary people to see. It was just that there were fewer stories. However, the martial artist soon stopped his horse in the distance, as if he was waiting for someone. There should be another horse beside him. It was a cultivator. Then, on the T-horse ancient road in the other direction of the pavilion, there was a messy sound of footsteps. There were about 10 people, their footsteps varied. Naturally, there were high and low cultivations. Chen Pinggan was a little hesitant. He stretched out his leg and stepped into the mud. He pulled out his boots from the mud and rubbed the soles of his shoes on the steps. He sighed and walked back to the pavilion. He said helplessly, "I might as well sit for a while and let the sun shine on the road. Otherwise, I'll feel uncomfortable the whole way." The young man was a carefree person. He was optimistic and cheerful. It was his first time in the Jianghu, so he spoke without restraint. He smiled and said, "Smart." Qin Pingan smiled. Hu Xingfeng was a little helpless. He had to tell this kid that he could not be so presumptuous in the Jianghu. However, the woman in the hedge had already started to lecture him. "As a scholar, you cannot be so rude. Apologize to Child Qin." The young man quickly looked at his grandfather. The old man smiled and said, "Is it so difficult for a scholar to apologize to others? Is the wisdom of the sages in the books more precious, or is your face more precious?" The young man had a big heart. He smiled brightly and bowed to the man in the bamboo hat. The man in the green robe did not say anything. He stood there with a smile and did not say anything polite. The young girl covered her mouth and smiled. It was a happy thing to see her naughty little brother suffer. Old man Sui smiled and said, "Child, we'll continue on our way." Qin Pingan smiled and nodded, "We'll meet again if fate allows." However, when they were about to leave the pavilion to get their horses, they saw a group of Jianghu people swarming over. They walked forward with large strides, causing mud to splatter everywhere. Hu Xingfeng stood with his hand on his saber. He did not get on his horse. At the same time, he secretly made a hand gesture to the 4 people beside him to not get on their horses in a hurry. Half of the group of Jianghu people walked past the pavilion and continued forward. Suddenly, a burly man with a wide-open collar stopped in his tracks and shouted, "Brothers, let's take a break." The woman in the hedge frowned. Hu Xingfeng said softly, "Just make way for them. Try not to cause trouble." Old man Sui nodded. The young boys and girls tried their best to stay close to the old man. The bamboo hat-wearing man in green seemed to be the same. He did not dare to stay in the pavilion any longer, so he walked sideways to the other end of the steps. His idea was exactly the same as theirs. He gave the pavilion to this group of Jianghu people who did not seem to be any kind men or women. However, even though the young man with the box on his back was careful enough, he was still hit by the 4 or 5 men who walked into the pavilion at the same time. One of them deliberately swayed his body and brushed his shoulder. The young man in green staggered back and apologized. The young man rubbed his shoulder and said angrily, "With such a wide road, not to mention 2 legs, even if you had 20 legs, it would be enough for us to walk separately. Brat, are you blind? Why did you have to bump into me? Or do you think I'm easy to bully and want to show off your heroism because there are girls here?" The box on the young man's back collided with the chessboard. The young man's face was pale, but he still apologized. He moved again and gave way to the pavilion. The burly man with the fierce-looking face also moved forward. He reached out and pushed the shoulder of the young man in the green robe, causing the latter to fall on his butt in the mud outside the pavilion. The young man looked terrified. He glanced at the group of people gathered by the pavilion steps. However, old man Sui sighed and ignored him. The young man and young woman's faces were even more pale. Hu Xingfeng only frowned. Only the woman in the hedge wanted to say something but stopped. Old man Sui's eyes hinted that she should not meddle. After all, Hu Xingfeng had been working hard all these years. It wasn't easy for him to hook up with an official's family and start a business that had a lot of money. If he somehow got involved in a murder case, it would be very troublesome. From the accent of this group of rude and unreasonable people, they were not from the Wuling Kingdom. Originally, Hu Xingfeng's reputation in both the black and white world might not be useful. In fact, Hu Xingfeng's heart was heavy. He was not as calm as he appeared. This group of people looked noisy and were all martial artists at the bottom of the Jianghu. However, they were not. They were all tricks used to deceive ordinary Jianghu newbies. Once they got involved, they would lose a layer of skin. Among them, there was an old man with a face full of scars. He might not know Hu Xingfeng, but Hu Xingfeng remembered him clearly. He was a master of the evil path who had committed several major crimes in the Jinfeng Kingdom. His name was Yang Yuan, nicknamed the Chaotic River Flood Dragon. His thwart training kung fu had reached perfection and his fist technique was extremely fierce. Back then, he was one of the top villains in the Jinfeng Kingdom. He had been on the run for more than 10 years. It was said that he was hiding at the border between the Qingxi Kingdom and the Lanfang Kingdom. He had roped in a large group of evil people. From a single-handed Jianghu devil, he had created a large evil sect. One of the 4 great masters of the Jinfeng Kingdom, the leader of the towering sect, Lin Shu, had once led a group of righteous people to surround and kill this person. Then he revealed a playful smile that she didn't know if she was seeing things. That person strode away. At the entrance of the pavilion, Yang Yuan pointed at the young man with the fan beside him and looked at the woman with the hedgerow. "This is my beloved disciple. He hasn't married yet. Although you have a hedgerow covering your face and your hair is in a woman's bun, it doesn't matter. My disciple doesn't care about these things. Why don't we choose a day and become in-laws? Oh mister, don't worry. Although we're from the Jianghu, our family is not ordinary. The betrothal gifts will only be more generous than those of the sons and daughters of the country's generals and ministers. If you don't believe me, you can ask your retainer who carries a blade. With such good skills, he should be able to recognize my identity. The old man with the surname Sui's face was ashen. Hu Xingfeng's expression was awkward. After preparing his speech, he said to the old man, "Brother Sui, this is Senior Yang Yuan. His nickname is the River Flood Dragon. He was a martial arts grandmaster on the Jinfei Highway in the early years." The youth trembled with fear and said in a trembling voice, "Wasn't the River Flood Dragon Yang Yuan killed by the leader of the Towering Glory sect, Lin Shu Hero Lin?" No matter how soft the youth's voice was, he thought that others couldn't hear it. However, in the ears of the Jianghu experts like Hu Xingfeng and Yang Yuan, it was naturally harsh words. Hu Xingfeng turned his head and said angrily, "Sui Wenfa, don't speak nonsense. Quickly apologize to Senior Yang." The delicate youth bowed and apologized again. Today was the second time he had apologized to someone. Yang Yuan extended a hand and said with a smile, "Let's talk inside. I hope that Assistant Minister Sui of the Wuling Empire will still give me some face." The old man with the surname Sui heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that they didn't immediately start fighting. Bloody scenes were often seen in books, but the old man had never seen it with his own eyes. Since the other party recognized his identity and addressed him as assistant minister, perhaps there would be a turn for the better. Both parties sat on the long benches facing each other by the wall of the pavilion. Only the old man Yang Yuan, and the disciple with a sword on his back sat on the long bench facing the door. The old man leaned forward, bent his waist and clenched his fists. He didn't have any of the fierceness of a Jianghu demon. He smiled and looked at the woman with a hedgerow who hadn't said a word, as well as the young girl beside her. The old man smiled and said, "If Assistant Minister Sui doesn't mind, we can tie the knot. I have a good grandson at home who just turned 16 this year. He didn't follow me into the Jianghu, but he is well versed in poetry and books. He is a true scholar and not a liar." Then the old man turned to his disciple and said with a smile, "I don't know which girl my Ru'er will fancy. Fujin, who do you think Ru'er will choose? Will there be a conflict with you?" The disciple with a sword on his back quickly said, "Why don't the older one take a wife and the younger one take a concubine?" The old man frowned and said, "It's not appropriate." The disciple smiled and said, "People of the Jianghu don't need to be so particular. If it really doesn't work, let these two young girls suffer and change their names. If they marry Yang Rui, they will be talented, good-looking and have a good family background. If it wasn't for the fact that Lanfang doesn't have a princess or a county princess of the right age, he would already be a prince consort. It is a great blessing for these two girls to marry our Yang Rui. They should be content." Hu Xingfeng suppressed his anger and said, "Elder Yang, don't forget this is our Wu Ling country." Yang Yuan smiled and said, "If the number one person of Wu Ling country, Wang Dun, was sitting here, I wouldn't have entered this pavilion. Coincidentally, Wang Dun should be in the capital of Dejuan now. Of course, with such a large group of people swaggering across the border, if someone really dies, the experienced bailiffs of Wuling country will definitely be able to find some clues. But no matter, when the time comes, old Assistant Minister Sui will help clean up the mess. Scholars value reputation the most, and family scandals cannot be spread." Hu Xingfeng sighed and turned to look at the old man surnamed Sui. "Brother Sui, what do you say?" The old man surnamed Sui looked at the vigorous old man and sneered, "I don't believe that you, Yang Yuan, can be lawless in our Wu Ling country." Yang Yuan dismissed it with a smile and asked Hu Xingfeng, "What does Hero Hu say? Not only will you risk your life, but you will also sacrifice a sect and your family to protect these two girls and stop our two families from marrying? You should be more tactful. On the day of our Ru'er's wedding, you will be the first guest and come to congratulate us with a gift. Then you want me to return a big gift?" The disciple with the sword on his back chuckled and said, "After the rice is cooked, the girls will be more obedient." Yang Yuan smiled and nodded, "Your words are crude but your reasoning is not." The old man surnamed Sui pleaded, "Hero Hu, in times of danger you cannot abandon us." Hu Xingfeng's expression was complicated. He was in a dilemma. Yang Yuan smiled and said, "It is a pity that the young scholar is not here. Otherwise he would definitely use the words of scholars to scold you. But it is also fortunate that he is not here. Otherwise I would definitely not let my family lose face like this. If I kill him, then so be it. My temper is much better than it used to be, especially after Ru'er came into the family. I've always respected scholars like you, no matter how many books you've read. The woman with the hedge suddenly said, I can stay and let them go. Then we can immediately rush to Lanfang country. Even if someone reports us, as long as we pass the border and enter Jinfei country, it will be meaningless. Yang Yuan shook his head and said, This is the troublesome matter. We came to your Wu Ling country this time to find a wife for our Ruhe. There are still some things we must do. So, hero whose decision is very important. Hu Xingfeng suddenly asked, Even if I agree in this pavilion, will you be at ease? Yang Yuan smiled and said, Of course not. Hu Xingfeng took a deep breath, twisted his waist and punched the old man Sui's head. Not to mention a weak old man, even the average Jianghu master would not be able to withstand Hu Xingfeng's full-strength punch. But in the next moment, Hu Xingfeng was stopped by a flash of sword light. Hu Xingfeng suddenly stopped. There was a sword in front of the old man Sui. The person who attacked was the river serpent Yang Yuan's proud disciple. The young swordsman had one hand behind his back and the other holding the sword. He smiled and said, As expected, the so-called masters of Wu Ling country are very disappointing. Only Wang Dun can be considered a crane in a flock of chickens. Although Wang Dun is at the bottom, he is definitely better than the other martial artists of Wu Ling country. Yang Yuan frowned and said, Stop talking nonsense. The young man knew he had said something wrong. His face flashed with hostility. He took a step forward and the sword light flashed. In the pavilion, after the heavy rain, the summer heat had lessened. When the young swordsman attacked, there was a chill on the skin. Hu Xingfeng retreated step by step and said angrily, Elder Yang, why are you doing this? Facing the crisscrossing sword light, Hu Xingfeng could still open his mouth to ask. Clearly he was more skilled than Yang Yuan's disciple. The young swordsman had lost a beautiful woman whose face he had not seen but had a delicate figure. Just by hearing her speak, he felt his bones go soft. She must be a stunning beauty. Even if her appearance was not as alluring as her figure and voice, it could not be far off. Especially since she was a lady from a scholarly family of Wu Ling country. She must have a special charm. He had not thought that he would inexplicably benefit Yang Rui. The young swordsman already had a belly full of anger. Now that Hu Xingfeng dared to divert his attention to speak, his sword became fiercer and fiercer. The handsome youth Sui Wenfa hid beside the old man Sui. The young girl Sui Wenyi was in her aunt's arms, shivering. The woman in the hedge softly comforted, Don't be afraid. Yang Yuan's body was like a monkey. He bent his waist, tipped his toes and rushed out. Taking advantage of the gap, his two fists heavily hammered Hu Xingfeng's chest, who had just dodged the sword. Hu Xingfeng flew out of the pavilion and landed heavily on the ground. He vomited blood and struggled to get up. Yang Yuan sneered in his heart. It was like this 20 years ago and it was still like this 20 years later. These Mother * King righteous heroes of Jianghu fishing for fame, each one smarter than the other. Back then he had been too stupid, resulting in him having no place in the Jianghu of Jinfeng country. But it was also a blessing in disguise. Not only did he create a new and flourishing sect at the border of the two countries, he had also infiltrated the Lanfang country's officialdom and the Qingxi country's mountain, becoming acquainted with two true masters. The young swordsman was about to rush out and add a few more stabs to Hero Hu's heart and head. But he was stopped by Yang Yuan. When Hu Xingfeng turned his head to wipe the blood, his lips moved slightly. Yang Yuan did the same. At this moment, two horses came slowly from the small path. Despite encountering this Jianghu dispute, they did not slow down at all. One of them was an old man in black with a saber. The other was a man in his 30s. If you didn't come, I wouldn't be able to protect Brother Sui even if I gave up my life. Once it causes a disaster, even 100 deaths won't be enough to atone for it. Chao Fu quickly took a step back and bowed again. Hero who is noble and upright, please accept my bow. Sui Sinew snorted and waved his sleeve. Chao Fu, you may know a person for a long time without understanding his true nature. Hero who almost accidentally killed your uncle Sui when he was sparring with someone. Chao Fu was stunned. Sui Sinew sighed. Chao Fu, you are still too kind. You don't know the dangers of the Jianghu. It doesn't matter. Friendship is revealed through adversity. Just treat it as I, Sui Sinew, was blind to have a friend like Hero Hu. Hu Xingfeng leave. In the future, my Sui family will not be able to reach Hero Hu. Don't have any relationship with him. Hu Xingfeng turned his head and spat out a mouthful of blood on the ground. He bowed his head and said, In the future, Hu Xingfeng will definitely go to Brother Sui's residence and ask for forgiveness. The man with the saber placed one hand on his chest and the other on his saber. He staggered away step by step. His back was bleak. Yang Yuan stood at the entrance of the pavilion with a gloomy face. He said in a low voice, "Chao Fu, don't think you can do just because of your sect. This is the Wuling country, not the Lanfang country and not the Qingxi country." Sui Sinyu stroked his beard and smiled. These words, why do they sound so familiar to me? River Flood Dragon Yang Yuan's face was cold and hard. He seemed to be suppressing his anger but did not dare to make a move. This made the old assistant minister of the Wuling country feel even more happy. Life is unpredictable. The young girl, Sui Wenyi, was nestled in her aunt's embrace. She covered her mouth and smiled. Her eyes narrowed into crescent moons as she looked at the man called Chao Fu. Her heart swayed and the young girl's face dimmed. Sui Wenfa widened his eyes and stared hard at Chao Fu, who could be considered half his uncle. The youth felt that he must take a closer look at this Jianghu hero who seemed to have walked out of a book. It was a pity that this scholarly Uncle Chao did not have a saber. Otherwise it would be perfect. With one hand behind his back, Chao Fu stood on the road, one hand clenched into a fist. He looked like a distinguished scholar. Old assistant minister Sui nodded inwardly. No wonder he had chosen a good match for his daughter. He was a dragon among men. Chao Fu first looked in the direction of the woman in the hedgerow, his eyes as gentle as water. There was an indescribable longing and sorrow. Then he turned his head to look at Yang Yuan. Once again he was confident and unrestrained. He took a step back, his knees slightly bent, and extended a palm forward. He smiled slightly and said, "Yang Yuan, I haven't seen you in so many years. Since we have met, how about we spar?" Yang Yuan smiled coldly and said, "There is a difference in seniority. Let my disciple Fu Zhen spar with you. Life and death are your own responsibility. We will not involve the elders of our respective sections. How about it?" The corner of Fu Zhen's mouth twitched. Yang Yuan said in a heavy voice, "Fu Zhen, no matter the outcome, just use 3 moves." Fu Zhen released a breath. Fortunately, Shifu had not forced him onto the path of death. Fu Zhen took a deep breath and said with a smile, "Then let me exchange 3 moves with great immortal Master Chao." After some consideration, Fu Zhen directly thrust out his sword. His footsteps were very light, like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. This sword seemed to have a powerful momentum, but it was actually holding back a lot of strength. He thought that at worst he would suffer a little at the opponent's hands and keep his life. However, Fu Zhen soon regretted his decision. That person took a step forward, his head tilted. Just as Fu Zhen was hesitating whether to symbolically swipe his sword horizontally, that person had already arrived in front of Fu Zhen in an instant. He pressed a palm against Fu Zhen's face and said with a smile, "5 Thunder Seal, quickly leave the Crimson Palace." There was a bang. It was as if thunder had exploded on Fu Zhen's face. Fu Zhen, who was bleeding from his 7 orifices and died on the spot, was sent flying backward. He smashed through the wall facing the pavilion's entrance and disappeared in an instant. Chao Fu reached out and caught the sword that had fallen to the ground. With a casual swing he nailed it into a large tree. The delicate youth, Sui Wenfa, was overwhelmed by emotions. He wiped his face and really cried. "Don't be half an uncle. This is the uncle in my heart. I must learn a few moves from this uncle. In the future I will travel and learn. At the very least, I won't be as pitiful as that green-robed traveler who was a terrible chess player, right?" He had to apologize after being bumped into. He didn't dare to say a word when he was pushed into the mud. When he was running away, his footsteps weren't slow. He even carried such a huge green bamboo book box. How comical. River Flood Dragon Yang Yuan quickly left the pavilion with his men. Chao Fu asked with a smile, "Uncle Sui, do we need to stop them?" The face of the hedge-fenced woman hidden behind the veil did not change much. Old man Sui thought for a while and decided not to complicate matters. He shook his head and said with a smile, "Forget it. I've already taught them a lesson. Let's leave this place quickly. After all, there's still a corpse behind the pavilion." As for those Jianghu ferocious people who left when the situation turned bad, would they harm the passers-by? Both parties who had almost become father and son-in-law in the early years might have had a tacit understanding, or perhaps they didn't think of it. In short, they didn't care. After some small talk, they found out that Chao Fu had just rushed over from Lanfang, Qingxi and Jinfu Kingdom. In fact, he had already visited Sui's residence in Wuling Kingdom. When he heard that old assistant minister Sui was already on his way to Dejuan Dynasty, he hurried over day and night. He inquired about old assistant minister Sui's whereabouts and finally met him at the pavilion on the Tea-Horse Road. Chao Fu still had lingering fears and only said that he was late. Old assistant minister Sui laughed and said that it was better to come at the right time than to come early. When he said these words, the elegant old man looked at his daughter. Unfortunately, the hedge-fenced woman didn't say a word. The old man's smile deepened. Most likely his daughter was shy. Chow Fu was such a one-in-a-million son-in-law that it was already a great regret to miss out on him. Now that Chow Fu had returned to his hometown in glory and did not forget about the engagement, it was even more rare that he could not miss out on this opportunity again. It was fine not to go to the Great Seal Dynasty's collection of plants. It was more important to return to his hometown and settle this engagement. Previously, the disciple of Yang Yuan, the leader of the ferocious bandits, said, "Great immortal Master Chow." Sui Xinyu firmly remembered it. Chow Fu originally wanted to escort the old man to Dejuan's capital city and said that he was willing to follow. However, when he heard that the old man was returning home to attend the collection of plants, the journey was long and his body might not be able to withstand the bumpy journey, Chow Fu changed his mind. He also said that there were water dragons causing trouble in Dejuan's capital city and it was better not to go. The group walked out of the pavilion and rode their horses down the mountain slowly along the Tea-Horse Road to return to Wuling Kingdom's Sui family's capital city. There was still a long way to go and they had to pass through the capital region. This actually made Sui Xinyu feel very comfortable. He thought that it would be good to take a slight detour and go to the capital city to see his old friends. When the hedge-fenced woman mounted her horse, she looked at the end of the path from the corner of her eye and seemed to be deep in thought. Yang Yuan's group of Jianghu bandits had returned along the same path. They had either taken a different path and escaped or ran wildly. Otherwise, if she continued on her way to Dejuan's capital city, she might encounter them. On the way down the mountain. Previously, when Hu Xingfeng walked out of the crowd's sight, he immediately began to run with large strides. As a result, he saw the man in green with a bamboo hat. Hu Xingfeng was annoyed when he saw this useless person. He felt that today's bad luck was all because of this person. If he had not been playing chess in the pavilion and played a game of chess with Sui Xinyu, he might have left the pavilion earlier or later. Perhaps today's situation would not have been like this. Not only did Hu Xingfeng still have a good relationship with Sui family, but he might also be able to climb up to the high and mighty Chow Fu. As a result, not only did he annoy Sui Xinyu, he even lost the chance to be on good terms with Chow Fu. Perhaps that woman, who looked so beautiful that even he did not dare to have any thoughts about her, would blow some pillow talk with Chow Fu. Hu Xingfeng was afraid that one day his family would be inexplicably ruined and his family would be inexplicably destroyed. How big of a loss would it be to come and go? At the thought of this, Hu Xingfeng swept his leg across and hit the weak scholar's head with a whip kick. The latter fell into the dense forest outside the mountain path and disappeared in an instant. Only then did Hu Xingfeng feel slightly better. Hu Xingfeng's mood was much better. He fiercely spat out a mouthful of saliva mixed with traces of blood. Previously, when he was hammered on the chest by Yang Yuan, although it looked terrifying, the injury was not serious. Master only wants her robe and golden hairpin. She still belongs to you. Chow Fu said helplessly, Master is already treating me better than her own son. I know it in my heart. Xiao Shai smiled. Some words should not be said as it would hurt feelings. Why is Master so good to you? You Chow Fu don't take advantage of her. Master is a female cultivator of the Golden Core realm. If not for your low cultivation which has yet to enter the Sea Viewing realm and is still far away from the Dragon Gate realm, the two of you would already be Dao companions on the mountain. Therefore, if Sui Jingqing really becomes your woman, she will be offended on the mountain. Maybe after getting the bamboo robe and the 3 golden hairpins, you will have to personally polish a pink skeleton. Xiao Shai believed that when that day really comes, Chow Fu will not hesitate to make the right choice. The great Dao is ruthless. On the road to immortality, other than the immortal Dao companions who are bound by the great Dao contract, women are like shoes. No matter how beautiful you are, you can change them anytime and anywhere. The riders moved forward slowly, as if they were afraid of scaring the woman who put on the hedge again. She stood up and stood behind the young man in green again. She said softly, Child Chin, I know you are a real immortal on the mountain. Moreover, you clearly have no evil intentions towards me and the Sui family. You are just disappointed before and too lazy to care about it. But Chow Fu is unfathomable and deliberately set a trap for me. As long as you save me today, I will definitely be your slave. I, Sui Jingqing, am willing to be a servant girl who serves tea and water and carries a box and a load. The young man who had already turned to face the riders turned his head and gently waved his folding fan. Don't talk nonsense. The heroes of Jianghu are chivalrous and don't ask for anything in return. Don't talk about being a slave. Be careful not to make a fool of yourself. By the way, do you think that Hu Xingfeng deserves to die? The woman with the hedge thought for a while and chose her words carefully. Perhaps she thought that the young immortal master was testing her wisdom. She answered carefully, "He is just timid and has not killed anyone. He does not deserve to die." The man smiled and nodded. "You said it. You won't regret it?" She nodded heavily. The man closed his folding fan and gently tapped his shoulder. He leaned back slightly and turned his head with a smile. "Hu Xingfeng, you can disappear now." Hu Xingfeng panicked and did not know where to go. He jumped and directly left the Tea-Horse ancient road. He ran all the way down the mountain with a spirit of cutting through all obstacles. In a few blinks of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. The two sides were only 10 steps apart. Sui Xinyu sighed. "Silly girl, don't mess around. Come back quickly. Is Chao Fu not infatuated enough with you? Do you know that what you are doing is a stupid thing to repay kindness with enmity?" As he spoke, the old assistant minister, who was the best in chess in the country, had a face full of anger. He said sternly, "The Sui family has been upright for generations. How can you do this? Even if you don't want to marry Chao Fu carelessly and can't accept this sudden marriage, whether it is father or Chao Fu who rushed back to the sad place for you, they are all reasonable people. Do you have to be so rash and embarrass father? Do you want to humiliate the Sui family?" The young man Sui Wenfa and the girl Sui Sini were so scared that their faces turned pale. They had never seen their grandfather so angry. The woman with the hedge smiled bitterly. "Father, I only know one thing. Cultivators are the most ruthless. Marriage in the mortal world can only be avoided like the plague." Chao Fu's eyes were gentle. He said softly, "Miss Sui, when you become a real cultivator on the mountain, you will know that there are also Taoist companions on the mountain. Those who can meet at the foot of the mountain and continue their marriage on the mountain are even rarer. How can I, Chao Fu, not cherish it? My master is a Jindan Earth Immortal. He is a real Taoist at the top of the mountain. He has been in seclusion for many years. When he came out this time he saw my face and calculated the movement of the red Luan. For this reason he specially asked for our birth characters. After some calculation he only had a prophecy, a match made in heaven, a rare occurrence in 100 years. The woman with the hedge hesitated for a moment and said to wait for a while. She took out a handful of copper coins from her sleeve and held it in the palm of her right hand. Then she raised her arm high and gently threw it in the palm of her left hand. She flipped and picked it up. Finally she raised her head and held the copper coins in her hand tightly. She smiled sadly. "Chao Fu, do you know why I tied my hair in a bun when my first marriage failed? Was it like being a widow? Later, even if my father and your family discussed the intention of marriage, I still did not change my bun. It was because I used this technique to calculate that the scholar who died young was the best match for me in this life. You Chao Fu are not. You were not in the past and you are still not in the present. If your family had not met with such a tragedy, I would have followed the family's order and married you. After all, it is difficult to disobey my father's order. But after this I swore that I would never marry again. So even if my father forced me to marry you, even if I misunderstood you, I would still not marry." She threw the copper coins on the ground and suddenly took out a golden hairpin from her sleeve. In an instant, she pierced through the thin veil hanging from the hedge above her head and pressed it against her neck. Blood oozed out. She looked at the old man on the horse and sobbed. "Father, can you just let your daughter be willful for once?" Sui Xinyu was so angry that he punched his legs. He gritted his teeth and said, "Rebellion, it's really a rebellion. How could I give birth to such a crazy evil creature? What God sent me in my dream? What master prophesied?" Sui Xinyu was so angry that he spoke incoherently. Chao Fu smiled bitterly. "Uncle Sui, why don't we just let it go? I don't want to see Jing Cheng in such a difficult position." The scholar in green used the bamboo fan to press against his forehead and looked like he had a headache. "What are you guys doing? A woman who wants to commit suicide, an old man who wants to force her to marry, a considerate immortal master who is a good match, a muddle-headed young man who wants to acknowledge his uncle as soon as possible, a young girl who has her first awakening of love and is in a dilemma, and a great master of the pugilistic world who is filled with murderous intent and is hesitating whether to find a reason to attack. What does it have to do with me? The killing over at Xingting has already ended. This is a family matter. Shouldn't you hurry back home and close your doors so that you can discuss this properly?" A rider slowly passed by Chao Fu and Sui Xinyu, who were originally stopping their horses side by side. He asked, "I'm Xiao Shai of the Qingxi Empire. May I ask who is young master's sect?" The person opposite casually raised his hand and stopped the copper coins that were scattered on the road. He smiled and said, consecrator of the Golden Scale Palace, a little gold core sword cultivator. What a coincidence, I just came out of seclusion not long ago. I don't find the two of you pleasing to the eye, so I plan to learn from the two of you and save the damsel in distress. Then, the person turned his head and sneered at the woman in the hedge. What's there to casually throw money to divine? Who are you trying to fool? She did not move an inch and only held the golden hairpin against her neck. Chow Fu said telepathically, I've heard Master mention that the head consecrator of the Golden Scale Palace is indeed a gold core sword cultivator with great killing power. Xiao Shai, the machete man who had just joined the list of the 10, nodded gently and replied telepathically, this is a serious matter. Sui Jingqing's robe and golden hairpin, especially the formula, are highly likely to be related to Master's great Dao opportunity, so we can't back down. Next I'll test that person. If he's really the gold core sword cultivator from the Golden Scale Palace, run for your life immediately and I'll help you delay him. If he's not, then there's nothing to worry about. That person twisted his wrist and the folding fan moved slightly, causing the copper coins to float up and down. He clicked his tongue and said, Brother Machete Man, you have such a strong killing aura. I wonder how heavy your saber chi is. I wonder if the saber of the pugilistic world or the flying sword of the mountain is faster than my intrinsic flying sword. A beam of rainbow light shot out from between the green-robed scholar's brows. The moment the sword immortal pocket-sized flying sword appeared, Xiao Shai's figure flew backwards and grabbed Chow Fu's shoulder. He rose from the ground and with a turn, stepped on a tree branch and flew away. However, the green-robed scholar was already standing on the top of the tree branch that Xiao Shai had stepped on. If there's a chance, I'll go to the Qingxi kingdom to look for your Xiao Shai and immortal Master Chow. As he spoke, Xiao Shai threw out a golden talisman with a backhand. However, it was nailed into the talisman by a sword beam and then returned to the young sword immortal's hand with a spin. He grasped it in his palm and it shattered with a bang. Xiao Shai was even faster. As expected, it was that Jindan sword immortal from the Golden Scale Palace. What? Swordsman Hu, do you want to take me as your disciple because of my unique constitution? Hu Xingfeng sighed, if you want to kill me or torture me just say the word. The young scholar's face was full of admiration. This swordsman has such a strong backbone. He lightly patted Hu Xingfeng's shoulder and said with a smile, I'm just a little curious. Previously at the pavilion, what did you talk about with River Flood Dragon Yang Yuan through telepathy? Although this mind chess game of yours isn't very interesting, it's better than nothing. Just treat it as helping me to pass the time. Hu Xingfeng's shoulder tilted and the pain penetrated into his bone marrow. He didn't dare to cry out and kept his mouth shut. He only felt that the bones in his entire shoulder were shattered. Not only that, he couldn't help but slowly kneel down. That person only bent over slightly and his palm was still gently placed on Hu Xingfeng's shoulder. In the end, Hu Xingfeng knelt on the ground. That person only bent over and stretched out his hand. He smiled and looked at this swordsman who was full of misfortune. That person let go of his hand and leaned the bookcase on his back against the stone cliff. He picked up a wine jug and pressed it in front of him. Hu Xingfeng didn't know what he was pressing, but when his vision was blurred by cold sweat and he was still trying his best to widen his eyes, it revealed a chilling mystery and strangeness. That scholar smiled and said, it's actually very simple to help you find a reason to live. In the pavilion, you were forced to judge the situation and size up the situation. You had no choice but to kill Brother Sui, who deserved his bad fate, and leave behind the 2 girls that he fancied to submit to the River Flood Dragon so that you could live. Later on, a long-lost son-in-law appeared out of nowhere and caused you to suddenly lose the incense of an old assistant minister. Furthermore, you turned against him and your relationship was difficult to repair. Therefore, when you saw me, who was clearly a weak scholar, nothing happened to me and I was alive and kicking on the road, it made you so angry. It's just that you didn't control your strength well and hit a little too hard. The number of times was a little too much, right? Hu Xingfeng knelt on the ground and shook his head. I deserve to die. That person stepped on the back of Hu Xingfeng's foot, shattering the bones in his foot. Hu Xingfeng only gritted his teeth and didn't make a sound. Then that person kicked Hu Xingfeng's forehead and pressed his head against the stone cliff. That scholar bent over and put his elbows on his knees. He asked with a smile, it's better that you know you deserve to die so I don't have to find excuses for you. Hu Xingfeng's face was pale as he said with a trembling voice, I only ask for one thing. Immortal Master can kill me, but please don't bring disaster to my family. That scholar squinted his eyes and looked at Hu Xingfeng. Then do you think Sui Sinu's family of 4 should die? Hu Xingfeng shook his head and smiled bitterly. Why should they die? That Sui Sinu's official reputation has always been good and his character is not bad. It's just that he cherishes his reputation and keeps himself clean. He likes to play it safe and is not very practical. But aren't all scholars and officials like this? To be like Sui Sinu, who does not disturb or harm the people and more or less does some good deeds, is already considered good in the Wuling Empire. Of course, I purposely befriended the Sui family because of my reputation in Jianghu. There are not many people in our Wuling Empire who know this old assistant minister. Of course, Sui Sinu also wanted me to act as a bridge and get to know Senior Wang Dun. I don't have the ability to introduce Senior Wang Dun and kept finding excuses to avoid it. After a few times, Sui Sinu did not mention it anymore. He knows my difficulties. At the beginning I was raising my own status and bragging. This is also Sui Sinu's kindness. The blue-robed scholar did not comment. He raised his hand and put two fingers together. A legendary immortal flying sword appeared. Wu Xingfeng swallowed his saliva. Was he really the head consecrator of the Golden Scale Palace? Was he a sword immortal who looked young but had lived for hundreds of years? But the scholar only picked up a chess piece with one hand and used the flying sword with the other. He carefully carved as if he was writing a name. After he finished, he gently placed it on the chessboard. Wu Xingfeng thought for a while. It seemed that when they first met at Yuxingting, the immortal in front of him was playing chess. Later, when Sui Sinu talked with him, the immortal master did not put the 30 or so chess pieces back into the jar but kept them by his side. Most likely, like now, some of the chess pieces had names engraved on them. Was he worried that Sui Sinu, who was skilled in chess, would notice this when he was pondering over the chess pieces? That person picked up the chess piece again and asked, "If I did not hear wrongly, you are the leader of the crossing gang of the Wuling Empire?" Wu Xingfeng smiled bitterly. "I have made a fool of myself." That person turned over the chess piece with the name engraved on it and carved the 3 words "crossing gang" before placing it on the chessboard. After that, he carved more than 10 chess pieces and placed them on the chessboard. That sword light flashed between his eyebrows. Then, Wu Xingfeng realized that the genuine sword immortal had started to fall into a daze. Previously in the pavilion, he was clearly a terrible chess player that even Wu Xingfeng could win against. But at this moment, Wu Xingfeng only felt that the person in front of him who was playing chess alone was unfathomable and unfathomable. Qin Pingan placed the mountain walking staff horizontally on his knees and gently stroked it. Previously in the game of chess in the small town on Towering Mountain, everyone and everything were like chess pieces that took root in dangerous places. Every piece contained danger but was full of spirit. Even if the great sword immortal of the ape-crying mountain Jiyu did not appear in the end, and did not casually kill the Jindan sword Xiu of the Golden Scale Palace, it was still a great game of chess. It was a pity that Qin Pingan could not enter the small town in that game of chess and could not investigate every detail in detail. Otherwise, the sect leader Lin Shu, the prince of the previous dynasty, the 2 spies of the Jinfeng Empire in the Towering Mountain Gate, the old Xiu of the Golden Scale Palace who risked his life to protect the identity of the prince, and so on without exception, were all exquisite chess pieces that were born on the chessboard. They were people who truly relied on their own abilities to come alive on the chessboard, and were no longer rigid chess pieces. As for today's chess game in the pavilion, it was disgusting in every way. The ups and downs of people's hearts were unpredictable, and the change between good and evil was not surprising. It could not be scrutinized and had no benefits. It was good but not bad, bad but not bad. Old Assistant Minister Sui Sinu, a bad person? Naturally not. He spoke elegantly and played chess well. He was just a clean person who was good at avoiding trouble. Even Wu Xingfeng felt that the old assistant minister did not deserve to die. Of course, Wu Xingfeng did not know that the old assistant minister's answer, together with the previous request before his death, had saved him twice. It could be considered as making up for the 3 times of probing with his fists and feet. However, there was still one more time. If he had answered wrongly, Wu Xingfeng would still have died. This Wu Xingfeng was a veteran of Jianghu. Before leaving the pavilion, he was also willing to escort Sui Sinu on the long journey to the capital of the Great Seal Mountain. As long as his life was not in danger, he would always be the famous hero who. Duyu of the Ghost Hatchet Palace had a saying that was very good. Without seeing life and death there would be no heroes. However, death seemed to be the same thing. The disturbance in the pavilion, the muddle-headed Sui Sinu, Yang Yuan who helped to put on an act, and Chao Fu, who had the highest cultivation but was the most scheming. These 3 parties, in terms of notoriety, perhaps none of them could compare to that muddy river flood dragon Yang Yuan. However, at that time Yang Yuan had deliberately let go of a scholar who could be casually crushed to death with his finger. He even felt that Qin Pingan had some backbone and spirit, which was better than Sui Xinyu, who had succeeded and retired, enjoying fame in the court and the outside world. Hu Xingfeng and this otherworldly master sat opposite each other. His injury had only stopped bleeding, but the pain was real. That person did not raise his head and casually asked, "In the Jianghu world, the hero killed the leader of the evil with one punch. The other accomplices did not deserve to die. The hero punished them and left. The person who was saved kowtowed to thank him. Don't you think that the hero was heroic?" Hu Xingfeng blurted out, "Cool my asteriscus." Speaking of this, Hu Xingfeng slapped himself in the face and then quickly corrected himself. "Immortal master, it's not really carefree. If it's really a hero of a country or a county who helped the local people, it's still fine. Those evil people will be dead and the rest will be injured. After suffering, most of them won't dare to have evil thoughts about the person who was saved. But if this hero is just traveling somewhere, it's still fine if he leaves for a year or so." "Do you want me to beg you to leave?" Hu Xingfeng said that he did not dare to. After struggling to get up, he limped and ran away. He was not afraid of pain now. Looking at himself in the mirror, he could see Qin Pingan everywhere. Qin Pingan smiled and continued to stare at the chessboard. The chess pieces were all strangers like Hu Xingfeng. He felt that it was not very interesting. He waved his sleeves and casually put the black and white pieces into the chess jar. It did not matter if the black and white were mixed. Then he shook his sleeves and threw the chess pieces that he had placed on the chessboard. He stared at the chess pieces one by one. He supported his chin with one hand and fanned himself with the other. Putting aside the high level and complexity of the Zhenrong Peak, the layout of this small town was similar to his hometown in some ways. After a long silence, he put away the chess pieces and the chess set back into the bamboo chest. He put away the bamboo hat, the mountain staff and the bamboo chest, fastened the folding fan, and hung the blade-strengthening gourd, which was now empty without any flying swords. Qin Pingan pasted another carrying tablet talisman on himself and started to move stealthily. There was something that he needed to verify. There was something that he had forgotten to say earlier. However, it did not matter whether he said it or not. Many people in the world, when they turned from a person who was watching a joke to a joke in the eyes of others, would only blame others and hate the way of the world. They would not blame themselves and reflect on themselves. Over time, some of these people gritted their teeth and endured it. They waited until the clouds parted to see the moon, while others suffered without knowing it. They felt even better when they inflicted pain on others. They glorified themselves as the strong. If their parents didn't teach them, even immortals wouldn't be able to change. On the Tea-Horse Road to the foot of the mountain, the Sui family's 4 horses went down the mountain silently with different thoughts. The handsome young man could not help but ask, "Auntie, that Chao Fu is a bad person with evil intentions. He purposely sent Yang Yuan and the others to put on a show for us, right?" The woman sneered, "Ask your grandpa. He is good at chess and has great knowledge. He is good at judging people." The old man snorted. The young girl was even more dispirited. She swayed and almost fell off the horse several times. Sui Xinyu was an old civil official who had been an assistant minister. He said to the young girl, "Wani, you two go ahead. I have something to discuss with your auntie." The young girl called out to her absent-minded sister. The two of them sped up their horses and walked in front. However, they did not dare to go too far. They were 20 steps away from the 2 horses behind them. The old man slowed down his horse and then rode side by side with his daughter. He was worried and frowned. Chao Fu is now a cultivator on the mountain. That old man is even more powerful than Hu Xingfeng. He might be a great guru of Jianghu with the same strength as Wang Dun. What should we do in the future? Jingqing, I know you are blaming me for not being able to see Chao Fu's evil intentions. However, how our Sui family will survive this is the most important thing. The woman said indifferently, "For now, Chao Fu will not dare to find trouble with us. However, the journey back home is almost 1,000 miles. Unless that sword Celestial Qin shows up again, it will be difficult for us to return home alive. We might not even be able to reach the capital." The old man said angrily, "That sneaky bastard who pretends to be weak. It's fine if he pretended to be incompetent at the pavilion. However, after revealing his identity, why is he still so vague? Since he is the sword celestial from the ghost story, why didn't he just kill Chao Fu and Wang Dun? Isn't this letting the tiger return to the mountain and leaving a future threat?" Sui Jingqing seemed to feel suffocated. She took off the hedge and revealed her beautiful face. She looked forward as if she was an outsider. She imitated the old assistant minister's words and tone and said with a smile, "At the pavilion, we did nothing to save them. Later on, no matter what, they did save us once. Now they are blaming him for not doing enough good. Isn't this the conscience of our Sui family's descendants eaten by dogs? The old man was so angry that he almost raised his horse whip and lashed out. This unfilial daughter who speaks without thinking. He lowered his voice. The most important thing now is what we should do to escape this unexpected disaster. Speaking of this, the old man was so angry that his teeth itched. Look at you. You still have the nerve to talk about me? If it wasn't for you, would our Sui family be in this mess? You still have the nerve to talk about me in a sarcastic manner? The girl with the hedge nodded. Father's lecture is very reasonable. The old man couldn't hold it in any more. He lashed his cruel and unscrupulous daughter with his whip. When the young boy and girl in front saw this scene, they quickly turned their heads. The young girl covered her mouth with one hand and cried secretly. The young boy also felt that the world was falling apart and he didn't know what to do. Sui Jingqing remained indifferent. He just frowned and said, I do know a little bit of Taoist skills. If you hurt me, the situation where I have a slim chance of survival may become a dead end. Father, you are a great national player who has dominated the chess world for decades. You should know this simple chess theory, right? The old man raised his hand again and almost lashed his whip at her face. But after hesitating for a long time, he became dejected and lowered his arm. Forget it. Let's all wait for death. The girl was silent for a moment. She looked around and then said softly, let's assume that the worst outcome is that Chao Fu and his wife are still unwilling to give up and are tailing us from afar. Now, the only chance for the four of us to survive is to bet on the best outcome. That sword immortal Qin is on the same path as us and is heading towards the Wu Ling Kingdom's capital. Looking at the path he took previously, there is this possibility. But father, don't be happy too early. I feel that as long as Chao Fu and his wife are not seen by that sword immortal and only deal with us carefully, that sword immortal Qin will not care about our life and death. There is no choice. Father, you are wrong in this matter, but so am I, she said self-mockingly, as expected of a father and daughter. Together with the obedient niece in front, we are a family. The old man said angrily, stop making sarcastic remarks. At the end of the day, aren't we just degrading ourselves? Sui Jingqing sighed. 519. During the rainy season, traveling in a foreign land was an extremely depressing matter. Furthermore, it was as if there was a knife pressed against one's neck. This made the old assistant minister, Sui Xinyu, even more worried. They passed by a few relay stations and when he saw the poems on the walls, he could empathize with them. There were a few times when he drowned his sorrows in alcohol. Seeing this, the young men and women became more and more worried. Only the woman in the hedgerow remained calm. The four riders only dared to choose the official road to the capital of Wuling Kingdom. On this day in the twilight, the rainstorm had just stopped. Even if they had whipped their horses as fast as possible, they still could not reach the relay station before nightfall. This made the old assistant minister, who had just taken off his straw raincoat and was wearing a bamboo hat, feel unspeakably miserable. Looking around, he felt that danger was lurking everywhere. If not for the fact that the old man's body was still healthy, and that he often traveled the mountains and rivers with his old friends after resigning, he would have fallen ill long ago. On the official road, a half-familiar face appeared in a hidden corner. It was the Jianghu person from the little pavilion on the T-Horse Ancient Road. It was a young and strong man with a fierce face. He was only 30 paces away from the four riders of the Sui family. The man held a long knife in his hand. Without another word, he began to run toward them. Sui Xinyu shouted loudly, "Sword immortal, save me!" But the heavens and earth were silent. Then, beside the old assistant minister, who suddenly reined in his horse, there was the sound of hurried horse hooves. The woman in the hedgerow rode out. The light of the knife flashed, and the rider brushed past the man holding the knife. The woman in the hedgerow seemed to have been hit by the light of the knife. Her delicate body bent in an arc and she fell from the horse to the ground, vomiting blood. The man's forward momentum did not stop. He gradually slowed down, stumbled forward a few steps and then fell to the ground. His face, neck and chest were all pierced by a golden hairpin. However, the 3 golden hairpins, which looked like the hidden weapons of Jianghu warriors and a bit like the flying swords of immortals, were actually very dangerous if there were not enough of them. They might not have been able to instantly kill this Jianghu warrior. The golden hairpin on his face only pierced through his cheeks, making it look like a blur of blood. The golden hairpin on his chest was also offset by an inch and could not accurately pierce through his chest. Only the golden hairpin on his neck was the real fatal wound. The woman stood up shakily and touched her abdomen. She did not know why the Jianghu machete man had turned the blade into the back of the machete when he attacked. He probably wanted to hurt people instead of killing them. Sui Jingqing tried to breathe as smoothly as possible. He faintly heard a slight bang from far away. Sui Jingqing turned his head and shouted, "Be careful! Quickly dismount and hide." Someone pulled a big bow and shot. The arrow broke through the air with a whistling sound that was soul-stirring. A trickle of blood seeped out of the corner of Sui Jingqing's mouth. He still endured the pain in his waist and held his breath. He silently recited the incantation according to the secret records and diagrams in the small booklet that the master had given him years ago. He formed a seal with one hand and twisted his slender waist. His sleeves fluttered and 3 golden hairpins flew out from the corpse on the official road to meet the arrow. The golden hairpins were extremely fast. Even though they were slower than the sound of the bowstring, they still collided with the arrow. 3 sparks flew. However, the arrow did not change its trajectory and shot toward the head of the old assistant minister sitting high up on the horse. Sui Jingqing's face was full of despair. Even if he had secretly given the silk bamboo robe to his father to wear, if the arrow hit the head, even if it was a legendary immortal robe, how could it save him? Sui Jingqing opened his eyes wide and tears immediately gushed out of his eyes. At the moment of life and death, his sincerity could be seen. Even if Sui Jingqing did not completely approve of her father's conduct as an official, the relationship between father and daughter could not be faked. Just like the silk bamboo robe that was as thin as a cicada's wing. Part of the reason why Sui Sinyu wore it was because Sui Jingqing guessed that his life was not in danger for the time being. However, in the face of a great disaster, not all children in the world were willing to gamble like Sui Jingqing. This was especially so for a smart girl like Sui Jingqing who aspired to cultivate immortality. The next moment, a white-robed man carrying a sword appeared out of thin air and stood right on top of the arrow. He hovered it near Sui Sinyu and his horse and gently floated down. The arrow under his feet fell to the ground and turned into fine powder. Another arrow whistled through the air. This time it was extremely fast and exploded with the aura of wind and thunder. Before the arrow pierced through the air, there was the sound of a bowstring snapping. However, the arrow was caught by the white-robed young man and shattered in his hand. The white-robed sword immortal looked at the arrow and laughed. "Xiao Shai, aren't you a bladesman? Why did you change to a bow?" The white-robed sword immortal swept over. Sui Jingqing shouted, "Be careful of the strategy of luring the tiger away from the mountain." However, the white-robed sword immortal who had changed his attire turned a deaf ear to him and chased after him alone. A white rainbow rose from the ground, dazzling the onlookers. Sui Jingqing immediately mounted his horse and urged it to leave. With a wave of his hand, he collected the 3 golden hairpins that had fallen on the road and shouted to the 3, "Let's go!" The 4 Sui family horses galloped away. After galloping for a few miles, they still could not see the outline of the relay station. The old assistant minister only felt that his bones were about to fall apart from the jolting of the horse. Sui Jingqing raised his arm high and suddenly stopped the horse. The other 3 horses also quickly pulled on the reins. On the road, Chao Fu had one hand behind his back. He smiled and extended a hand to the woman in the hedgerow. "Jingqing, follow me up the mountain to cultivate. I can guarantee that as long as you enter the mountain with me, the future generations of the Sui family will have riches and honor waiting for you." Sui Sinyu's expression changed. Sui Jingqing sneered, "If that's really the case, why would you, Chao Fu, go through so much trouble?" At this moment, a familiar voice sounded beside Chao Fu. "That's all. Don't you have any more secrets to tell? If that's the case, the Grandmaster of the Golden Scale Palace wants Sui Jingqing, and your master wants to divide Sui Jingqing's Dao Fate item. What about you? You've gone through so much trouble, exhausted all your schemes and ran around for nothing?" Chao Fu smiled bitterly and straightened his back. He turned his head and saw a green-robed man wearing a bamboo hat standing beside him. Chao Fu asked, "Didn't you go after Xiao Shai?" That person said, "Yin spirits travel far away. You call yourself a true cultivator. Haven't you seen this before?" Chao Fu said helplessly, "Sword cultivators rarely see Yin spirits travel far away." That person nodded, "That's why they say that if you travel less in Jianghu, you have to do less bad things." Chao Fu still wanted to say something. But he had already fallen backwards and fainted. Chen Pinggan waved his hand and dispersed the spiritual qi restriction that Chao Fu had placed on Sui Jingqing's forehead. With another wave of his sleeve, the corpse on the road was swept off the main road and fell into the grass in the distance. Far away, a white rainbow was less than 2 to 3 feet above the ground. It arrived on a sword and held a head that had died with grievances. It floated on the road and overlapped with the green-robed man. Ripples appeared and turned into a person. But the green-robed man had an extra head in his hand. Qin Pingan said to Sui Jingqing, "You are so smart. Have you decided what you want to do in the future?" Sui Jingqing knelt on the ground and began to kowtow. "If I am in Wuling country, the Sui family will definitely be destroyed. If I am not there, there will be a chance for survival. I beg you to take me as your disciple." Qin Pingan glanced at the head that was thrown to the ground by Sui Jingqing earlier. He smiled and said, "If you had started cultivating earlier, you would have become an immortal master with an orderly inheritance. Now your achievements would not be low." The night was dark. On a mountain peak, Chao Fu had a splitting headache. After he slowly opened his eyes, he found himself sitting cross-legged and holding something. Looking down, Chao Fu's heart was like dead ashes. He raised his head and saw the young scholar sitting cross-legged beside the bonfire. The mountain walking stick was placed horizontally on his lap and the bamboo chest was behind him. Without the hedge covering her beautiful face, Sui Jingqing sat near that person. She hugged her knees and curled up. She was in a daze. Chao Fu held the head of Xiao Shai and did not dare to move. Qin Pingan asked, "Tell me in detail about your sect and the Golden Scale Palace." Chao Fu did not hesitate and spilled the beans. He told all the inside stories and the truth he knew. He did not want to accompany Xiao Shai on the road to hell. His master had said that Xiao Shai had exhausted his potential. Chao Fu was different. He had the aptitude of Jindan. Qin Pingan asked again, "Tell me more about your family and the Jianghu of Wuling country." Chao Fu continued to tell him everything he knew. Sui Jingqing had already regained her senses when Chao Fu first spoke. She listened silently. After Chao Fu finished, the person said, "You can take this head and leave. After secretly escorting the old assistant minister back to his hometown, you can return to your sect." Sui Jingqing wanted to say something but stopped. The person did not look at her. He just said casually, "If you want to kill Chao Fu, try it yourself." Chao Fu's expression changed slightly. In the end, Chao Fu really did not die. He just took the head and left the mountain peak. Down the mountain he felt like a lifetime had passed. But his fate was unknown and his future was unpredictable. This young immortal master who had thought that the Jianghu of Wuling country was a small quagmire was still uneasy. Beside the bonfire, Sui Jingqing suddenly said, "Thank you, elder. Killing Chao Fu was too easy and too simple. But for the Sui family it was not necessarily a good thing. If Xiao Shai and Chao Fu both died tonight, many people would die. It could be the river flood dragon Yang Yuan, the sect leader of the crossing gang Hu Xinfeng, and then the entire Sui family." And Chao Fu was casually let go and allowed to pass on a message to the person behind the scenes. This in itself was a show of force by the green-robed sword immortal to Chao Fu's master and the Golden Scale Palace. Qin Pingan fiddled with the bonfire. It's so easy to talk to smart people. Then Sui Jingqing saw that person take out a chessboard and a jar from the bamboo box. He did not play chess like he did in the pavilion. Instead, he started to control an immortal flying sword and started to carve two chess pieces. Looking at his carving technique, Sui Jingqing saw that it was the names of Chao Fu's master and the ancestral master of the Golden Scale Palace. They were carved on the front and back of the chessboard. Then there were a few chess pieces. They were all important cultivators of the two immortal sections. Sui Jingqing smiled slightly. "Elder, since we met at the pavilion, you have been watching us, right?" Qin Pingan nodded. "Your gambling luck is very good. I'm very envious." Sui Jingqing's expression became awkward. It seemed that in the eyes of this person, his self-righteous schemes were no different from a child's childhood sweetheart, flying kites. It was very laughable. Qin Pingan placed the chess pieces of the two games that were connected to each other at the edge of the chessboard. Qin Pingan covered his sleeves with both hands and stared at the chess pieces. He said slowly, "In the pavilion, the young Sui Wenfa joked with me. Actually, it had nothing to do with right or wrong. However, when you asked him to apologize, the old assistant minister said something that I felt was very reasonable. Then Sui Wenfa sincerely apologized." Qin Pingan raised his head and looked at Sui Jingqing. "I feel that this is a family style that a scholarly family should have. It is very good. Even if your father's various thoughts and actions were actually unworthy of the word pure and upright, one matter is one matter. There is a difference in order and size. The two do not conflict. Therefore, when Yang Yuan's group of people blocked our path, I deliberately complained about the mud on my shoes and returned to the pavilion. Because I feel that when a scholar enters the Jianghu, he should read 10,000 books and travel 10,000 miles. He should not be blocked by the wind and rain of the Jianghu." Sui Jingqing nodded and asked curiously, "At that time, Elder had already noticed the arrival of Chao Fu and Xiao Shai? You already knew that this was a trap? Qin Pingan looked at the night sky and said, I knew it long ago. Sui Jingqing's smile was like a flower. It was lovely and moving. In the past, when she flipped through those strange stories in the Jianghu romance, she had never praised or admired the kind of immortals who could soar like a rainbow or kill bandits with one punch. These two kinds of people and two kinds of things of course were good. It also made a person like her, who read books, feel very satisfied. When reading books that were pleasing to the eye, one should drink tea and wine. However, it was still not enough. In her mind, there was still a gap between them and the otherworldly experts who cultivated immortal arts and achieved great Tao. She felt that a real cultivator was someone who could see through people's hearts. Their schemes were compatible with Tao. They were also as high as the sea of clouds. They were the real people who had achieved Tao. They were the real immortals who sat high above the sea of clouds. They were high above and looked down on the human world. However, they did not mind playing with the human world when they walked down the mountain. They were still willing to punish evil and promote good. Qin Pingan said slowly, the intelligence and stupidity of the human world is a double-edged sword. As long as the sword is unsheathed, there will be good things and bad things in this world. Therefore, I have to take a look again, carefully and slowly. You better remember what I said tonight so that you can tell someone in detail in the future. As for how much you can listen to and how much you can grasp and use for yourself, I don't care. I told you before that I will not accept you as my disciple. Your attitude towards the world is too similar to mine. I don't think I can teach you the right thing. As for imparting any immortal arts to you, forget it. If you can leave the North Continent alive and go to the Aquarius continent, there will be opportunities for you to seize. Sui Jingqing changed his sitting position and knelt beside the bonfire. Jingqing will remember every word of Senior's teachings. Teach a man to fish and you feed him for a lifetime. Jingqing still understands this principle. The Tao that Senior taught me is more important than any immortal arts. Qin Pingan extended his hand from his sleeve and pointed at the chessboard. In my opinion, there may not be absolute principles that can be applied everywhere, but there are absolute facts and truths. When you first see the truth behind these words and actions, you will know the sequence of events. Complicated matters will become simpler. It is inevitable that the principles are false. You and I will review the game twice. Qin Pingan picked up a chess piece. In between life and death, there will be great evil in human nature. It is understandable that people will use unscrupulous means to survive in death. As for whether they accept it or not, it depends on the person. He raised the chess piece and gently placed it on the chessboard. Hu Xinfeng of the Crossing Gang chose evil at that moment. Therefore he is responsible for his own life and death. On my side it may not be right, but on the chessboard at that time he succeeded in seeking life and death. Because he is different from you, Sui Jingqing. From beginning to end, he never guessed that I was also a cultivator, and even dared to observe the situation in secret. Sui Jingqing asked, if he swore to protect the 4 members of the Sui family, what would Senior do? Qin Pingan slowly said, then Wuling country should continue to have such a true hero and continue to roam the Jianghu. After the storm, if such a hero is still willing to treat me to a drink, I will feel very honored. Qin Pingan pointed at the 2 chess pieces that had not yet entered the game. Just because Chao Fu is an immortal master on the mountain, or because Xiao Shai is a martial artist in the Golden Body realm? Do they really think that the Jianghu below the mountain is a pond everywhere? That they can see the bottom with one step? Not to mention them, even though I was careful, I still inexplicably got hit by the swallowing sword boat, had my flying sword snatched by others at the Skeleton Beach, and almost died on the Jinfeng Lake and Towering Peak. Therefore the Jianghu is dangerous. No matter good or evil, one can die if one is careful to avoid disaster. Moreover, if one seeks death and dies, Xiao Shai can only blame his neck for not being strong enough to withstand the slash of someone else's sword. Qin Pingan pinched the chess piece with 2 fingers. But Hu Xinfeng did not choose to be chivalrous. Instead he had evil thoughts. This is human nature. I will not kill him because of this, but let him live and die. In the end he fought for a chance of survival. Therefore I said that aside from me, Hu Xinfeng made the right choice at that moment. As for what happened on the T-Horse Ancient Road, there is no need to talk about it. That is another questioning heart chess game and has nothing to do with you. Qin Pingan put the 4 chess pieces of the 4 members of the Sui family on the chessboard. I already knew that you were trapped in a chess game. Chao Fu was the player. Later on, it was proved that he was also one of the chess pieces. His sect behind the scenes and the Golden Scale Palace were the real masters of the game. Let's not talk about the latter first. At that time, there was a problem in front of me. The crux of the problem was that I did not know the original intention of Chao Fu to set up this trap, what kind of person he was, and where his bottom line was. What kind of grudges did he have with the Sui family? After all, the Sui family was a scholarly family, but they might have made a big mistake in the past. Chao Fu's action was unfathomable and sneaky. He even drew people like the river serpent Yang Yuan into the game. Of course, his action was not honorable. However, it might also be a good thing. Since he did not kill as soon as he showed up, how could I be sure that it was not a good thing for you and the Sui family? Sui Jingqing nodded gently. Chen Pingan leaned forward and stretched out his finger to touch the chess piece with Sui Sinyu's name. The first one to disappoint me was not Hu Xinfeng but your father. Sui Jingqing was puzzled. What? Facing a disaster and not daring to save others, I would not be surprised if an ordinary Jianghu hero felt disappointed. However, with your temperament. Sui Jingqing did not continue as she was afraid of adding more to the story. Chen Pingan retracted his finger and smiled. The son of a rich family does not sit under the awning hall. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Naturally, these are all reasonable. In the pavilion, Sui Sinyu did not say a word. This is the behavior of an old man. It is not his fault. But let me ask you, who is your father, Sui Sinyu? Sui Jingqing did not rush to answer. Her father? The head of the Sui family. The number one chess player in the Wuling country? The former assistant minister of the Ministry of Works? Sui Jingqing suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Thinking of the attire of the elder in front of her, she sighed and said, "He is a great scholar of the Wuling kingdom with a full stomach. He is a scholar who understands many sages." Chen Pingan said, "The more important fact is that Hu Xinfeng did not tell you the identity of the other party at the time. There is a ferocious river flood dragon Yang Yuan hidden inside. Therefore, the truth for Sui Sinyu was that in the pavilion, it was not a life-and-death situation, but a somewhat troublesome situation. Within the Wuling country, the name of the crossing gang leader Hu Xinfeng, was it useful?" Sui Jingqing blushed and said, "Of course it was useful. At the time, I also thought it was just a farce of the Jianghu. Therefore, towards elder, at the time I actually had the intention to test you. Therefore, I purposely did not ask to borrow money." Chen Pingan said, "Because Hu Xinfeng was afraid of getting himself into trouble, he did not want to reveal Yang Yuan's identity. He appeared very calm. His warning to you was also just right. This is the experience that an experienced Jianghu person should have. He exchanged his life for it. Therefore, at the time, I glanced at the old assistant minister. When the old assistant minister saw that I did not ask to borrow money, he was relieved. This is nothing, it is still human nature. However, Sui Sinyu is a scholar, and a scholar who once held a high position, who used his knowledge to serve the country and the people." Speaking of this, Chen Pingan stretched out 2 thumbs and index fingers and gently bent them, but did not close together, as if he was holding a chess piece. The sages once said, whether or not one has a compassionate heart can distinguish people from plants and animals. Sui Sinyu, do you think your father had a compassionate heart at the time? A little bit? You are his daughter. As long as you are not under the light, you should be more familiar with his temperament than I am. Sui Jingqing shook her head and said with a bitter smile, "No." Sui Jingqing's expression was sad, as if she was talking to herself. Really no. Therefore, a person walking slowly on the road, seeing more and thinking more, has always been a double-edged sword. After seeing more people and things, it is just like that. However, that person's expression was normal, as if it was a common occurrence. He raised his head and looked into the distance, saying softly, "In the face of life and death, I have always believed that outside of survival, the evil of a mustard seed suddenly as big as a mountain is understandable. However, there are some people, maybe not many, but there will definitely be some people, at the moment of certain death, who will suddenly light up like stars. At the pavilion and on the road after that, I have been watching, I have been waiting. As long as I can find a speck of light, even if it is a speck of light, it will be extinguished by someone. However, this kind of human brilliance, in my opinion, even if it is only a speck of light, it can compete with the brilliance of the sun and the moon." Chen Pingan retracted his gaze. The first time, if Hu Xinfeng risked his life for the sake of the Jianghu. He did not hesitate to risk his life and did something that seemed very stupid. I did not need to watch this game of chess, I would have made a move at that time. The second time, if your father still had a little bit of compassion, even if he watched from the sidelines and did not have the heart to scold me loudly when I opened my mouth, I would not have watched the game of chess, but chose to make a move. Chen Pingan smiled. On the other hand, that Hu Xinfeng surprised me. In the end, after I parted with you and found Hu Xinfeng, I saw it on him. The first time was before he died. He begged me not to implicate his innocent family. The second time was when I asked him if the four of you deserved to die. He said that Sui Xinyu was actually a good official and a friend. The last time was when he naturally talked about the shady business he did in the past. Shady business, this is a very interesting way of saying it. Sui Jingqing said softly, but no matter what, Senior has always been watching. Senior, why are you clearly so disappointed but still secretly protect us? Taoists say that there is no door for fortune or disaster, but only people call for it. Buddhists say that yesterday is the cause of today. It is the same principle. However, there are many half-baked immortals in the world who are actually not real cultivators. With them around, the difficult truth becomes even more difficult to explain. Qin Pingan said, but you were the weak in that pavilion dilemma. I just happened to encounter it, and after careful consideration, I realized that I had the power to protect myself, so I did not leave. However, during this period of time, other than life and death, you suffered all kinds of hardships, such as running for your life in the rain and being on tenterhooks all the way. Also, you were ruthlessly smashed off the back of a horse with the back of a sword. You asked for it, and it was the world that gave you back. In the long run, this is not a bad thing. After all, you are still alive. There are more weak people who have more reason to live than you, but they died just like that. Qin Pingan did not think it was a big deal for the weak to ask the strong to do more. Even if there were many weak people who were protected by the strong and did not have the slightest gratitude, Qin Pingan felt that it did not matter now. Qin Pingan had never regretted the battle of Follower City and withstanding the sea of tribulation clouds. Because in any alley in Follower City, there might be a Qin Pingan or a Lu Xianyang who was silently growing. If it was said that scourges lived for 1,000 years, the world and people's hearts were like this, and it was difficult to change. Then good people should be smarter and live longer, and not become scourges instead of suffering from kindness. Evil and evil coexisted in an endless cycle. Sooner or later, everyone would have to return to the merciless great Tao of heaven and earth. Sui Jingqing thought silently and threw a few withered branches into the bonfire. She was just about to ask why the senior did not kill the river flood dragon Yang Yuan and the bandits, but she quickly figured out the key point and did not ask more. Once the enemy was alerted, Chao Fu and Xiao Shai would only be more patient and cautious. Sui Jingqing also wanted to ask why the two people were not killed on the spot on the T-Horse Ancient Road, but Sui Jingqing still quickly got the answer. What was the bottom line of good and evil of those two people? Sui Jingqing reached out and rubbed her temples. She understood a lot of things, but she just felt a little headache and her mind was in a mess. Did cultivation on the mountain have to be so restrained? Then, after cultivating the sword immortal skills of the senior, did everything have to be so complicated? If she encountered some situation where she had to act in time and it was difficult to distinguish between good and evil, would she still have to use Tao to save or kill people? That person seemed to see through Sui Jingqing's thoughts and laughed. When you get used to it and see more people and things, you will know what to do before you act. Not only will you not be sloppy, but your sword and Tao will also be very fast, only extremely fast. He pointed at the chess pieces on the chessboard and said, if Yang Yuan wanted to slap the four of you to death as soon as he entered the pavilion, or if I didn't see through Fu Jin's plan to block Hu Xinfeng's punch with his sword, I wouldn't have watched from afar. Believe me, Fu Zhen and Hu Xinfeng will not know how they died. Qin Pingan looked at Sui Jingqing, who nodded with a smile. Previously, she was kneeling on the official road and begged again. Sui Jingqing wants to follow senior to cultivate immortal techniques. He asked two questions. On what basis? What? Since young, I have been blessed with opportunities and talent for cultivation. I have been gifted with treasures from the immortal clan. I am a natural-born cultivator, but I do not have a master to guide me. After cultivating immortal techniques, I will roam the Jianghu like senior. Two answers, one was not wrong and the other was still very smart. So Qin Pingan planned for her to find Cui Dongshan and follow him to cultivate. He knew how to teach Sui Jingqing, not only impart immortal techniques but also how to conduct herself. Qin Pingan did not dare to make a judgment on Sui Jingqing's talent, but her wisdom was indeed not bad. Especially her gambling luck, she was always good. That was not luck but gambling skills. But that was not the only reason why Qin Pingan wanted Sui Jingqing to go to the Aquarius continent to find Cui Dongshan. After 2 rounds of chess, Qin Pingan had something that he wanted to show to his disciple, Cui Dongshan. It could be considered as half of the answer to the question that his student asked him in the past. Qin Pingan took out Flying Sword 15 and gently pinched it. He started to lower his head and bend down on the small bamboo like walking mountain staff, and started to carve on it. In Sui Jingqing's eyes, it was as though he was carving on it. Sui Jingqing did not say a word, and only stared at the man carving on the walking mountain staff silently. After an instant's time, Sui Jingqing's eyes were sore and she rubbed her eyes. About 2 hours later, the man put away the flying sword that was used as a carving knife, and the sword light flashed between his eyebrows. Chen Pingan said sternly, "After you find that person, tell him that I have some ideas about the answer to that question. But before answering the question there are 2 prerequisites. Firstly, the pursuit must be absolutely correct. Secondly, if there is a mistake you must know it and correct it. As for how to change and how to correct his mistakes, the answer lies in this mountain-traversing staff. Let Shui Dongshan see it for himself. Moreover, I hope that he can see it more clearly and further than I can and do it better. One is countless ones, and that is the great way of heaven and earth and all living beings in the world. Let him start from what his eyes can see and his heart can see. It is not that when the correct result comes, he can turn a blind eye to the mistakes in between. There is no such good thing in the world. Not only does he need to re-examine it, but he also needs to look at it more carefully." 5:20. Deep into the night, Sui Jingqing was no longer sleepy. There was a saying in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms that she was a night owl. She felt that it was exactly what she was now. The breathing exercises recorded in the booklet were all done at noon. Different solar terms meant different hours of practice during the day. At the end of the booklet there were 4 words that were extremely moving. Ascension during the day. When they parted on the official road, the old assistant minister took off the thin bamboo robe and returned it to his daughter, Sui Jingqing. He was reluctant to say goodbye and privately warned his daughter that she was fortunate enough to follow the Sword Immortal to practice Taoism on the mountain. She was under the protection of her ancestors in heaven. Therefore, she had to maintain a proper attitude and not put on airs like a lady from a respectable family. Otherwise, it would be a waste of her ancestors' good deeds. That person had been practicing the boring boxing stance all along. Sui Jingqing got up and went around to pick up some dried twigs. She followed suit and roasted them by the bonfire to disperse the accumulated water. She did not throw them directly into the fire. All these years her practice had been very bumpy. Due to the lack of a master to guide her and the booklet's contents, other than the practical abhijna of controlling the golden hairpin like a flying sword, which Sui Jingqing had learned about 70 to 80% of, the rest of the words were like the opening of a Taoist scripture. It was too vague, making her unable to make sense of it. Just like that person who had casually said that, the truth is unavoidable, there was no one to help her review and solve the puzzle. Therefore, even though Sui Jingqing had been studying the booklet since she was young, she still felt that she could not understand it. Therefore, even though she was in her early 30s, she was still a chi cultivator at the bottleneck of the second realm. Sui Jingqing was actually a little hesitant about whether she should take out the bamboo robe, golden hairpin and booklet. If that powerful Sword Immortal Senior took a fancy to them, she was actually fine with it. However, she was afraid that he would misunderstand and think that she was showing off her cleverness. This was not the first time she had tried to be clever and made a fool of herself. Chen Pingan stopped his boxing stance and sat by the bonfire. He stretched out his hand and said, "I'll help you save one of your worries. Give it to me." Sui Jingqing carefully took out the 3 golden hairpins and a booklet that was as bright as new. It was called Shang Shang Xianji in ancient seal script. Sui Jingqing said softly, "Senior, the hairpin is a little strange. It has been associated with me since I was young. When others hold it they will be scalded. In the early years, there was once a maidservant who tried to steal the golden hairpin. As a result, her entire palm was scalded. She was in so much pain that she rolled on the ground. Very soon, the rest of the people in the residence were alerted. Later, even though the injury on her hand was healed, she seemed to have lost her soul. It's okay." Chen Pingan took the booklet with one hand and opened it with the other. Sui Jingqing gently let go of the booklet and the 3 colorful hairpins fell into Chen Pingan's palm. The hairpins trembled slightly but Chen Pingan's palm was safe and sound. Chen Pingan looked at them for a moment and said slowly, "The hairpins can be considered your natal item. There are 3 levels of refinement in the world. Minor refinement can be absorbed into a cultivator's Chi-Fu acupoint, but anyone can snatch it. Minor refinement can unlock the various magical effects of a celestial instrument. Just like this nameless mountain with the mountain god and the ancestral temple, great refinement is your natal item." The person who gave you these 3 fated chances is a real master. His Tao must be very mysterious. He is at least an earth immortal, maybe even a nascent soul cultivator. As for why this person gave you the chance to climb the mountain but abandoned you for 30 to 40 years, Sui Jingqing, who had been listening attentively, said softly, "It's only 32 years." The man smiled and said, "How many months do you want to talk about it?" Sui Jingqing looked embarrassed. Chen Pingan first put the booklet on his knees and picked up a hairpin with 2 fingers. He gently tapped the hairpin in his other palm. The crisp sound was like that of metal and stone. With each tap, a circle of light rippled. Chen Pingan looked up and said, "These 3 hairpins are a set of magic weapons. They look exactly the same but they are not. They are called Spiritual Essence Clear Way, Spiritual Essence Clear Sky, and Tai Xia Ghost Slayer. They are most likely related to the Thunder Art, the head of all arts." Sui Jingqing's face was full of disbelief. She said sincerely, "Senior, you are so knowledgeable. There is nothing you don't know." These were words from the bottom of her heart. No matter how one looked at the 3 golden hairpins, there was no difference between them. How could he even know the names of these hairpins? Chen Pingan looked at her and said, "There are inscriptions on the hairpins. The words are very small. Your cultivation is too low to see them." Sui Jingqing's face was stiff. Chen Pingan gently threw the 3 hairpins back to Sui Jingqing and began to flip through the booklet with the strange name. He frowned and immediately closed it after flipping through 2 pages. When Chen Pingan opened the book, the words on the pages of Shang Xian collection flashed. Even with Chen Pingan's eyesight and memory, he couldn't remember the rough outline of the words on the page. It was like a battlefield that was originally orderly, but in an instant, it scattered and became disorderly and messy. Needless to say, it was another natal item of Sui Jingqing. It was very likely that Sui Jingqing was not the only one who could see the text when she opened it. Even if Chen Pingan let her hold the book and flip through the pages, the content they saw was still very different. Chen Pingan beckoned Sui Jingqing to sit beside him and let her flip through the book. Sui Jingqing was confused and just did as she was told. Chen Pingan quickly asked her to put away the booklet and said, "This immortal art is not low in quality, but it is incomplete. The person who gave you the book must have had high expectations of you. But he could not let your preacher be your protector, so he left for more than 30 years." Sui Jingqing held the hairpin in one hand and the book in the other. Her face was full of smiles and joy. It was more intense than knowing that she was the jade of Sui family. Chen Pingan began to close his eyes and rest. His hands gently held the golden thunder whip that looked like green bamboo. There were no words on the green bamboo, only lines of densely packed engravings. Sui Jingqing suddenly asked, "Senior, do you want to take a look at the robe called Bamboo Robe?" Chen Pingan opened his eyes with a strange expression. Seeing her sincere and eager look, Chen Pingan said helplessly, "No need to look at it. It must be a good treasure of immortals. Robes have always been precious. When cultivating on the mountain there are many fights. Generally speaking, Chi trainers will have 2 natal items, one for attack and one for defense. Since the master gave you 3 hairpins, the bamboo robe probably matches the quality." Sui Jingqing was a little late. Her face was slightly red and she did not speak anymore. After a moment of silence, the man stopped practicing his punches and stances. Instead, he began to concentrate and meditate like a cultivator. His breathing was long and deep. Sui Jingqing vaguely felt that there seemed to be layers of brilliance flowing around his body. One was as bright as a lamp, while the other was as soft as the moonlight. Sui Jingqing only thought that this sword fairy senior was a person who had achieved Tao. Even if her cultivation was insignificant, she could still see some clues. In fact, Sui Jingqing was indeed a very talented cultivator. She could not see the inscription on the hairpin because of her limited eyesight. She could see the strange phenomenon like Chen Pingan because of her extraordinary talent. Her perception of the spiritual qi of heaven and earth was far better than that of ordinary cultivators in the 5 lower states. Sui Jingqing suddenly thought of something. After hesitating for a long time, she still felt that it was not a small matter. She could only ask, "Senior, the reason why Chao Fu and Xiao Shai acted so sneakily on this trip was not only because they did not want to attract the attention of the Great Seal dynasty and the emperor of a small country in the northern lands. Is it because they are also afraid of the expert who gave me the opportunity back then? Perhaps Chao Fu's master, that golden core earth immortal, or the Golden Scale Palace's palatial lord's uncle master patriarch are unwilling to show themselves. It's similar to how Chao Fu got that saber-wielding pugilistic warrior to appear first to test if Senior Sword Immortal is hiding by the side. Is it the same logic?" Qin Pingan opened her eyes again and smiled without saying a word. Sui Jingqing's temperament was really good. Qin Pingan explained patiently, once the cultivators on the mountain have a feud, it is easy to be entangled for 100 years. There are rules on the mountain and there are rules in the Jianghu. Chao Fu and Xiao Shai despise the Jianghu from the bottom of their hearts. They feel that they can reach the bottom of the Jianghu by stepping on the mountain. They are all small fries. But they don't understand the taboos and the complicated situation on the mountain. The mastermind behind them will know it clearly. They are wary of me right now. Chao Fu is only wary of my flying sword, but the person behind the curtain has another concern, which is the traveler that you've already thought of. If your preacher is just an earth deity from another village, they won't mind making a bigger deal after weighing the pros and cons. But if the protector that your preacher sends out for you is a sword cultivator at the peak of the core formation stage, the person behind the curtain will have to consider whether or not he can withstand the joint revenge of two nascent soul stage cultivators. Sui Jingqing's eyelashes shivered slightly. That person said it straightforwardly and simply, and there was hidden killing intent. Sui Jingqing was originally a clever woman. The more she thought about it, the more she gained. She only felt that the magnificent scenery on the mountain in her heart was finally slowly revealing a corner of it. Sui Jingqing asked a question that was not in line with her usual temperament. Senior, do you really not want any of the 3 immortal items? Qin Pingan shook his head. I took them in the right way. Sui Jingqing smiled knowingly. Qin Pingan suddenly asked, do you have any more ideas? Sui Jingqing was stunned. After thinking for a moment, she shook her head and said, no. Qin Pingan said, Chao Fu previously used Xiao Shai to lure me away from the mountain. He mistakenly thought that he was sure to win and stopped you on the path. He told you directly what happened after you followed him up the mountain. Don't you feel scared? Sui Jingqing did have a lingering fear. She was refined into a living tripod furnace by Chao Fu's master, and after being taught Taoist techniques, she was able to dual cultivate with the Grandmaster of the Golden Scale Palace. Although Sui Jingqing was wholeheartedly pursuing Tao, she did not want to become a pitiful puppet who could not control herself. Qin Pingan sighed. Then have you ever thought about the original intention of the master who gave you the opportunity? Have you ever thought of a possibility? What if this person's cultivation is higher than Chao Fu's, his intentions are more sinister, and his calculations are more long-term? Sui Jingqing broke out in a cold sweat. Qin Pingan stretched out his hand and pressed it twice, indicating that Sui Jingqing did not need to be too afraid. He said softly, this is just a possibility. Why did he dare to give you 3 treasures? Not only did he give you a great opportunity to cultivate Tao, but he also put you in danger unknowingly? Why didn't he directly take you to his own immortal sect? Why didn't he arrange a Tao protector by your side? Why was he so sure that you could become a Tao cultivator by yourself? What was the mystery of your mother's strange dream of a god holding a baby girl? Sui Jingqing stretched out her hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead, then pressed the back of her hand against her forehead. She shook her head and said, I don't understand. Qin Pingan nodded. Most things in the world are like this. No matter how you think about it, you can't understand it. Even if you do understand it, it might not be a good thing. Sui Jingqing's face was blank. In this period of time she was like a stray dog. The road was full of twists and turns, ups and downs. Tonight's matter, this person's few words had caused her mood to rise and fall greatly. Qin Pingan said, I only told you this after you decided to go to the Aquarius continent, because I want you to make another choice in your state of mind. How should you treat the wandering master who may not appear in your lifetime, but may appear tonight? Let's say that the master has good intentions towards you, but at the beginning of your cultivation he took care of you too much to prevent you from spoiling things through excessive enthusiasm. But now he does not know about the matters of the Wuling Empire and the Sui family. After all, for cultivators, the higher their cultivation, the more they do not know about the hardships of the world. Then you can temporarily go to the Aquarius continent, but you cannot be in a hurry to become Cui Dongshan's disciple. If that person had bad intentions towards you from the start, then you would not have such concerns. But now you and I cannot be sure of the truth of the matter. What should we do? Sui Jingqing asked in a daze. What should we do? Qin Pingan laughed angrily. What should we do? Sui Jingqing wiped her face and suddenly laughed. If it was before I met Senior or if it was someone else who saved me, I would not care about anything and run as far as possible. Even if I am ashamed of the wandering master who had helped me in the past, I would try my best not to think too much about it. Now I feel that Senior Sword Immortal is right. The scholars at the foot of the mountain protect themselves when they are in danger, but they have to have some compassion. Then the cultivators on the mountain, when they run away from danger, they have to have a grateful heart. So whether it is Senior Sword Immortal or that Senior Chui Dongshan, even if I am lucky enough to become one of your disciples, it will only be in name. Until I reunite with that wandering master in this life, even if his cultivation is not as high as yours, I will ask the two of you to allow me to change my sect, and become the disciple of that wandering master. Qin Pingan nodded, that is correct. What was even more valuable was that Qin Pingan could see that Sui Jingqing's words were not sincere. Some words needed to be seen and not heard. This was the benefit of cultivating on the mountain. So Qin Pingan said emotionally, I hope that my previous guess was too dark. I still hope that the wandering master can become your disciple in the future, and climb the mountain hand in hand to see the mountains and rivers. Sui Jingqing snickered and narrowed her eyes to look at him. Qin Pingan immediately understood the silent words in her eyes. He stared at her. You and I, only the way we see the world is the same. But our temperaments are very different. Sui Jingqing could not help but laugh. It was rare for her to be so childish. She began to look around. Master, where are you? God knows if he would be like the green shirt sword immortal senior who carried the bamboo box. He might be far away, but he might also be close at hand. Qin Pingan also laughed. Of course, Sui Jingqing's master did not appear. After that, the two of them did not deliberately hide their whereabouts. However, because Sui Jingqing needed to cultivate at a fixed time during the day, Qin Pingan bought a carriage on the way to the capital of the Wuling Kingdom and became the coachman himself. Sui Jingqing took the initiative to talk about the key points of cultivation in the book, Shang Shang Xianji. He talked about how, at different times, there would be different scenes where the eyes would be moist like steam, the eyes would itch like lightning, and the internal organs would vibrate and suddenly ring. Qin Pingan could not give any advice. Moreover, Sui Jingqing was a layman who had cultivated for nearly 30 years on his own without any signs of illness. Instead, his skin was delicate and his eyes were clear. There should not be any big problems. This journey was smooth and did not stop at all. Just like when they escorted Li Huai and the others to the Academy of the Great Sui Kingdom. Not only were there bumps and bumps, but there were also more trifles. Just like every time Li Huai went to take a dump or pee, he would only dare to go with Qin Pingan, especially in the middle of the night. Even if Yu Lu was on guard duty for the second half of the night, Qin Pingan, who was on guard duty for the first half of the night, was already sound asleep. He would still be shaken awake by Li Huai. Then, the sleepy-eyed Qin Pingan would accompany the guy who was covering his crotch or holding his ass as they walked far away. That was how it had always been. Qin Pingan never said anything to Li Huai, and Li Huai never said a word of thanks. However, a country bumpkin was not used to saying thank you to others. Just like the scholar, he was indeed unwilling to say that he was wrong about this statement. But in the end, Li Huai did care about it. So everyone could see that among the group of people, Li Huai cared about Qin Pingan the most. Even after so many years of studying in the academy, Li Huai still had the attitude of a bully and a coward towards Qin Pingan. When he really encountered a problem, the first person he thought of was Qin Pingan, not even his parents or sister who were far away in another continent. It was just that one was dependence, the other was nostalgia. Different feelings but equally deep. And although Sui Jingqing was a half-baked cultivator, she still had not fasted. Moreover, she was a woman, so the trouble was actually not at all. It was very little. So when Qin Pingan bought a carriage in a bustling county, he deliberately stayed for one more day and stayed in an inn. At that time, Sui Jingqing, who felt that she weighed 160 kilograms, was relieved. She borrowed some money from Qin Pingan, saying that she was going to buy some things. Then she changed into a new dress and bought a hedge to cover her face. It was not that he deliberately took care of Sui Jingqing. In fact, Qin Pingan himself was not in a hurry. He had a rough idea of the route and would not delay. He just needed to reach the Green Oriole Kingdom in autumn. So one day, at the edge of a turbulent river, Qin Pingan took out his fishing rod to fish. The sand moved, but the stone did not move. He actually caught a green snail that weighed more than 10 kilograms. When the two were drinking fish soup, Qin Pingan said that there was a green snail in a mountain lake in the Tongye continent. It was the most magical. As long as it lived for more than 100 years, its mouth would contain a green stone of different sizes. It was extremely pure. After crushing it with a secret technique and exposing it to the sun, it was the dream material for talisman sect cultivators to draw talismans. Sui Jingqing was shocked when she heard it. The two would occasionally play chess. Sui Jingqing finally confirmed that this sword celestial senior was really a bad chess player. He had a strong first move and there were no flaws. Then the more he played, the worse he became. The first time they played chess, Sui Jingqing was very serious. This was because she felt that the senior must have held back during the game at the pavilion. Later on, Sui Jingqing accepted her fate. This senior had really only memorized some of the first moves. Fortunately, the senior did not feel embarrassed. He lost 10 out of 10 games. Every time he reviewed the game, he would humbly ask Sui Jingqing for advice on some of her moves. Sui Jingqing naturally did not dare to hold back. Finally, when they were shopping in a bookstore in a county city, they picked 2 chess manuals. One of them was The Great Official's Chess Manual. It was mainly about life and death problems. The other was dedicated to recording the fixed positions. Back then, the senior had given her some gold and silver in the county city and told her to keep it for herself. Therefore, she still had some left after buying the chess manual. Once, when they were traveling at night, they passed by a cemetery in the wilderness. The senior suddenly stopped the carriage and called Sui Jingqing out of the carriage. Then, he gently tapped her eyebrows with 2 fingers and asked her to focus on a certain spot. Sui Jingqing lifted the silk fence and saw a white fox carrying a skeleton on its back on the grave. It was worshipping the moon. She asked why, but the senior said he did not know. He had seen many fox spirits transforming into beautiful figures to bewitch traveling scholars. It was also his first time seeing a fox spirit worshipping the moon with a skeleton on its back. The carriage continued on its way. Hearing the noise, the white fox carrying the skeleton on its back flashed away. A moment later, a graceful woman on the road in front of them stroked her hair coquettishly. Qin Pingan ignored her. Sui Jingqing, who was sitting outside the carriage, was a little annoyed. She removed the fence and revealed her true appearance. The woman looked as if she had been struck by lightning. She muttered and cursed and turned to leave. Sui Jingqing raised her eyebrows and put on the fence. Her legs dangled outside the carriage and swayed gently. Qin Pingan laughed and said, "Why are you angry with a fox spirit?" Sui Jingqing said, "It transforms into a woman and seduces men. No wonder people like to call it a coquettish fox. When I have mastered the celestial way, I must teach them a lesson." Qin Pingan laughed and said, "Not all fox spirits are like that. Some are naughty but also kind. I also heard that there is a celestial fox worshipped in the Taoist master's mansion on Mount Longhu in the Central Plains. It was grateful that the old Taoist master used the Taoist master's seal to imprint on its fox skin to help her escape the mighty heaven's tribulation to reach the upper 5 states. Therefore, it has been protecting the disciples of the Taoist master's mansion ever since. It even helps to train the Taoist heart." Sui Jingqing silently remembered this incident on the mountain that was even more unbelievable than the supernatural beings. Her last thought was that the fox spirit might not be as good-looking as she was. One day at dusk, they passed by an ancient temple. It was said that the waves were turbulent all year round, making it impossible for people to cross the river even if they had boats. Therefore, ancient immortals drew talismans on paper, and stone rhinoceroses jumped out of the white paper and into the water to suppress the monsters. Since then, everything was peaceful. Sui Jingqing and Qin Pingan entered the temple to burn incense. They asked the incense shop for a young couple. Later, when they arrived at the ferry, Sui Jingqing found that the young couple had followed the carriage. For some reason, they began to kowtow to them, saying that they were begging the immortals to give them a ride so that they could cross the river together. Qin Pingan nodded and agreed. In the end, along with the carriage, Qin Pingan, Sui Jingqing, and the young couple boarded a huge ferry to cross the river. After they reached the shore, the carriage slowly traveled for a few miles before the young couple asked to alight. Sui Jingqing and the young couple sat in the carriage and it was slightly crowded. They discovered even more strange things. When the couple was crossing the river with the carriage and the ferry, they were sweating profusely, as though the boat would capsize and sink at any moment. The 2 of them leaned against each other and held hands, looking as though they were facing death. This made Sui Jingqing worried. He mistakenly believed that there were spirits causing trouble in the river and that the ferry would capsize at any moment. However, when he thought of the sword immortal sitting outside, he felt a lot more at ease. After the young couple alighted, they kowtowed again, kowtowing 3 times and kowtowing 9 times. Sui Jingqing saw that the senior did not say anything. He just stood there and accepted the kowtow. However, when the young couple stood up with tears in their eyes, the senior said softly, "Spirits and spirits, do good deeds and accumulate merit. The Tao is not biased and will naturally protect you." Sui Jingqing felt that strange things were happening one after another. After the young couple heard this, they felt as though they had been pardoned and were enlightened. They actually knelt down piously again. However, this time, the senior extended his hand to support the young man. Let's go. The mountains and rivers are far and the Tao is arduous. Do your best. The young couple did not walk on the official road. Instead, they walked off the road. A distance away, the young woman stopped and turned around. One of them bowed with their hands clasped, while the other gave a curtsy. Then, when the carriage drove into a small path, Sui Jingqing, who was about to ask the couple about their origins, suddenly widened his eyes. He saw ripples appear as a golden-armored deity with a metal spear in hand stood on the path. Chen Pingan stopped the carriage and floated to the ground. He cupped his fists and asked, "Did we make things difficult for you by acting on our own accord?" The golden-armored deity with a solemn expression shook his head and said with a smile, "In the past, we were bound by the rules. It was my duty and I could not show favoritism. That couple should be blessed to be protected by your merit. They have waited bitterly for 100 years before crossing the river." The golden-armored deity opened up a path and stood to the side. He gently stabbed the ground with his spear and said, "I'll send you on your journey." Chen Pingan cupped his fists once again and bade him farewell with a smile. He returned to the carriage and slowly drove past the golden-armored deity that presided over the river. Sui Jingqing fell silent for a long while before asking softly, "Senior, is this what it means to be successful in cultivation? To be able to make a golden-armored deity take the initiative to open up a path for you?" Chen Pingan did not answer his question. He said slowly, "You have to know that there are not only people like Chao Fu on the mountain. There are also people like Xiao Shai in the pugilistic world. There are some things that I can't explain to you. It's better for you to experience them yourself." That night, the carriage stopped in a quiet and uninhabited area. The Sword Immortal Senior had spent a rare amount of effort and time to stew a huge pot of bamboo shoots and bacon. Sui Jingqing could not be bothered to think about why the bamboo shoots were still so fresh despite being in the middle of summer, or why they were not taken out from a bamboo chest. However, Sui Jingqing felt that the young senior was still in a good mood after crossing the river. Sui Jingqing had previously asked about the Sword Immortal Senior's age. In the beginning, the senior had ignored her. Later on, she could not hold back her curiosity and asked him twice in a roundabout manner. Only then did he say that he was about 300 years old. Sui Jingqing became even more determined to pursue the Tao. That day they passed by a bustling city near Saga Mountain Manor and happened to see a temple fair. Every so often there would be similar stalls. The ground was filled with clay dolls and small porcelain figurines. 1 copper coin could be exchanged with the stall owner for a small bamboo ring or 2 copper coins for a large willow ring. It was packed with people. There would also be adults helping the children throw bamboo rings and willow rings. Whenever an adult caught one of those clay dolls or porcelain figurines, the children around them would be overjoyed and dance with joy. Chen Pingan had laughed and said, "Are there so few Jianghu people in your Wuling country?" At the start, Sui Jingqing did not know why she had asked such a question. She only said, "Our Wuling country is more literary." So after Elder Wang Dun appeared, everyone in the court, even a civil official like my father, would feel honored and hope to meet Elder Wang Dun through Hu Xinfeng. After the carriage had traveled some distance, Sui Jingqing finally understood the reason for the senior's question. If there were more martial artists, there might still be stalls like the temple fair, but there would not be so many. Because if one was unlucky, it would be a losing business. It would not be like the merchants at the temple fair now. Everyone just sat there and made money. It was just a matter of how much they made. Sui Jingqing sighed. This was probably one of the hidden connections in the world. If she had not met this senior, she might not have thought about these things for the rest of her life. If she did not think about it, she would not lose anything. Her days would continue. But if she thought about it, there might not be any immediate benefits. No wonder that senior had once said that thinking about connections, reasoning, and thinking about the affairs of the world were never easy things. Once, when they passed by a watermelon field, the carriage stopped. Chen Pingan squatted by the ridge of the field and stared dazedly at the green and cute watermelons. Thinking back to the days in the small town, under the old locust tree, there were many people carrying bamboo baskets from the iron lock well. The old people told old stories. The children ate cold watermelons. The shade of the locust tree was cool and the heart was cool. Sui Jingqing jumped off the carriage and asked curiously, "Elder, you are an immortal of the mountain, do you also want to eat watermelons?" Chen Pingan was silent for a long time. In the end he said, "If there is a day when I can do as I please, when I can steal a watermelon and run away, it means that I have truly cultivated my heart. The influence of the Tonghulu in the past on my state of mind will be completely eliminated." Sui Jingqing felt that this was a sentence even stranger than a strange matter. He could not understand it. On a dangerous mountain and river road near the capital they met a group of strong people. Sui Jingqing felt that this group of people who flaunted their strength were really lucky. Qin Pingan asked Sui Jingqing to show off his skills casually. A golden hairpin like a flying sword scared them out of their wits. Later that senior took Sui Jingqing to sneak into the vicinity of the village. They saw a simple house there. Chickens were crowing and dogs were barking. Smoke was curling up from the chimney. There was a thin child flying a tattered kite. One of the bandits was squatting by the side and smiling. Next to him stood a short old man in a tattered green robe. He was cursing the man for being useless. If there was no harvest, the village would not be able to eat. The children inside were not studying. When they were reciting books in school, their stomachs were growling louder than the sound of studying. The man scratched his head and said that the woman was extraordinary. She was most likely an immortal from the books. If we did not run fast enough, we would not starve to death. We would have been beaten to death. Qin Pingan left quietly with Sui Jingqing. They returned to the carriage and continued on their way. In the night, Sui Jingqing did not feel sleepy. He sat outside the carriage and looked at the forest beside the road. Sui Jingqing muttered to himself, "When I first saw them looting, I wanted to kill them all. Senior, if I really did that, wouldn't it be wrong?" Qin Pingan shook his head and said, "Not wrong." Sui Jingqing asked again, "But if I met them again on the road after seeing their lives, if I threw a bag of gold and silver to them, would it be wrong?" Qin Pingan smiled and said, "Not wrong but also not right." Sui Jingqing suddenly felt a little guilty. Qin Pingan said, "We agreed before that I would only lend you the gold and silver. I will not care what you do. So, you can secretly stay outside the village. Don't worry about me holding you accountable." Qin Pingan finally said, "The affairs of the world are complicated. It is not something that can be casually said. The matter of the meridians that I talk to you about is to look at the meridians of the human heart. Once you have some small achievements, it may seem complicated, but it is actually very simple. As for the matter of order, it may seem simple, but it is even more complicated. Because it is not only related to right and wrong, but also involves the good and evil of the human heart. So, I talked about the meridians everywhere. In the end, it is still for the sake of the order. But as for how to go about it, no one taught me. For the time being, I have only comprehended the method of cutting and defining the path of the heart sword. I have roughly explained all these to you." However, since he was not and she was originally intelligent, she did not have such worries. She said directly, "The sequence of events is not what you said. In the world, there are many right and wrong, especially after the conventions of the continent and the country, they are all fixed. Lustful greed, violent violence, lustful greed, and bullying others. There is no need to doubt that these are all wrong. It is not that you are wrong because you are rich, and it is also not that a woman is wrong because she is beautiful. Only after understanding all of this can one talk about the order of things, as well as the degree of right and wrong. Otherwise, even if a woman in the marketplace flaunts her hair and swaggers through the streets, it is not a reason to snatch a woman. A child carrying gold through the streets, as well as the saying that treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime, do you really think that the child is at fault? Is the person with the jade in the wrong? It is not so. It is just that the world is like this. That is why there are these helpless old sayings. They are just to advise the good and the weak to be more careful." Qin Pingan turned his head and asked with a smile, "The world is like this. It has always been like this, right?" "I don't think so." Sui Jingqing's eyes were shining. "Senior, you are wise." Qin Pingan turned his head and said with a smile, "Is this a wise opinion? If the sage's principles in the books could be brought to life, I reckon that in the stomachs of countless scholars in the world, there would be countless little people who would either be angered to death, or wish that they could beat their stomachs open and run back to the books." Sui Jingqing asked carefully, "Senior, do you have a prejudice against scholars?" Qin Pingan shook his head and said, "If they are not full of poetry and books, then they are scholars. It is not that people who have never read and cannot read are not scholars." Sui Jingqing was about to sigh. Qin Pingan said, "Don't flatter me." Sui Jingqing could not help blushing and said, "Senior, you are really prophetic." Qin Pingan turned his head. Sui Jingqing blinked and silently put down the curtain of the carriage. After sitting down, she tried to restrain herself, but she still could not hold back the smile on her face. Afterwards they entered the capital of the Wuling Kingdom. The senior would stop the carriage at the various places of interest and historical interest. Occasionally he would carve some inscriptions on bamboo slips. Along the way they met young heroes and young girls traveling the Jianghu. Two horses galloped past, brushing past the carriage. The sleeves of the men and women and the manes of the horses fluttered in the wind. They had also passed by villages in the countryside. There were groups of children playing and playing together. One after another they leaped over a creek. Even some of the weaker girls would take a few steps back and then rush over. Qin Pingan smiled and said, "I've heard a lot about you. Nice to meet you." This Master Lu came with 4 people. He grinned and said, "You don't mind sitting together, right? Jianghu people don't care about trifles. Just squeeze a little." But just as he was about to ask the other 3 to sit down, there was naturally someone who wanted to sit on the bench with the girl. For example, he had already stood up and planned to give the bench under his butt to his friend. He wanted to squeeze with her. People in Jianghu were particular about being bold. They did not pay attention to the rotten rule that men and women should not touch each other. Unexpectedly, the young man smiled and said, "I do mind." However, Master Lu obviously did not expect such an answer. He had already stood up. The tall and sturdy man had already smelled a fragrance more attractive than the fragrance of wine. He was about to sit on the bench openly. However, in the next moment, not only did this Jianghu hero stop moving, but the spectators who heard the words, "those who mind," also stopped laughing. They all secretly swallowed their saliva, and some had already lifted their butts, planning to slip away. Because there was an exquisite pocket-sized dark green flying sword suspended a few inches away from the tall and sturdy man's forehead. The young man in green smiled and said, "Now, do you mind squeezing with me and drinking with me?" "Don't mind? What?" Why did Lu Deong feel that no matter how he answered, it was wrong? The 3 Jianghu friends behind Lu Deong all stood in place and looked down. They were probably not familiar with the river-churning flood dragon Lu. Qin Pingan waved his hand. Lu Deong and the 3 people behind him dashed away. The rest of the drinkers also looked frightened and were about to run away. Unexpectedly, the legendary sword immortal said another sentence. "It's not too late to leave after paying the bill." As a result, a few tables of rich people directly threw silver ingots at the counter and then quickly left. Except for Qin Pingan and Sui Jingqing, there were no other guests. Qin Pingan pretended to be weak. After looking around, the flying sword hovering in the air swayed and fell on the table. He quickly put it into his sleeve. The corner of Sui Jingqing's mouth raised. The old shopkeeper inexplicably gained a large sum of money. After seeing the scene, he smiled and said, "You're a sword cultivator on the mountain. Are you not afraid of causing more trouble?" The heroes of Jianghu hold grudges and are good at forming groups. They like to help their relatives and not reason, and help the weak but not the strong. Qin Pingan turned his head and smiled. With such an otherworldly expert like the old shopkeeper here, there shouldn't be too much trouble. The old shopkeeper smiled and said, "You have a good eye." Qin Pingan smiled and said, "Same to you." Sui Jingqing asked softly, "Can I take down the hedge?" Qin Pingan nodded. Sui Jingqing took down the hedge. Finally he could drink leisurely in peace. The old man exclaimed, "What a pretty girl. I've never seen a prettier girl in my life. You two should be the so-called immortal couple on the mountain, right? No wonder you dare to roam Jianghu like this. Alright, just drink today. You don't have to pay. Anyway, thanks to you, I've earned a lot today." Qin Pingan was about to raise his bowl to drink when he heard the old shopkeeper's words. He stopped what he was doing and hesitated. In the end, he did not say anything and drank a big mouthful of wine. Sui Jingqing's limpid eyes were full of smiles. The old man glanced outside and sighed. He looked at the back of the young man in green and said, "I advise you to let your wife wear the hedge. After all, old Wang is not in the village. If something really happens, even if I help you now, I can't help you all the way. Are you going to wait for old Wang to return from the capital city of Dezhuan and establish a relationship with him before you dare to leave? I might as well be frank with you. Old Wang comes here from time to drink wine. I know his temper very well. He has always had a bad impression of you immortals on the mountain. He may not be willing to meet you." Sui Jingqing glanced at the face of the senior opposite him. He held back his laughter and explained to the old shopkeeper, "I'm just a registered disciple. We're not immortal Taoist companions." The old man bent 2 fingers and pointed at his eyes. "Do you think I'm blind?" Sui Jingqing turned his head and looked at the opposite side with a helpless and pitiful look. However, Qin Pingan did not seem to care at all. He just turned his head and looked at the old man. He asked with a smile, "Senior, why did you leave Jianghu and hide in the streets?" People were constantly gathering in the streets and alleys, pointing at the tavern and whispering among themselves. The old man laughed. Of course it's because I can't stay in Jianghu anymore. You're really a living immortal who doesn't know the hardships of the people. Qin Pingan asked again, if I were a weak scholar who didn't meet you in the tavern, would I get up in anger and be beaten half to death or endure the humiliation and be bullied by others? The old man leaned over the counter and took a sip of wine. He scratched his head and gently put down the cup. Endure it? As long as you're alive, there's always a chance to make up for it from other people, right? Qin Pingan laughed, raised the cup high and drank it in one gulp. The old man was still sipping wine, however, it's still wrong. Soon, the roofs near the tavern were filled with spectators. The legendary sword immortal. One look at him and you'll be able to tell a lifetime of Jianghu experience. However, although there were many spectators, no one really took a few steps forward to be unlucky. Although great hero Lu called his friends and hid among them, he did not lose his mind. Instead, he was in high spirits and told others that he had experienced the elegance of a sword immortal. He said that the flying sword was less than an inch away from his glabella. It was really dangerous and his life was hanging by a thread. Qin Pingan drank his wine. Since the senior was polite, he did not hold back. He had no intention of paying the bill. He just stood up and cupped his fist. Greetings, Senior Wang Dun. The old man smiled and nodded. I knew you had good eyesight. What? Aren't you going to ask me why I like to wear a mask and pretend to be a wine seller? Qin Pingan shook his head. The old man sneered. You made it to the top 10 but you're at the bottom. You don't hide in peace and drink to relieve your sorrows. Do you want people to congratulate you all day long and laugh about how lucky you are? Sui Jingqing quickly stood up and bowed to the senior Wang Dun whom he had admired for a long time. The old man waved his hand. Although your man looks good, you need to cultivate well yourself. There are no good men in the world. Whenever something happens they like to call you a femme fatale. Sui Jingqing turned to look at the senior. Qin Pingan smiled. I've made progress in my cultivation. I'm not the same as before. However, he glanced at the hedge on the table. Sui Jingqing quickly put it on. Wang Dun suddenly said, You too, are you that sword immortal and Sui Jingqing from outside? I heard that because of that Sui Jingqing, the ninth Xiaoshai died in the hands of a foreign sword immortal. His head was brought back to the Qingxi kingdom. Fortunately, I wanted to buy a landscape gazette even if I had to sell everything. Otherwise I would have lost a lot. Qin Pingan smiled. You have good eyesight, senior. Wang Dun exclaimed, walked around the counter and sat on the bench at their table. Have a seat. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. I, Wang Dun, have heard a lot about the cultivators on the mountain. Nice to meet you. End of chapter. 521. Sui Jingqing was not used to it. In his impression, Wang Dun was the #1 martial artist since the founding of the Wuling Kingdom. He was known as the Grand Master who could defeat the entire Jianghu of the Wuling Kingdom with one hand. He was well known throughout the court. Whether it was Jianghu martial artists, scholars, or common people, they all said that Wang Dun was an elegant old man in a green robe. He was proficient in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Other than his skills, he was also very concerned about the kingdom and its people. He was once a man in a green robe at the border of the Wuling Kingdom and stopped an enemy cavalry that was attacking the south. He won enough time for the Wuling Kingdom's border army to deploy their troops. Qin Pingan sat down first, Sui Jingqing followed suit. Wang Dun got up and went to the counter to get 3 pots of wine, one for each of them. He said generously, My treat. When Wang Dun placed the wine pot in front of Sui Jingqing, he whispered, The daughter of old Assistant Minister Sui Sinew, right? Her appearance is very good. The 4 beauties are equally famous, each has her own merits. She has brought honor to the women of the Wuling Kingdom. Compared to me who is at the bottom of the Jianghu, she is more worthy of an emperor's plaque. But I have to say something fair. The sword immortal you found, whether it is his master or his husband, is a little stingy. They are only willing to give you a bowl of wine. Sui Jingqing glanced at Qin Pingan who was sitting across the table. He opened the mud seal and poured wine into a large white bowl. Sui Jingqing smiled at the old man who claimed to be wearing a mask. Mannerhead Wang? Wang Dun was not happy to hear this. He waved his hand and said, Not old, not old. You can call me Master Wang. You can call me Master Wang. You can call me Wang Dun. Sui Jingqing nodded. Master Wang, the machete man of the Qingxi kingdom, Xiaoshai, is dead. Wang Dun sighed. He understood the meaning behind the words of this beauty of the Sui family. He raised the bowl and took a sip of wine. But I am still at the bottom. Any old man from the great Zhuan dynasty is more skilled than me. Sui Jingqing felt that he had nothing to say. Wang Dun chuckled and turned to look at the green-robed young man. He was a sword immortal with the surname Qin, whose deeds had been recorded in numerous mountain and river court bulletins. The earliest record should be when he was on a ferry to the Spring Dew Garden. He did not use his flying sword, but only used his fists to fight a martial artist with the surname Liao from the Great Guan dynasty. Later on, the sword immortal of the Jinwu Palace, Lu Jiqing, passed by on his flying sword. It was said that he had split open the thundercloud protecting the mountain of the Jinwu Palace. Then the two of them, who were supposed to be enemies and kill each other, drank tea together at the jade cliff of the Spring Dew Garden. It was said that they had even become friends. Now, in the Wuling kingdom he had taken the head of Shaoxai. Wang Dun asked, "You're not going to kill me just because I said you weren't generous enough, are you?" Qin Pingan smiled helplessly. "Of course not." Wang Dun raised his wine bowl and Qin Pingan followed suit. They clinked glasses. Wang Dun drank the wine and asked softly, "How old are you?" Qin Pingan said, "About 300 years old." Wang Dun put down his wine bowl and touched his chest. "Now I feel a little better. Otherwise I'd feel that I've lived for so long in vain." Sui Jingqing smiled. Although he was totally different from the old senior Wang Dun in his impression, it seemed that sitting at the same table as this old manor head and drinking wine made him feel better. Wang Dun lowered his voice and asked, "Did you really just use your fist to fight that Liao from the Iron Mang mansion and make him fall off the ferry?" Qin Pingan smiled. "I was a little careless. It was very dangerous." Wang Dun smiled. "Then let's exchange some pointers? The kind that doesn't overdo it. Don't worry, it's just that I drank some wine and saw a real expert. My hands were itchy." Qin Pingan shook his head. Wang Dun said, "You drank 2 pots of wine for free and you're not willing to do such a small thing?" Wang Dun saw that the man showed no signs of changing his mind. "Then I'm begging you?" Qin Pingan thought for a moment and nodded. "Let's do as Senior Wang said. Fist against fist, don't overdo it." Wang Dun stood up and looked around. He seemed to have picked a table nearby and pressed his palm lightly. The 4 legs of the table turned to dust and the table quietly fell to the ground. Qin Pingan said, "If you think that the two of you jumping on the table and sparring looks like a game to others, then we can just move the table away." Wang Dun paused. "I'd like to do that, but I don't want to embarrass a sword immortal like you." The two walked up to the table almost at the same time. Sui Jingqing wanted to get up and leave the tavern, but Qin Pingan gestured her not to. Wang Dun stood still and gave a fist salute. "Wang Dun of Sasen Villa of the Wuling Kingdom. I've mastered fist techniques. Please enlighten me." Qin Pingan returned the salute but did not say anything. He extended his hand and opened his palm. "Please." It was not appropriate to say his real name. He was not willing to say that he was Qin Hao. The spectators in the distance were in an uproar. How did the old wine seller become Senior Wang Dun? But when the old man tore off his mask and revealed his true face, the crowd was excited. It was indeed the mysterious Senior Wang Dun. Wang Dun's fists were like rainbows, aggressive but without any killing intent. The green robe was more defensive than offensive. When the two stood next to each other, Wang Dun smiled. "Now that we know the general situation, can we go all out?" Qin Pingan nodded. In the streets, on the roofs, on the walls and on the trees, the Jianghu martial artists were all excited. This kind of battle between 2 peak experts was not seen in 100 years. Senior Wang Dun is indeed the #1 person of the Wuling Kingdom. He met a sword immortal. Not only did he dare to punch, he did not lose. Even though that sword immortal had not taken out a flying sword, but just like that, to be honest, Elder Wang Dun had already put his life on the line, and the dignity of a martial artist who had never been defeated in his entire life. He had won a great deal of face for the Jianghu people of Wuling country. "Senior Wang Dun, you really have the guts of the Wuling Kingdom." Those Jianghu martial artists who only dared to watch from afar, first, did not have a true martial arts grandmaster, second, they were far from the wine shop, so naturally they could not see as clearly as Sui Jingqing. For example, she saw that when the senior was about to end the battle, he suddenly moved faster. He took a step forward, twisted his wrist and slapped away Wang Dun's fist. His palm continued forward, about to slap Wang Dun's face. He should be able to slap Wang Dun out of the table. Unexpectedly, Wang Dun hurriedly signaled with his eyes. The senior nodded lightly and Wang Dun's fist, which was originally a little slower, hit the other almost at the same time as the senior's palm. The two of them slid back 2 steps. Both of them had a tacit understanding and landed on the edge of the table. Sui Jingqing saw that Wang Dun started to signal again, and the green-robed senior also started to signal. Sui Jingqing was confused. Why did it feel like they were bargaining? However, although they were bargaining, the speed of their attacks was getting faster and faster. Every time they exchanged blows, they were almost evenly matched. Neither of them had the upper hand. In the eyes of outsiders, this was a battle between grandmasters with no clear winner. Finally, the two of them should have agreed on the price. One of them punched the other's chest, and the table under their feet split into two. They stomped their feet and stood still and then cupped their fists. After finishing the fight, it was time to pack up. Wang Dun laughed loudly. I did not expect a sword immortal to have such good fist skills. The other party said loudly. Your fist skills are stronger and more flawless. At most 10 years, at least 5 years, I will come back to this manor again to spar with you, Wang Dun. Sui Jingqing rubbed her forehead, lowered her head and drank. She could not bear to watch. As for the two of them flattering each other, she felt that the real Jianghu was like wine mixed with water. If Hu Xingfeng or Xiao Shuyi were like this, Sui Jingqing would not mind. But he and Wang Dun were so shameless that Sui Jingqing almost fell apart. She did not want to touch the Jianghu for the rest of her life. Wang Dun walked to the door of the wine shop, cupped his fists and greeted everyone. Then he waved his hand. Disperse. Cheers and applause rose and fell one after another before gradually dispersing. Since Wang Dun had said so, the crowd naturally did not stay. When Wang Dun returned to his seat, the green-robed sword immortal had already picked up the two halves of the table, and stacked them on another wine table. After Wang Dun sat down, he drank a mouthful of wine and sighed. Since you have such high cultivation, why did you take the initiative to find me, Wang Dun? Is it for the family behind this Sui family girl? Do you hope that I can take care of the two of you when you leave Wuling country and go to the mountains to cultivate? Qin Pingan shook his head and said, I don't have such a request. I just want to show my face here to remind some people in the dark that if they want to make a move on the Sui family, they should consider the consequences of being avenged by me. Wang Dun nodded. The deceit of the cultivators on the mountain is actually just a Jianghu feud caused by the lengthening of the lifespan of both sides. Fundamentally, there is no difference, there is no meaning. But you should be a young sword cultivator, and not like the immortals on the mountain I have seen before. So I don't feel that treating you to wine is a waste of wine. Don't you think I'm being too arrogant? Qin Pingan smiled. Martial cultivation is most about being down to earth, there is no shortcut. If one's ambition is not high and sees further, how can one climb to the top step by step? Although Wang Dun sold wine, he did not seem to have much of an appetite for drinking. He mostly drank slowly and never drank heartily. He said sadly, this wine shop can't continue to operate. I won't be able to hear the sincere words of many Jianghu people. Qin Pingan smiled. Heights Lord Wang, you don't like to hear good words? Wang Dun pursed his lips. I like it too. When I was young I especially liked it and now I like it even more. But if I don't listen to more sincere and unpleasant words, I'm afraid I will float into the cloud sea. When that happens I will fall to my death without the skills of the cloud sea immortals. Qin Pingan looked at the sky. Wang Dun smiled. According to our agreement, other than a dozen jars of good wine, what else do you want from the villa? Qin Pingan said, 2 fast horses and an address at the immortal ferry of the Green Oriole Kingdom. Wang Dun was puzzled. That's it. Qin Pingan said, that's already a lot. Wang Dun pointed to the counter. The lower the shelf, the richer the taste. Sword immortal, take whatever you want. Qin Pingan got up and went to the counter, and started pouring wine into the blade-strengthening gourd. Jars after jars were opened. After 5 jars of aged wine were opened, Wang Dun could no longer sit still. He leaned on the counter and advised softly, on the road to Jianghu, drinking will make things worse. Don't drink too much. The young sword immortal in green had his back to Wang Dun, but he did not stop pouring wine. It's okay, just put in more wine. We can still drink sparingly. Wang Dun hesitated. I can change my face and continue to sell wine in another place. The young sword immortal looked up and smiled. Then let me congratulate Heights Lord Wang in advance. Wang Dun saw that he did not take the bait and had to continue. The next few jars of aged wine are too strong. It's called thin plum wine, but it's actually from the old cellar of the villa. Most Jianghu people who come here don't know the wine's name. Even if they can afford it, they don't dare to drink more than 2 bowls. It's just too strong, so it's called 2 bowls shake or 3 bowls topple. The young man shook his head. It's okay, drinking wine is not drinking tea. There's no need to pay attention to the lingering aftertaste. It's only right to drink to get drunk. Wang Dun could not hold it in any longer. Today there are many distinguished guests in the manor. The officials' family members, Jianghu friends, famous figures in the literary world, they cannot wait any longer. The 30 jars of lean plum wine stored in the manor are probably all gone by now. The reason why I came here to seek some peace and quiet is because I want to keep a few jars of lean plum wine. The young man had already opened the last jar of thin plum wine. He said in annoyance, "Why didn't you say so earlier? Once the seal is opened, the taste can't be hidden. We've already drunk enough at the table. Otherwise, we could have had a taste of this wine. It's a pity that I didn't put it in my jar." Well, since Heights Lord Wang wants to keep a jar for himself, then I'll let it go. I'll leave this jar for Heights Lord Wang. Wang Dun waved his hand and laughed. No, just pour the wine. I, Wang Dun, am not that kind of person. "522. Jingnan country was covered with rivers, but the two still traveled day and night. However, it was a little troublesome to travel from Jingnan Kingdom to Northern Yan Kingdom. Not long ago, a series of battles broke out on the border between the two kingdoms. It was initiated by Northern Yan Kingdom. Many light cavalry of several hundred to 1,000 riders wantonly entered the pass to harass them. Since Jingnan Kingdom did not have any cavalry that could fight in the wild, they could only retreat to the city. Therefore, the border passes of the two countries had been sealed. Under such circumstances, any martial artist traveling would become a target. But the two still decided to choose the border mountain path to pass. Sui Jingqing seemed to understand something when he thought about the infiltration of Jingnan country by the scouts of Wuling country. At dusk, they rode on the hillside and saw a village built along the river. Flames were everywhere. Sui Jingqing thought that the senior would look from afar for a moment and then take a detour, but a horse had already galloped straight down the hill and went straight to the village. Sui Jingqing was stunned for a moment, but he quickly followed. After entering the village, it was like a scene of purgatory on earth. There were corpses everywhere and most of the women were barely clothed. Many of the young men had their limbs pierced by spears and died from excessive blood loss. They struggled to climb up, leaving behind a trail of blood. There were also many broken limbs and bones that had been cut by sharp blades. Many of the children's fates were especially miserable. Sui Jingqing dismounted and began to vomit on the ground. Qin Pingan closed his eyes and listened. After a moment, there are no survivors. Sui Jingqing did not listen at all. He only felt that his bile was about to come out. Qin Pingan squatted down and picked up the blood-soaked soil. After gently kneading it, he threw it on the ground. He stood up and looked around. Then he jumped onto the roof and looked at the footsteps and horse hooves. His eyes kept looking further and finally landed on the ground. Qin Pingan took off the blade-strengthening gourd and handed it to Sui Jingqing. Then he handed the reins to Sui Jingqing. "We will follow. We can catch up. Remember to protect yourself. It may not be safe for you to stay here alone. Try to keep up with me. When the horse is tired, change horses." Qin Pingan swept away. Sui Jingqing mounted the horse. Resisting the dizziness, he urged the horse to gallop. Fortunately, the green-robed man didn't chase after Sui Jingqing with all his might. He was still taking care of Sui Jingqing's mount. About an hour later, the sound of horse hooves could be heard from a shallow beach in the valley. The senior did not stop. "I've already caught up. You don't have to worry about injuring your horse. Just keep up with me. It's best if you don't fall more than 200 steps behind me. But be careful, no one knows what will happen." Sui Jingqing leaped onto the back of another horse, tied the blade-strengthening gourd that the senior had temporarily placed on her side, and began to gallop forward. The elite cavalry of the border army had an iron law regarding the matter of cleaning the horse's nose and feeding the provisions. That group of light cavalry should have stopped for a while in this valley, and had just set off not long ago. A group of cavalry at the tail of that group of light cavalry just happened to turn their head. Seeing the indistinct figure with a fluttering green-robed figure, they were first taken aback. Then they roared at the top of their lungs, "The martial artist is attacking!" The green-robed figure arrived in the blink of an eye like a wisp of smoke. Dozens of well-trained elite cavalry had just turned their horses around. Just as they were about to draw their bows and raise their crossbows, the standard blades at the waists of the two cavalry were unsheathed for some unknown reason. In an instant, two heads flew high into the air. Two headless corpses fell off the backs of the horses. The green-robed figure did not land on the ground again. He only bent his waist, moving around on the warhorse time and time again, holding the blade with both hands. In a few blinks of the eye, more than 20 cavalry had been killed. They were all cut in half at the waist by a single blade, or cleaved in half at the head. The elite cavalry of northern Yen began to quickly disperse. They abandoned their bows and crossbows and took out their blades. There were also people who began to take out armor from their armor pouches and put it on their bodies. There was an elite cavalry that looked like a general. He held a long spear in his hand as he flew over. The long spear swiftly pierced towards the green-robed figure. The latter was using the tip of his blade to lightly poke the neck of the cavalry beside him. He had just retracted his blade and was about to lean back to kill the cavalry behind him. The long spear just happened to accurately calculate the opponent's movement. Sui Jingqing wanted to shout out to be careful, but he quickly shut his mouth. In the next moment, Sui Jingqing saw that the green-robed figure did not know how he did it. He leaned his body in the air and stepped forward, directly crashing into the long spear. He allowed the sharp edge to pierce his chest, and then he continued to move forward. The cavalry shouted angrily. Even though his palm was already badly mutilated, he was still unwilling to let go. However, the long spear continued to slide from his palm. Under the intense friction, the bones in his palm could definitely be seen. The cavalry knew that the situation was not good. He was finally about to abandon this ancestral long spear. However, in a flash, the green-robed figure had already bent his waist and stood on the horse's head. In the next moment, a blade pierced through his neck, instantly penetrating it. That person suddenly stood up. The long blade in his right hand pierced through the cavalry's neck. Not only that, the hand holding the blade was raised up high. The cavalry's entire body was lifted off the horse's back. On the warhorse, the green-robed figure's standard war blade of the northern Yen border cavalry had almost completely pierced through the cavalry's neck, revealing a large portion of its sharp edge. Because the blade was too fast, it was so fast that there was not a trace of blood on it. Qin Pingan suddenly withdrew his blade. The cavalry's corpse rolled off the horse's back and smashed onto the ground. Taking this opportunity, the cavalry of the northern Yen border cavalry launched a volley of arrows. Qin Pingan held the blade with both hands. With a shake of his green robe, all the arrows in the air shattered with a bang. The warhorse under his feet instantly fell to the ground with a broken leg. After a punch, Qin Pingan stood where the women were standing. Almost all the women were smashed by the steel horse's powerful fist aura. Only a woman with blood seeping out of the gaps of her snow-white mask was left. She stretched out her finger and pressed heavily on the mask. A short assassin who was squatting on the ground nodded and stood up. "It's done. Relying on you won't work. You almost messed things up." The woman was obviously seriously injured. "If I didn't delay you, would you be able to draw the talisman array?" Flying Sword 15 flew out of the blade-strengthening gourd at Sui Jingqing's waist. The sword light went straight for the short array master's temple. The short assassin, whose hands had been hidden in his sleeves, had already taken out a golden talisman while talking to the female assassin. He smiled and said, "Since I know you're a sword immortal, how could I not be prepared?" When the man raised 2 fingers, the talisman hovered beside him, waiting for the flying sword to fall into the trap. Flying Sword 15 suddenly turned around and returned to the blade-strengthening gourd. A white rainbow flew out of Qin Pingan's forehead. The sword light flashed. Unexpectedly, the man raised a talisman with his other hand. Flying Sword 15 sank into the talisman like it was stuck in mud and disappeared in a flash. The golden talisman hovered in front of the short assassin and trembled slightly. The man smiled and said, "Luckily, I prepared a priceless talisman for sword preservation. Otherwise I would have been dead. How can a sword immortal be so insidious? Sword immortals are the most powerful people on the mountain, and you're so shrewd. How can chi cultivators like us survive? That's why I'm so angry." In fact, after Flying Sword 15 was trapped by the talisman for sword preservation, a talisman array with flowing light appeared in a radius of 5 feet under Qin Pingan's feet. The light rays crisscrossed like a chessboard and kept shrinking. However, the light rays became more and more dazzling, like the purest essence of the sun and the moon gathered by an immortal. The short assassin, who was the formation master of the mountain, twitched the corner of his mouth. The array had 2 great benefits. First, it could stagnate the circulation of the cultivator's spiritual qi. Second, it could trap the trapped person, be it a military cultivator with a jia pill or a pure martial artist in the spirit refinement realm. No matter how tough your body was, your soul would be entangled by the crisscrossing light rays. The pain of being whipped was no longer a pain of the skin. It was similar to the torment of a mortal or an ordinary cultivator when their soul was lit. The formation master cursed and took out a stack of yellow paper talisman. It hovered near the golden talisman for sword preservation. Spiritual light guided it. It seemed to be another small talisman array. The outcome was decided. The black-robed man with a snow-white mask standing on the water glanced at the distribution of the corpses on the battlefield. Then he began to replay the previous attack in his mind. There was a small matter that needed to be confirmed. Now it seemed that it was time to end it. Under normal circumstances, if they were to encounter a golden core sword immortal who was extremely adept at killing, they would only die sooner or later if they were to encounter him in a hurry. If one or two of them were to escape, it would be considered as him being merciful. However, in a battle between cultivators on the mountain, cultivation realm and treasures were naturally extremely important. They were not absolute. Moreover, the battle prowess of the world was never a simple matter of 1+1. He nodded towards the assassin who had been collecting the souls. The latter stood up and began to form hand seals while chanting in his heart. The azure-robed sword immortal in the array was already bound. He actually staggered and his shoulders shook. Chen Pingan actually had to use all his strength to raise his right hand slightly. Looking down, the veins on his palm were crawling with twisted black threads. It was as if his entire arm had been locked down. Chen Pingan clenched his fist and shook it. He was still unable to shake off those pitch-black veins. At the same time, the burly assassin took out his huge bow and drew it to a full moon. The black-robed man on the river smiled. "Why do you need to hold incense in your left hand after entering the temple? Your right hand has too much killing karma. It's not suitable for worshipping Buddha. It's not easy for ordinary cultivators to see such a supreme technique. If I wasn't afraid of any mishaps, I would have used this Buddhist divine power to deal with you from the beginning." An arrow with a flowing luster tore through the air. It was grabbed by the person's left hand. The azure-robed sword immortal had no choice but to turn his head to dodge the arrow. His left hand released a fist aura and snapped the arrow, causing it to fall to the ground. The chessboard beneath his feet was constantly shrinking. Finally, countless thin threads of light climbed up the wall like living creatures. They were like a net that instantly enveloped the azure-robed sword immortal. As for the burly man, he did not stop shooting arrows. After 6 arrows, they were all sent flying by the azure-robed sword immortal. The black-robed man on the river did not move at all. A sword beam shot out. That person reached out with his left hand and actually grabbed the sharp flying sword in his palm. The flying sword of a sword cultivator at the bottleneck of the Dragon Gate realm was still a flying sword. Moreover, the sharpness of the flying sword was not inferior to ordinary golden core sword cultivators. As the person wanted to block and imprison the flying sword, even if he dodged slightly, his left shoulder was still pierced by an arrow. After the arrow pierced his shoulder, its momentum was still like a rainbow. From this, one could see the power of the immortal's arrow and the outstanding strength of the person who drew the bow. His right hand was already immobilized by the divine power and his left shoulder was heavily injured. In addition to the talisman array that caused his soul to tremble, the azure-robed sword immortal would not be able to retaliate. Sui Jingqing's face was covered in tears. She slapped the blade-strengthening gourd and shouted, "Go save your master. Even if you try, it'll be good." However, the blade-strengthening gourd at her waist was silent. Sui Jingqing did not dare to die because she cherished her life. It was not that she did not want to charge forward. She knew that if she went, she would only increase the danger for the senior. She began to hate her own cold calculations. Sui Jingqing gritted her teeth and squeezed the horse's belly. She took out 3 golden hairpins and began to charge forward. "At most I'll die first. Who knows, he might not have to worry about me. Then I won't delay the senior from killing the enemy and escaping." Chen Pingan, who was bathed in blood and had his soul tortured, flung his left hand and threw away the flying sword in his palm that was about to lose control. He smiled and said, "Is that all? Don't you have any more trump cards?" The assassin who had immobilized the azure-robed sword immortal's right hand with the Buddhist divine power said in a low voice, "Something's wrong. How can there be a living person who is unmoved by such torture?" Chen Pingan's right arm hung down, allowing the talisman array to cover his body. He took a step forward and disappeared on the spot. "Kill the array master first." This was what Mao Xiaodong had repeatedly told him after the thrilling battle in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom. The short man naturally knew his importance. He escaped through the earth. The flying sword of the black-robed man on the river and the flying sword and arrow of the bow-wielding man almost simultaneously shot toward the short array master. However, the azure-robed man did not appear there. Instead, he took 5 or 6 steps to the side and grabbed the woman's neck with his left hand, lifting her into the air. The woman died on the spot, her soul instantly blown up by the thick aura chi that poured out like a flood. Throwing the corpse in his hand toward the second arrow, Chin Pingan stomped his foot and the earth trembled. With a muffled groan, the array master broke out of the ground and appeared behind the burly man. Chin Pingan casually waved his hand and shattered the talisman and the other yellow paper talisman. Then he disappeared again. A punch pierced through the chest of the burly man who wore the dew armor under the black robe. The left hand that pierced through the chest and back just happened to grab the array master's face with 5 fingers. The latter's entire head burst open with a bang. The black-robed man on the river sighed and put away the flying sword. His figure quickly submerged into the water. Only the chi cultivator who could imprison one of the cultivator's arms with his killing karma was left. His body fell to the ground and his soul turned into wisps of green smoke that scattered in all directions. Flying swords number 1 and number 15 shot out together, quickly dispersing the wisps of green smoke. Chin Pingan's right arm was still hanging down, his shoulders swaying slightly. He staggered a little, but he still rushed into the stream in 2 steps. Standing at the spot where the black-robed man had disappeared, a sword immortal appeared in his hand and he stabbed down. The water in the entire stream burst open with a bang, splashing up countless water droplets. However, near the peak of the mountain, a figure stuck close to the cliff suddenly leapt up and transformed into a rainbow. Chin Pingan released his hand. The sword immortal in his hand drew an extremely long golden line and flew away. Moreover, Chin Pingan looked around, narrowing his eyes and sizing up the surroundings. Flying swords number 1 and number 15 shot back to Chin Pingan's chi residence from 2 different aperture points. Chin Pingan's gaze finally fell on a stone cliff on the other side of the river. He slowly walked over. "Do you really think I'm a 3-year-old child? You shouldn't have used your flying sword. Otherwise, I really would have let you escape." The black-robed man with the snow-white mask suddenly shot out from the stone cliff. The 2 sides exchanged flying swords. Chin Pingan's left hand protected his chest, his fingers clamping down on the flying sword. The tip of the opponent's sword was only a few millimeters away from his heart. But the opponent's forehead and chest had already been pierced through by number 1 and number 15. The flying sword pinched between Chin Pingan's fingers instantly dimmed, without the slightest bit of sword chi or spirituality. Then it was quickly thrown away. The black-robed man, who still had a sliver of chi but knew that he was going to die, chose to commit suicide. He blew up all of his vital chi residents, leaving no trace behind. Chin Pingan flew backwards, floating across the stream. Standing on the shore, he withdrew his 2 flying swords and dispersed the turbulent ripples of chi with a punch. The sword immortal returned. It was held in Chin Pingan's hand. Leaning on the sword with his left hand, he took a deep breath and spat out a mouthful of congested blood. Sui Jingqing urged his horse forward and then dismounted. Chin Pingan turned his head and said, "I'm fine." Sui Jingqing blinked his eyes. Chin Pingan smiled and said, "The opponent has no more tricks up his sleeve." Only now did Sui Jingqing's eyes burst into tears. Looking at the green-robed sword immortal covered in blood, she choked out, "Didn't I say that the battlefield has its rules and the Jianghu has its rules? Why did I have to meddle in other people's business? If I didn't meddle in other people's business, there wouldn't have been this great battle." Chin Pingan squatted by the stream and used his left hand to scoop up a handful of water to wash his face. The sword immortal stood to the side. He gazed at the stream that had returned to tranquility and gurgled. He said indifferently, "I told you before to talk about complicated principles. Why is that? It's for the sake of simple punches and swords." Sui Jingqing squatted by his side, holding his face with both hands and sobbing softly. Chin Pingan said, "You're lucky. Go search through the corpses of those assassins and the nearby area. See if there are any immortal treasures you can pick up." Sui Jingqing's tears turned into laughter. Wiping his face, he got up and ran off to search for spoils of war. After about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the 2 of them left the valley along the original path and headed for the village. Chin Pingan's body swayed slightly. That arm of his had already regained some feeling. Sui Jingqing's complexion improved a lot. He asked, "Senior, what are we going back for?" Chin Pingan said, "To let those commoners die with intact corpses." Sui Jingqing nodded vigorously. Then Sui Jingqing felt somewhat guilty. Chin Pingan said slowly, "There's no need to be like this. There's a time when a person's strength is limited. Just like when your father stood by at the pavilion and watched with folded arms. The matter itself was not wrong, so there's no need for any spectators to be harsh. However, there are some people who, when the matter is not wrong, ask their conscience again. Sui Jingqing, I think you can ask your conscience clearly. Remember, when encountering a calamity, everyone will have a moment when they have the will but not the strength. If you can survive, then there's no need to feel too guilty afterwards. Otherwise, your state of mind will collapse sooner or later. Sui Jingqing hesitated for a moment and turned his head to look. Senior, although there's a small harvest, but after all, you suffered such a heavy injury. Won't you regret it? Qin Pingan raised his left hand and pointed behind him. You should ask them this kind of question. Sui Jingqing did not follow the finger of the green-robed sword immortal and turned to look. She just stared at him dazedly. On the other side of the village. From dusk to night and then to dawn. The two slowly left and continued to travel north. Sui Jingqing was silent for a long time. When he saw the elder take off the blade-strengthening gourd and drink, he asked, Senior, on this journey, why were you willing to teach me so much? Qin Pingan did not answer the question. What do you think of Elder Wang Dun of Sisao Mountain Villa? Sui Jingqing said, very good. Qin Pingan asked again, what do you think of the disciples that Elder Wang Dun taught? Sui Jingqing answered, although I'm not familiar with the true temperament of those three, but at least I think they're not bad. Qin Pingan nodded and said, then have you ever thought, with Wang Dun, is it really just another master of Sisao Mountain Villa? The Jianghu of the Wuling Empire, and even the entire Wuling Empire, how much will it be influenced by Wang Dun alone? Qin Pingan continued, so I want to see in the future when the Sui family of the Wuling Empire has another cultivator, even if she will not stay in the Sui family often, when she replaces the old assistant minister Sui Sinew, or the next master in name, she will always be the true backbone of the Sui family. Then will the Sui family give birth to a family style worthy of the word, pure and righteous. Sui Jingqing looked at him. Qin Pingan said to himself, I think there is hope. Finally, Qin Pingan smiled and said, I have Luapa Mountain, you have the Sui family. A person should not be arrogant, but also should not belittle themselves. It is difficult for us to change the world so much at once. But we are changing the world all the time. Sui Jingqing made a sound of agreement. A moment later, Qin Pingan turned his head and seemed puzzled. Sui Jingqing was confused. Elder, what is it? Qin Pingan shook his head and put away the blade-strengthening gourd. Previously, when you wanted to die, it was very good, but I want to tell you something very meaningless. Being willing to die and live for others will only make yourself feel more uncomfortable. This is a very great thing, but not everyone can understand. Don't let that kind of incomprehension become your burden. Sui Jingqing suddenly blushed and asked loudly, Elder, can I like you? Qin Pingan's expression was calm, and his heart was still like water. Like me? That is your business. Anyway, I will not like you. Sui Jingqing was relieved and said with a smile, it is okay. Qin Pingan seemed to think of something happy and smiled brightly. Without turning his head, he gave Sui Jingqing a thumbs up. Good taste. On the road to the north. Elder, don't drink anymore. You are bleeding again. It is okay. This is called the demeanor of an expert. Elder, why don't you like me? Is it because I am not good looking? Or is my temperament bad? It has nothing to do with you. It is okay. Every good girl should be liked by a good man. You only like him and he only likes you. This is right. Of course you are not young anymore. You are not a girl. Elder. Finally, let me teach you a lesson that Elder Wang Dun taught me. You must listen to the beautiful words and also listen to the ugly truth. The sound of horse hooves. As he walked, the old locust tree in his hometown disappeared. As he walked, the girl he loved was still far away. As they walked, the flowers bloomed in the spring breeze, but the teacher they respected the most was no longer there. As he walked, the swordsman he admired the most had not seen for a long time. He did not know if he still wore the bamboo hat or if he had found a good sword. As he walked, he did not know if his best friend had seen the highest mountain or the largest river. As he walked, the slug who had been bullied became the person he hated the most. As he walked, he did not wear straw sandals for many years. A disciple of Wang Dun named Luge was sent a letter to the carefree villa. This letter was then sent by the recipient to a person with the surname Qi using the immortal method of flying sword transmission. Lu Zhuo and that man had met by chance in Jianghu and regarded each other as bosom friends. But in fact, that friend was the real God's favored one. On the other hand, Lu Zhuo's talent in martial arts was average. Not to mention so many cultivators on the mountain, even compared to Fu Lu Tai, Wang Jingshan, and the pair of junior sister and junior brother, Lu Zhuo was the least talented one. Therefore, Luju's final position in the carefree villa was to replace the old butler and help his senior brother Wang Jingshan with some trifles. Luju liked the carefree villa. He liked the lively atmosphere here and everyone was friendly. His master and his fellow disciples took good care of him. He felt that he was not capable of taking care of them, so he would take care of the people he could, such as the elderly, women, and children in the villa. Luju liked to watch Wang Jingshan teach his junior brother swordsmanship meticulously. His junior sister always regretted that she was too tanned and was not beautiful enough. Moreover, her bladesmanship was always so far away from her senior sister's. She did not know if she could catch up with her in this lifetime. Luju did not know how to comfort her, but he was willing to listen to her talk about her worries. His master, who had not been in Jianghu for several years, left the villa again. Luju did not know what kind of Jianghu story his master would bring back this time. Wang Dun left quietly and went to a place outside Jianghu to find his first disciple, Fu Lu Tai. It was a small county town some distance away from the villa. He had a drink with the mediocre man. His disciple, Fu Lu Tai, had learned some culinary skills. He personally cooked 3 dishes to go with the wine. The taste was not good. The peanuts were too salty and the lotus root slices were too bland. He just needed to mix them well. But looking at his disciple's eyes and the young man's smile, Wang Dun did not say anything. After all, the wine was not bad. It was a pity that he had brought it himself. The young man was not good with words. He just drank and did not say anything nice. When he heard Wang Dun talking about the things in the villa, he took the initiative to toast him every time they came to an end. Wang Dun also drank with him. Fu Lu Tai sat quietly on the side. The 2 men drank a pot of wine. No matter how slowly they drank, they could not drink for long. Wang Dun said in the end, "Drinking with you is no worse than drinking with that sword immortal. If there is a chance in the future when that sword immortal visits the carefree villa, I will definitely delay him for a while and invite you and Lu Tai." The young man was a little anxious. He quickly put down his cup and chopsticks. No, I won't be able to talk. I won't be able to say anything if I sit at the same table with that sword immortal. Wang Dun smiled. "You will get along. Trust me. After you talk, let's see which little bastard in the villa dares to look down on you." The blushing man hesitated for a moment. "Lu Tai has already suffered a great grievance by following me. Her junior brothers and sisters aren't too happy about it. This is only natural. Moreover, it's already very good. At the end of the day, they are doing it for her own good. Knowing this, I am not unhappy. In fact, I am quite happy. It is a good thing that my wife has so many people who care about her." Wang Dun picked up the wine pot and poured a few drops into the cup. He gestured to Fu Lu Tai that he did not need to get new wine. He said to the young man, "If you can think this way, then Fu Lu Tai has not been wronged by you." Wang Dun opened his bag and took out a pot of wine. "I don't have any other gifts. I only brought you a pot of good wine. I only have 3 pots. I drank more than half of 1 pot. The last pot is hidden in the villa. I plan to drink it when I wash my hands in the golden basin. This is the last pot." Fu Lu Tai was knowledgeable. He asked, "Master, is this the wine of the immortals?" Wang Dun smiled and nodded. "After I sparred with the sword immortal, he saw that my martial virtues were higher than my martial arts. He gave me 3 pots. I had no choice but to give it to him. I couldn't stop him." Fu Lu Tai smiled. "Others may not know, but how can I not know? Master, you have some immortal money. It's not like you can't afford it." Wang Dun shook his head. "It's not the same. There are not many people in the mountains who are like Jianghu people." Fu Lu Tai was straightforward. "Isn't it just to show off that you drank with the sword immortal? If I'm not wrong, you left the last pot of wine to drink with your old Jianghu friends and talk about your sparring with the sword immortal?" The man gently tugged at her sleeve. Fu Lu Tai said, "It's okay, master." Wang Dun was resentful. He laughed and scolded, "A married daughter is like spilled water. Let's go, there's no need to send me off. Come visit the villa when you have time. It's your home too." The couple still walked them to the door. In the evening, the old man's shadow was elongated by the setting sun. The man gently held her hand and said guiltily, "Being looked down upon by the villa still bothers me. I lied to your master earlier." She gently held his hand. "It's okay. I know. Master actually knows too." Du did not dare to return to the Ghost Hatchet Palace immediately. Instead, he quietly roamed the Jianghu alone. There were many injustices in the Jianghu, as well as occasional disputes among the cultivators on the mountain. Du still chose to observe from the sidelines. Now he really saw who was a hidden expert. For a while he still could not recover from it. He was vexed. When would he be able to be a chivalrous good person for once? In the end he ran into a group of Jianghu people with great disparity in strength. A group of big shots from the underworld were chasing after a righteous disciple. With lightning speed Diu defeated those gangsters. Then he carried the young man and ran away. After running for dozens of miles, he threw the rescued person on the ground and ran away himself. Not only was the young man sitting on the ground in a daze, but the Jianghu bandits behind him were also confused. Skeleton Beach Hemp Sect. There was only one shop left in Mural City. Business was slow, but because there was only one shop left, it could barely survive. There were still some people who came because of its reputation. It was rare for Pang Lanshi to be free today, so she came down the mountain to help. Although Pang Lanshi's cultivation was getting more and more arduous, the number of times they met was actually getting less and less. But the young girl's eyes were bright. She had never looked forward to the future so much. Even when she did not see Pang Lanshi, she was much less worried. Lu Jiqing of the Jinwu Palace sat alone on the peak of the mountain. Only a few cultivators, including the palace master of the Jinwu Palace, knew that this young martial uncle had started to cultivate in seclusion for a long time. Therefore the mountain had been sealed recently. He did not allow anyone to climb the mountain. As for why Lu Jiqing was cultivating in seclusion on the peak of the mountain, among the few people who knew, no one knew and no one dared to ask. At an immortal ferry upstream of the Skeleton Beach swaying river. It was rare for a wild cultivator couple to stay in an immortal inn for many days. When the woman, who had finally reached the cave-dwelling realm, walked out of the room, the man's eyes were filled with tears. The two entered the room together. After closing the door, the woman said softly, "We still have so much snow left to spend." The woman wiped her tears. "I know that after giving us those bones in the Ghost Valley, that sword immortal did not even think of returning to the Limitless Pass Market to find us." What? The man smiled. "We owe it and we'll keep it. Whether we have the chance to meet that benefactor or not, whether we can return it in this life, is our business. But whether we want to return it or not is also our business." Under the secret planning of Lord Songyun Lake, the Fire Temple was built with money and effort. The Fire God Temple in the escort city was rebuilt, and a new painted statue was built. The incense was flourishing. As for the City God Temple, it was not built yet. The imperial court also did not confer a new city god for a long time. Inside the Fire Temple, a pair of youths from a shabby alley were blocked by a group of young ruffians at both ends of the alley. They were holding sticks and approaching with a smile. One of the tall youths used his hands to support himself between the walls and quickly climbed to the top of the wall. The other thin and weak youth also followed suit, but his speed was slow. He was grabbed by the ankle and fell to the ground. A stick hit his head. The thin and weak youth used his arms to protect his head. He was hit by a stick and fell back against the wall. The youth who could have escaped jumped down lightly. Because he was a little high from the ground, the vigorous youth stepped on the left and right walls of the alley several times and landed on the ground. After knocking down a few people with his fists, his two fists still could not escape from four hands. He was quickly served with sticks, but he still tried his best to protect the thin and weak youth behind him. In the end, the tall youth's head was pressed to the ground. The thin and weak youth was beaten until he rolled against the wall. A young ruffian stepped on the tall youth's head. He stretched out his hand and asked someone to bring a prepared white bowl. The latter pinched his nose and quickly put the white bowl on the ground. "Since you dared to spoil our plans, I should teach you a lesson." The young man threw a string of copper coins beside the white bowl. "See? I've prepared the money and rice for you. After you finish the food in the bowl, the money is yours. If you eat fast enough, you might even earn some broken pieces of silver. If you don't eat, I'll break one of your legs." The tall youth refused no matter what. The thin and weak youth wailed. It turned out that he was hit on the back by a stick. In the end, the ruffians laughed and left. Of course, they did not forget to pick up the string of copper coins. The tall youth squatted by the wall and vomited. The bruised and weak youth hugged his legs against the wall and cried out loud. The tall youth struggled to get up and finally sat beside his friend. "It's okay. One day we will be able to take revenge." The thin and weak youth was silent for a long time. He stopped crying and was in a daze. Finally he said softly, "I want to be like the sword immortal." He wiped his tears and did not dare to look at the tall youth beside him. "Isn't it stupid?" The tall youth rubbed his head. "Sure, what's wrong with that? Who knows, that sword immortal might not even be as good as us when he was our age. Don't you always like to eavesdrop on the old master's lectures at the school? What's my favorite sentence?" The thin and weak youth said, "Where there's a will, there's a way." Then he lowered his head and said, "But even if I have the ability, I don't want to be like these hooligans who only know how to bully others." The tall youth laughed. "It's okay. When we become like the sword immortal, you can specialize in doing good things. I won't do bad things. I'll specialize in bullying bad people. Come, let's make an oath." The two youths raised their palms together and clapped. The tall youth turned his head and exhaled at him. "Does it smell good?" The thin and weak youth hurriedly pushed him. The two of them exchanged blows and soon grimaced in pain. In the end they both laughed out loud. They looked up together. The alley was narrow, as if the world was so big that there was only a line of light and a way out. But after all, that line of light was above the two youths' heads and they saw it. In Shu Shui country, Song Yu left the villa in the middle of summer and went to a familiar restaurant in the town. He sat in his usual seat and ate a steaming hot pot. "Master, why did you choose me to be your disciple? I don't understand. Before today I didn't dare to think about it." "Because you are the person who has the best chance of drawing your sword the fastest in our wasteland. You may not be the swordsman who stands at the front of the battlefield, but you will definitely be the swordsman who holds the line at the back." The youth said in fear, "How can I compare to Master?" He grabbed the youth's neck and slowly lifted him up. "You can doubt yourself for being a trash with a slow cultivation and a mixed breed with a bad background, but you can't doubt my judgment." The man grabbed the youth's neck with one hand and pointed with the other. He explained to him who those thrones were. Finally, he let go and said expressionlessly, "What you need to do is, if one day you don't like them, you can draw one less sword than your master. When I am sure that you can't do it in this lifetime, you can die. Not everyone with the same talent as you can have the same opportunity as you, so you have to cherish every moment now." A young Taoist with a lotus crown and a young Taoist without a crown began to travel the world together. They both changed into Taoist robes that could not be identified. The former only had one request for the latter, to do as he pleased. Everything he did, as long as he followed his heart, he could ignore the consequences. However, there was a prerequisite. Do what you can and don't court death. The young Taoist was a little hesitant, so he asked a question, "Can I kill the innocent?" The young Taoist nodded with a smile and answered, "Of course." After pausing for a moment he added, "That's for the best." The young Taoist nodded. Then the young Taoist asked, "Do you know what innocence is? Do you know what indiscriminate killing is?" The young Taoist fell into deep thought. The young Taoist shook his head. "You knew before, even if it was a little superficial, but now you don't know at all. That's why it's not good for a person to be too smart. I once asked a similar question and the answer I got was better than yours, much better." The youth's face was pale. Because of this little senior brother. It was the sect master, Lu Qin, the current owner of the Baek Okekyung building. Even if the youth was the Tao ancestor's last disciple. Facing this little senior brother who had slapped him into a pulp, the young Taoist was in awe. When he first left the Baek Okekyung building, Lu Qin said with a smile, "I've suffered a little from struggling at the bottom and enjoyed the great fortune of the Baek Okekyung building. Now that I've died once, it's time to learn how to live well. It's time to walk the middle path of the mountain." At that time he asked Lu Qin, "Little senior brother, will it take many years?" At that time Lu Qin replied that if he learned quickly, a few decades would be enough. If he learned slowly, it would be normal for him to take hundreds or even thousands of years. In the end, Lu Qin said with a smile, "Don't worry, even if you die, your little senior brother's Tao techniques are not bad. I can save you again." In fact, after the young Taoist came back to life, his body was practically a rare natural Tao bone in the world. His cultivation progressed by leaps and bounds and he was born in the cave abode realm. Not only that, there were 3 immortal weapons quietly placed in his 3 natal acupuncture points, waiting for him to slowly refine them. According to his little senior brother, Lu Qin, these were gifts that his 3 senior brothers had prepared long ago, and asked him to accept them without worry. Apart from that, the young Taoist's worst possession was the semi-immortal robe named Lotus Seed. Its rank was relatively low, but in the entire green netherworld, apart from a handful of immortals who had attained the Tao, there was probably no one who knew the origin of this robe. Simply put, wearing this Taoist robe, even if the young Taoist went to the other 3 realms and went to the most dangerous places, the higher the realm of the person in charge, the safer the young Taoist would be. Even if the young Taoist stretched his neck for someone to kill, the other party would have to pinch his nose and obediently send him out of the realm. One day when he had nothing to do, Lu Qin was playing chess alone above the sea of clouds. while the young Taoist sat cross-legged beside him. Lu Chen smiled and said, Qi Jingchun played the last game of chess in his life. The black and white chess pieces were clearly distinguished, and the situation was crisscrossed. The rules were strict. It was the end of the game that had already been decided. When he decided to break the rules for the first time in his life, it was also the only time he made an unreasonable move. After that, he did not place another chess piece, but he saw that on the chessboard, there were resplendent rays of light and colorful glazes. The young man asked curiously, "Little senior brother saw this with your own eyes and deduced it?" Lu Chen shook his head and said, "No, it was our master who told me, and it was Qi Jingchun who told our master." The young man was speechless. Lu Chen smiled and squinted his eyes. He stretched out a palm and gently placed it on the young man's head. Qi Jingchun dared to give such great hope to a bumpkin young man. "What about you? What about me?" After traveling in the human world for a long time, the young man had become more and more mature. His mind was moved and he blurted out, "It has nothing to do with me." Lu Chen retracted his hand and laughed. The two of them continued to walk in the green netherworld. One day the young man asked, "Little senior brother, if you accompany me to walk around and leave the Baek Kyung building, won't it affect the important matters?" The young Taoist shook his head and smiled, "There are no important matters in the world." Luopa Mountain's bamboo building. Cui Qing rarely walked out of the second floor. Julien, Zheng Dafeng and Wei Pai were already gathered. Wei Pai was holding the tongue leaf umbrella that Qin Pingan took from the lotus blossom blessed place. Cui Qing nodded and said, "Bring Pei Qian over and let's go in together." Since the lotus blossom blessed place has been divided into 4 and we're occupying one of them, let Julien and Pei Qian take a look first. Wei Bai used his innate mystique. The charcoal girl, who was practicing the mad demon sword style in the backyard of the Dragon Rider Alley, suddenly realized that one of them was in the air and the other was on the ground. She stood outside the bamboo house and shouted angrily, "What the hell? I still have to copy books after practicing the sword technique." Wei Pai said seriously, "You and Julien go to the Nanyuan Kingdom of the Lotus Blossom Blessed Place." Pei Qian was dumbfounded. Wei Pai opened the umbrella and released it. Precious light continuously flowed down from the umbrella. Julien pulled Pei Qian in. In the next moment, Julien and Pei Qian stepped into the capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom. Pei Qian rubbed her eyes. It was that familiar street. The alley was not far away. It was drizzling. Pei Qian waved the mountain walking stick around and laughed heartily. An old Confucian in a green robe flew over. It was Zhong Qiu, the imperial tutor of the Nanyuan Kingdom. Julien glanced at him. "Yo, an expert." Zhong Qiu seemed to have seen the 2 banished immortals appear in the capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom. He was not puzzled. Instead he smiled and said, "Where's Qin Pingan?" Pei Qian raised her eyebrows and puffed out her chest. She said like an old man, "My master is free, so he let me, the first disciple, come and see you." Then, as if struck by lightning, Pei Qian no longer had any arrogance. Her hands and feet even turned cold. After that, she was in a daze. Only when she left the lotus blossom blessed place did she regain her senses. Wei Pai and Zheng Dafeng both felt strange. Julien shook his head, indicating that there was no need to ask. That day, for the first time in her life, Pei Qian took the initiative to go to the second floor of the bamboo house. After greeting and receiving permission, she took off her boots and placed them neatly outside the door. Even the mountain walking staff leaned against the wall outside. She did not bring it with her. After closing the door, she sat cross-legged, facing the barefoot old man. The old man asked, "Why are you looking for me? Do you want to learn martial arts from me?" For some reason, the charcoal girl who had not grown up for so many years nodded vigorously. "I want to learn martial arts." The old man asked, "Aren't you afraid of hardship?" Pei Qian's eyes were firm. "I'm not afraid of death." The old man sneered. "What a big tone. When the time comes you'll cry. At this time there is no Qin Pingan to protect you on Luopa Mountain. Once you decide to learn martial arts from me, there is no turning back." Pei Qian said in a low voice, "I've thought about it. Even if I cry and regret, you must beat me until I don't dare to cry or regret." The old man seemed to be a little surprised by this answer. He laughed heartily. Finally he looked at the little girl's eyes. "One last question. Why do you want to learn martial arts?" Pei Qian clenched her fists. After a long silence she said, "I, Pei Qian, can lose to anyone except for one person. I can't lose to him." "Absolutely not." The old man said, "Well then from today onwards you are my Cui Cheng's direct disciple." Don't worry, you don't need that bullshit title of master and disciple. Pei Qian raised her hand and wiped her tears. She nodded heavily, stood up, and bowed to the old man to thank him. The barefoot old man who had never put on airs at Qin Pingan's side actually stood up, hands behind his back, and solemnly accepted this bow. (523) Northern Yan's terrain was flat. After the new emperor ascended the throne, he worked hard to govern the country. There were also 2 places where horses were raised. Therefore, the battle power of the cavalry was far greater than that of Jingnan and Wuling. Further north was the Green Oriole Kingdom, which had many immortals' deeds since ancient times. Sui Jingqing wore a hedgerow and a bamboo robe. Although it was summer and the sun was scorching, it was still not a big problem to ride during the day. In fact, there were more people taking care of the horses. One day the 2 stopped under the shade of a tree by the riverside. The river was clear and there was no one around. She took off the hedgerow and took off her boots and socks. When her feet submerged in the water, she let out a long breath. Senior sat not far away. He took out a jade bamboo fan but did not fan it. He just opened the fan and shook it gently. There were words on it like duckweed in the stream. She had seen it once before. Senior said it was from a mansion on the mountain called Spring Dew Garden. It was a talisman's treasure boat. Sui Jingqing was actually a little worried about Senior's injury. His left shoulder was pierced by an arrow from a cultivator and he was also entangled by a talisman array. Sui Jingqing could not imagine why Senior seemed to be fine. Along the way, Senior often rubbed his right hand. Sui Jingqing turned around and asked, "Senior, were they assassins sent by Master Chao Fu in the Golden Scale Palace?" Qin Pingan nodded. "I can only say that it was the most likely one. That group of assassins had obvious characteristics. They were from a very famous cultivation sect in the south of the North Continent. Although they were called a sect, other than the name Deer Mountain, they did not have a mountain base. All assassins were known as the Faceless Men. Cultivators from all walks of life could join, but it was said that there were more rules. There were rules on how to join, how to kill, how much to charge." Qin Pingan said with a smile, "Deer Felling Mountain also has a great rule. After receiving the money, they will send out assassins. They will only kill once. If they fail, they will only receive half of the deposit. No matter how great the casualties are, they will not ask for the remaining half from the employer. And after this, the Deer Felling Mountain will definitely not act against those who fail in their assassination. So now, at least we don't have to worry about Deer Mountain's harassment." Sui Jingqing sighed, feeling a little sad and guilty. "In the end, it's still because of me." Don't be fooled by Senior's carefree demeanor. Sui Jingqing was very meticulous. He knew that Senior didn't have an easy time dealing with the assassination attempt. Qin Pingan closed his fan and said slowly, "On the path of cultivation, fortune and misfortune come hand in hand. Most of the Qi cultivators have endured it this way. There may be big or small bumps, but the magnitude of the tribulations varies from person to person. I once met a pair of Taoist couples on a mountain in the lower 5 states. The female Taoist practitioner spent a lot of money on a few hundred pieces of snow and could not break through the bottleneck for a long time. If she continued to delay, good things would turn bad and her life would be in danger. Therefore, both parties had to take the risk and enter the Skeleton Beach in the south to earn money. Not only that, but it wasn't small either. It's not as easy as walking in the pavilion." Sui Jingqing smiled. "Senior, did you happen to meet them and decided to help them?" Qin Pingan didn't say anything. Sui Jingqing knew the answer. Qin Pingan pointed at Sui Jingqing with his folding fan. Sui Jingqing smiled knowingly and sat cross-legged. He closed his eyes and calmed his mind. He began to breathe and cultivate the immortal technique recorded in the Shang Shang Xian Xian collection. When a cultivator breathed, there would be subtle qi ripples around him. Mosquitoes and flies wouldn't get close to him and he could resist the cold and heat. Although Sui Jingqing's cultivation wasn't complete, he already had the embryonic form of a qi aura. This was very rare. It was just like when Qin Pingan practiced the mountain quaking fist in the small town. Although his fist stance wasn't stable yet, his entire body was flowing with fist intent. He didn't even realize it, and that was why Ma Kushuan's Taoist protector on Marshall Mountain could see through it. Therefore, Sui Jingqing's aptitude was really good. However, it was unknown why that wandering expert disappeared after giving him the 3 items. There had been no news of him for more than 30 years. This year was obviously a big tribulation on Sui Jingqing's cultivation path. Logically speaking, even if that expert was thousands of miles away, he should have some mysterious senses. As for the expert's voice and appearance, it was even more strange. Sui Jingqing could only look at the booklet but not read it. Otherwise, his qi would be messed up and he would feel dizzy. Sui Jingqing asked the elders in the residence a few years ago, but they all said that they couldn't remember clearly. Even the old assistant minister, Sui Xinyu, who had a photographic memory since he was a child, was no exception. Qin Pingan knew that this wasn't an ordinary camouflage on the mountain. After Sui Jingqing opened his eyes, an hour had passed. His body was flowing with light, and his bamboo robe was also overflowing with spiritual qi. The two lights complemented each other like water and fire. However, ordinary people could only see a blur, but Qin Pingan could see more. When Sui Jingqing stopped circulating his qi, the strange phenomenon on his body instantly dissipated. It was obvious that the bamboo robe was carefully selected by the expert. It allowed Sui Jingqing to cultivate the magic recorded in the booklet. Could be twice the result with half the effort. It could be said that the expert had put in a lot of effort. The qi aura was lofty and honorable. Therefore, Qin Pingan was more inclined to believe that the expert didn't have any sinister intentions towards Sui Jingqing. However, he still had to take it one step at a time. After all, on the path of cultivation, even if one was extremely careful, one could fail because of one careless mistake. Not only did the two of them not deliberately hide their tracks, but they also left behind traces, just like in the small town of Sasao Mountain Villa. If they walked all the way to the Green Oriole Kingdom and the expert did not appear, Qin Pingan could only board Sui Jingqing on the Immortal Ferry and go to the Skeleton Beach in the Hemp Sect, then go to the Aquarius Continent's Oxhorn Mountain Ferry. According to Sui Jingqing's own wishes, he would register with Cui Dongshan and cultivate with him. He believed that if there was really fate in the future, Sui Jingqing would meet the expert again and renew their master-disciple relationship. When they arrived at the Green Oriole Kingdom Ferry that Senior Wang Dun had pointed out, the news that Qin Pingan wanted to know the most was about the movements of the Yushi River Flood Dragon in the Great Seal capital. Had the Ape Ka Mountain Sword Immortal Jiyu already fought with the 10th Realm martial artist? Sui Jingqing put on his socks and boots, stood up and looked at the sky. Previously, the sun was scorching in the sky and the heat was rising. Now the sky was covered in dark clouds and there were signs of a storm. Qin Pingan had already taken the lead and walked to the place where the horses were tied. He reminded, "Continue on, it will rain in at most 5 minutes. You can put on your straw raincoat." Sui Jingqing jogged over and asked with a smile, "Senior, can you predict the weather? Previously at the pavilion, you also predicted the time when the rain would stop. My father said that only the expert of the Wuling Kingdom Qintianjian would have such ability." Qin Pingan put on his bamboo hat and straw raincoat. After he mounted the horse, he said, "Do you want to learn this ability?" Sui Jingqing nodded, "Of course." Qin Pingan smiled, "You have worked in the fields for more than 10 years, begging for food from the heavens all year round. Naturally, you will learn how to read people's expressions." Sui Jingqing was speechless. In fact, Qin Pingan only gave half of the answer. The other half was because he was a warrior. He could clearly perceive many subtle things in the world, such as the breeze blowing leaves, mosquitoes and flies flapping their wings, and dragonflies skimming the surface of the water. In Qin Pingan's eyes and ears, these were not small movements. It was useless to talk to a cultivator like Sui Jingqing. A torrential rain came as expected. The two rode slowly and did not deliberately hide from the rain. Sui Jingqing had never asked or complained about the wind, sun, and rain of the journey to the north. In the end, she quickly realized that this was also cultivation. If she could find a suitable breathing method while the horse was bumpy, she could maintain her vision even in the heavy rain. In the hot summer, she could even occasionally see the flow of thin water hidden in the hazy fog. Senior said that this was the Ling Qi of heaven and earth. Therefore, Sui Jingqing often circled back and forth while riding, trying to catch the flashing Ling Qi. Of course, she could not catch it, but the bamboo robe on her body could absorb it. The heavy rain did not last long. It came and went quickly. The two riders took off their straw raincoats and continued on their journey. Before the night ban, the two riders rested in a county city. There was a water god temple upstream of the river. This was not the most worthwhile reason. The main reason was that the mountains and rivers were interconnected. The river was called Yaoming River and the mountain was called Mount Aoe. The temples of the mountain and river gods were not far away, less than 3 miles away. Senior said that this was an extremely rare scene and they had to see it. Sui Jingqing actually did not understand why Senior liked to visit scenic spots and historical sites so much. She was afraid that there was something particular on the mountain, so she could only hide it in her heart. In the market of northern Yen, cricket fighting was a common practice. Many people went out of the city to the wilderness to catch crickets and sell them for money. The poems and songs of the literati about crickets were widely circulated in northern Yen. Most of them were critical of current affairs with hidden sarcasm. However, it was the worries of the literati of the past dynasties. Only poetry could solve their worries. The mansions and courtyards of the officials and nobles, as well as the narrow doors of the market, were still enjoyable. The chirping of crickets resounded throughout the country. Therefore, when the two riders entered the city, there were more people leaving the city than entering. Everyone was carrying various cricket cages, which was quite a strange thing. The inn occupied a large area. It was said that it was transformed from a large relay station. The current owner of the inn was a descendant of an influential family in the capital. He bought it at a low price, and after spending a lot of money to renovate it, business was booming. Therefore, there were many calligraphy treasures on the walls, and there was a bamboo pond at the back. At night, Qin Pingan walked out of the house and strolled along the small path beside the pond. When he returned to the house to practice, Sui Jingqing, who was wearing a hedgerow, was standing on the small path. Qin Pingan said, "It's not a big problem. You can take a walk by yourself." Sui Jingqing nodded. After watching Senior leave, she walked one round and returned to her house. Qin Pingan continued to practice the 6-step stance and the 18 stops of sword aura. However, he still could not break through the last bottleneck. Occasionally, Qin Pingan would blindly ponder. Was his aptitude for swordsmanship that bad? Back then, after passing the inverted mountain, those young geniuses at the Great Wall of Sword Aura seemed to have quickly grasped the essence of the 18 stops of sword aura. However, Qin Pingan also had a reason to comfort himself. In the key acupuncture points of the 18 stops pathway, there were 3 strands of extremely small sword aura. The obstruction was great. The last bottleneck was blocked at one of them. Every time he passed through this pass, his chi movement would be blocked. Stopping his stance, Qin Pingan began to draw talismans with his brush. The material of the talisman paper was the most common yellow paper. However, compared to the common Taoist of the lower 5 realms, the most they could use was gold and silver powder as the ink for talisman drawing. Qin Pingan bought a lot of cinnabar from the mountain at Laohui Street in the Spring Dew Garden. There were a lot of bottles and jars. Most of them were 2 or 3 pieces of snow coin per bottle. The most expensive one was a large porcelain jar, which was worth 1 piece of snow coin per bottle. During this journey, Qin Pingan spent a lot of money on 300 talisman of various colors. The attack in the valley proved that sometimes, it made sense to win with quantity. Sui Jingqing's luck was not bad. She found 2 secret books on the Tactical Array Master. One was the Talisman's illustration, the other was the Tactical Array Master's Truth that had lost its pages, and the other was a book that was similar to an essay. It recorded in detail all of the Tactical Array Master's experiences since he started learning talismans. Qin Pingan valued this book the most. Of course, there was also the deity's dew armor on the tall and sturdy man's body, as well as the large bow and all of the talisman's arrows. In addition, the female assassin's 2 talisman knives were respectively engraved with the words, "Morning Dew" and "Sunset Glow." Unfortunately, the deity's money was not worth even a single piece of snow coin. This sudden battle was the closest to the atmosphere of the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land's encirclement and killing. It caused Qin Pingan to suffer heavy injuries, but he also benefited a lot. Once, when he was bored with Sui Jingqing and was reviewing a chess game, Sui Jingqing curiously asked, "Senior, so you're left-handed?" Qin Pingan nodded. "I've been that way since I was young. But after I started practicing martial arts not long after I left my hometown town, I pretended that I wasn't." The leader of that group of Deer Mountain assassins, that sword cultivator on the river face, was quietly observing the battle at that time. It was precisely because he wanted to make sure that there were no what-ifs, that this person repeatedly checked the distribution of the Northern Yen cavalry's corpses on the ground. In addition, the hand that Qin Pingan used to stab the Northern Yen cavalry to death was the right hand. Only then did he confirm that he had seen the truth. He made that assassin of Deer Mountain who had grasped the trump card of Deer Mountain use a Buddhist supernatural power to detain Qin Pingan's right hand. The power of this secret technique, as well as the severity of its repercussions, could be seen from the fact that Qin Pingan was still somewhat affected to this day. Qin Pingan actually did not know that the cultivators on the mountain had this kind of strange secret technique. Therefore, it seemed that Qin Pingan was just lucky and made the other party miscalculate. In reality, this was the way Qin Pingan traveled the Jianghu. It was as if he was always in the middle of an encirclement and killing situation. Sui Jingqing really could not help but ask, "Senior, aren't you tired?" Qin Pingan smiled and said, "It's natural to get used to it. Didn't I tell you before? Talking about complicated principles seems tiring, but after you get used to it, it's actually easier. By then, when you use your fists and swords again, you'll get closer and closer to the realm of being unrestrained by heaven and earth. It's not just about the killing power of your fists and swords, but also the recognition of heaven and earth, conforming to the great Tao." At that time, Sui Jingqing definitely did not understand the elegance of being unrestrained by heaven and earth, and even more so the profound meaning of conforming to the great Tao. The next day, the two of them went to two neighboring temples of the mountain water god and continued on their journey. They were not far away from the Green Oriole Kingdom, which was located on the coast of the East Sea of the North Continent. The two of them traveled slowly. Qin Pingan sighed and said, "Heaven and earth are great cauldrons. Yang charcoal is used to cook everything, and humans are not exempt." Sui Jingqing was a little sleepy. After hearing the words of her senior, she immediately perked up and asked, "Senior, is this what the immortals say? What's the deep meaning?" Qin Pingan smiled and shook his head. "It's something my best friend heard from the old master who taught us how to burn the cauldrons. At that time we were still young, so we just took it as a joke. When the old man was with me, he never talked about this. In fact, to be precise, he was almost never willing to talk to me. Even if we went deep into the mountains to look for soil suitable for burning porcelain, we might stay in the mountains for 10 days to half a month, and the two of us would not even speak 2 or 3 sentences." Sui Jingqing was surprised. "Senior's sect still needs to burn porcelain? Is there such an immortal mansion in the mountains?" Qin Pingan could not help but laugh. He nodded and said, "Yes, there is." Sui Jingqing asked carefully, "If that's the case, does that mean that your best friend has a higher cultivation talent?" Qin Pingan smiled and said, "It's hard to say about cultivation talent. In any case, I will never be able to catch up to him in the art of burning porcelain. He can do it with just a few glances, but I might need to fumble around for a few months. In the end, I'm still not as good as him." Sui Jingqing asked again, "Senior, don't you feel pressured to be friends with such a person?" Qin Pingan dismissed it with a smile. The two of them passed by the borders of northern Yen and Green Oriole Kingdom. They were only 200 miles away from the Immortal Ferry. The ferry was called Longtu Ferry. It was the private territory of the Green Oriole Kingdom's top immortal sect, Guyu sect. It was said that the founding ancestor of Guyu sect once had a game of chess with the founding emperor of Green Oriole Kingdom. It was the former who lost to a mountain because of his outstanding chess skills. The sect had nothing to do with the Guyu money of the immortal money. It was just that this immortal sect produced 2 items, Guyu Invitation and Guyu Token. They were popular at the foot of the mountain. The former was sold to the rich families of the secular dynasties. It was divided into 2 types, calligraphy and painting. It had the superficial effect of the immortal talisman. Compared to the door gods posted on ordinary doors, it could protect families and dispel evil spirits. As for the Guyu Token, it was hung on one's waist. It was of a higher grade and was a must-have item for all the Qi refinement warriors who were not of a high realm in the surrounding areas of Green Oriole Kingdom. The price was not cheap. Every general and minister of Green Oriole Kingdom also had one. Even during the imperial court meeting, the Green Oriole Kingdom's high officials were not allowed to wear this item. His Majesty even often used this item to reward important officials who had made meritorious contributions. Longtu Ferry was a huge ferry. It originated from the Great Zhuan Kingdom in the south, which included more than 10 countries. There were very few Qi refinement warriors. Apart from the Great Zhuan Kingdom and the Golden Scale Palace, which each had a small ferry route, there were no other immortal ferries. As the most important hub at the eastern end of the North Continent, the Green Oriole Kingdom, which did not have a large territory, was very familiar with the cultivators on the mountain. It was a world of difference from the Great Zhuan Kingdom, where martial artists ran rampant and immortals made way for them. The two of them sold the horses to a local escort agency in the county city. As they traveled on foot, Qin Pingan handed the mountain traveling staff to Sui Jingqing. Qin Pingan's clothes were getting simpler and simpler. He was wearing a bamboo hat and a green shirt. He had even kept his hairpin and no longer carried the bamboo box. He had also kept the blade-strengthening gourd and the sword immortal. As for Sui Jingqing, he spoke less and less. The two of them walked along a raging river that flowed into the sea. The river was several miles wide. However, this was not the famous Great Blasphemy River that entered the sea. It was rumored that the Great Blasphemy River stretched as far as the eye could see. Many citizens of Green Oriole Kingdom did not have the chance to go to the other side in their lifetime. The river breeze blew past their faces. The summer heat was completely gone. Sui Jingqing asked, "Senior, if that otherworldly expert does not appear, I hope that I can still be your disciple. I will be your in-name disciple first. When you feel that I am qualified, you can remove the word in-name. As for whether Senior Chui is willing to teach me magic and guide me, I will not force him. Anyway, I have cultivated alone for 30 years. I don't mind waiting for him to return home." Qin Pingan turned his head and looked at the raging river. He smiled and said, "If you don't become his disciple, you will regret it. I can guarantee that." Sui Jingqing shook his head and said firmly, "I won't." Qin Pingan said, "Let's assume that your preacher never shows up again. Then the person I let you recognize as your master is a real immortal. Cultivation, temperament, vision, no matter what, as long as you can think of, he is much better than me." Of course, no matter how high that guy's cultivation was, he was still his disciple. In the past, Qin Pingan did not think much of it. Most of the time, he only regarded it as a burden. Looking back now, it was quite satisfying. Sui Jingqing said firmly, "Is there such a person in the world?" "I don't believe it." Qin Pingan said, "It's up to you to believe it or not. Seeing is believing. When you meet him, you will understand." Sui Jingqing wore a hedgerow on her head and held a walking stick. She was skeptical, but she felt a little depressed. Even if the senior with the surname Chui was really so powerful, so what if he was an immortal on the mountain? Sui Jingqing knew how long cultivation was. Then, could the lifespan of a cultivator on the mountain, or even hundreds of years, really compare to the experience of a person in Jianghu? Would there be so many stories? On the mountain, one would sit in the cave and another would be in seclusion for several years. Then he would go down the mountain to gain experience and not be stained by the mortal world. He would go through it alone and return to the mountain without hesitation. Was such a cultivation really a worry-free life? What's more, it was not a quiet cultivation of a chi cultivator. There would be no disasters on the mountain. It was also possible to die. There were many obstacles and bottlenecks. Ordinary people could not appreciate the scenery on the mountain. No matter how magnificent it was, after decades or hundreds of years, would they really not get tired of it? Sui Jingqing was a little vexed. Qin Pingan stopped in his tracks. He picked up a few stones and casually threw them into the river. Sui Jingqing faced the river. The wind blew, causing the thin veil of the hedgerow to stick to her face and her dress to one side. There were many pedestrians on the riverside road. Most of them were chi cultivators who came and went from the Longtu ferry. When a burly man passed by on his horse, his eyes lit up. He suddenly reined in the horse and patted his chest with all his might. He laughed and said, "This lady, why don't you follow me to eat and drink well? That pretty boy beside you doesn't seem to be of much use." Sui Jingqing turned a deaf ear to him. That man leaped up and landed beside Sui Jingqing. He slanted his hand downwards and patted Sui Jingqing's round buttocks. Before he could succeed, the burly man fell into the river the next moment. Qin Pingan pressed his head and pushed him lightly. He fell heavily into the river. The splash caused by this pebble was quite big. That man paddled upstream with all his might. He howled and then whistled. That steed also spread its hooves and continued to charge forward. It had no intention of getting back at Sui Jingqing. Sui Jingqing was extremely nervous. "Is there another assassin probing?" Qin Pingan shook his head and said, "No, it's just a vagabond. I can't control him." Sui Jingqing said with an aggrieved expression, "Senior, this is just walking on the side of the road and there's already such a lecher. If we were to board the immortal ferry boat and we're all cultivators, what should I do if Senior doesn't travel with us?" Qin Pingan said, "Didn't I tell you before? When we reach the Longtu ferry, I will make the necessary arrangements." Sui Jingqing's eyes were filled with resentment. But there are so many what-ifs and accidents on the path of cultivation. Qin Pingan did not say much. He just hurried on with the journey. Sui Jingqing followed him and walked side by side. She said, "Senior, is this immortal ferry similar to our ordinary river boats?" Qin Pingan nodded and said, "About the same. When encountering the astral winds in the sky, it will be like an ordinary boat. There will be some ups and downs, but it is not a big problem. Even if it encounters some thunderstorms, lightning, and thunder, the ferry will pass through safely. You can just treat it as admiring the scenery. The ferry will travel through the sea of clouds. The scenery will be quite good. Maybe there will be red-crowned cranes following you. When you pass by some immortal sects, You can also see many mountain and river anomalies contained in the protective formation. Sui Jingqing smiled and said, "Senior, don't worry. I will take good care of myself." Qin Pingan said slowly, "The heart of the great Tao is like an unpolished jade, carved and polished. Every time you use the blade it will definitely be uncomfortable. But every time it is uncomfortable, as long as you endure it, you will have the so-called success of cultivation. This is as important as your gradual cultivation of immortal techniques in the future. Otherwise, you will walk with a limp and it will be easy for you to fall down the mountain. The gravity of the world does not pay attention to reason. People cultivate strength and not the heart. Many people can also be happy and content. They can reach a balance with the world, allowing people to be at ease. You can see and think more about the right and wrong. Good people will have bad habits, evil people will also have good reasons. Just remember one thing. Ask your heart. Such a general principle is also learned from me, a person who wanted to kill and be happy." Sui Jingqing nodded, "I will remember." It is a fact that there are many sufferings in the world, but how can there be few peaceful people in the world? Why are there so many people with small fists still living and working in peace? Why are there so many cultivators who pursue absolute freedom on the mountain, but the secular dynasties below the mountain still generally live a stable life? Qin Pingan smiled and asked, "If the fist is big, there is no need to talk about principles. There are countless weak people who follow like clouds and shadows. How do you explain this? If this principle is denied, is it possible that the principles will always be in the hands of a few strong people?" The young man shook his head. "That is only the appearance. Sir, you clearly have the answer in your heart. Why do you have such doubts?" Qin Pingan smiled. The young man said, "I am Qi Jinglong. According to the records of the ancestral hall of the Mountain Gate, I am Lu Jinglong. As it involves family matters, I will not explain it to you." Sui Jingqing was confused, because she had never heard of the name, Lu Jinglong. Qin Pingan asked, "Then let's talk while walking?" Qi Jinglong smiled and followed the two of them, continuing to walk along the river. Qin Pingan said, "When it comes to appearances, I hope that Sir Lu can dispel my doubts. Even if I already have the answer in my heart, I hope that Sir Lu's answer can be verified and matched." Qi Jinglong nodded. "Rather than saying that the fist is the reason, it is better to say that there is a difference in order. The fist is big, but it only belongs to the latter. There is still a key truth hidden in front." Qin Pingan narrowed his eyes but did not speak. Qi Jinglong continued with a straight face, "What is truly powerful is the rules. Knowing these and being able to use them. Is the emperor a strong person? But why is it that everywhere in the world, there are cases of countries being torn apart and mountains and rivers being destroyed? Why is it that some people have good endings and some people do not? The immortal master of the records of the immortal mansion, the son of the world's great clan, the grandson of the rich, are they strong people? Once you stretch out a vein, look at the founding emperors of the past dynasties, the person who founded their sect, the first person on the ancestral hall's ancestral record. How did they build up their family business? Because these existences are not truly powerful. They only rose because of the rules and the general trend, and then were destroyed because they did not conform to the rules. They are like a flash in the pan that does not last long, like a cultivator who does not live forever." Then Qi Jinglong narrated his own views to the two outsiders who had met for the first time. First, to truly understand the rules, to know the strength and complexity of the rules, the more the better, and under the rules and regulations, all kinds of omissions. Second, to abide by the rules, or to be more precise, to rely on the rules. For example, the foolishly loyal officials, the restless military generals in the frontier towns. In fact, those who can really achieve absolute freedom are the real powerhouses. Qi Jinglong said with emotion, "These powerhouses who enjoy absolute freedom without exception, have extremely tenacious minds and extremely tyrannical cultivation. In other words, their cultivation has reached the peak." After Qin Pingan got the answer, he asked a question that he couldn't ask when he was with Sui Jingqing. If the world is a table and stool with loose rules, and the cultivator is no longer within the circle of the table and stool, what should be done? Qi Jinglong said without hesitation, "First, support it. If you have the heart and the strength, then you can be careful and hammer a nail or two or squat to the side and mend it." Qi Jinglong said with emotion. He looked at the rolling river and sighed, "Immortality is certainly a very amazing thing, but is it really a very interesting thing? I don't think so. Not only good people could be reasonable. In fact, bad people could be even better at it. In order to avoid battle and survive, the Lord of Tsangyun Lake controlled the Sea of Clouds and put on a posture of flooding the territory. Qin Pingan was afraid of breaking the vases and could only withdraw. This was the Lord of the Lake's principle. Qin Pingan had to listen. In the disturbance of the pavilion, Sui Jingqing bet that Qin Pingan would always tail them. This was also Sui Jingqing's principle. Qin Pingan was also listening. In the pavilion, old assistant minister Sui Xinyu and river flood dragon Yang Yuan, two people with different identities, subconsciously said a sentence with roughly the same meaning. Sui Xinyu said, "This is the territory of Wuling Kingdom," reminding the group of Jianghu bandits not to commit crimes. This was the invisible protection of the rules. And this rule implied the dignity of the Emperor of Wuling Kingdom and the imperial court, the loyalty of Jianghu, especially the fist of the first person of Wuling Kingdom, Wang Dun. In the territory of Jinfu Kingdom, before and after the small town on the top of Towering Peak, Qin Pingan did not intervene twice. A sword immortal silently watched, which was equivalent to acknowledging Qin Pingan's principle. So Qin Pingan survived both times. Previously, in Escort City, a golden-bodied god of the fire god temple had chosen to sacrifice himself for Qin Pingan, even though he knew it was meaningless. Because what Qin Pingan did, the fire god temple felt that it was reasonable, it was the rule. Was Tongyi Sex Du Mao's fist big? But when he wanted to leave Tongyi continent, he also needed to follow the rules or take advantage of the loopholes in the rules, to be able to walk to Aquarius continent. Was Wuling Kingdom's Jianghu Hu Xingfeng's fist small? But before he died he said the rule of not harming the family. Why did he say so? Because this was the rule of Wuling Kingdom. Since Hu Xingfeng said so, naturally this rule year after year had protected countless old, young women and children in Jianghu. Why was it that every new Jianghu person who showed off their ability always bumped into trouble? Even if they finally killed their way out, they still had to pay a higher price. Because this was the rule's silent reward to their fist. And these Jianghu people who were lucky enough to reach the top sooner or later, would automatically become old people who followed the rules, become old Jianghu people who followed the rules. There was a riverside pavilion in front of them. Qin Pingan stopped, clasped his fist and said, "Thank you Mr. Liu for answering my question." Qi Jinglong smiled faintly and said, "Thank you Mr. Qin for acknowledging this." Qin Pingan shook his head, his eyes clear and said sincerely, "There are many things that I do not think as thoroughly as Mr. Liu." Qi Jinglong waved his hand. "What you think and what you do are two different matters." Qin Pingan hesitated and asked probingly, "Can I treat you to a drink?" Qi Jinglong thought and shook his head helplessly. "I never drink." Qin Pingan was slightly embarrassed. Sui Jingqing felt that this scene was more interesting than the two talking about high up in the clouds and low down in the mud. Qin Pingan grabbed that person's arm. "It's fine as long as you drink once, you will not be restricted by the world." Qi Jinglong said awkwardly, Fine, Mr. Chen can drink, I can drink tea." The three came to the waterside pavilion that protruded from the shore and was above the river. Both sides sat on the bench facing each other as the river breeze blew. Sui Jingqing held the mountain walking staff and stood outside the waterside pavilion. He did not enter. Qi Jinglong explained, "I have a friend called Lu Zhua, a disciple of Sasao Villa Senior Wang Dun. He sent me a letter saying that I might get along well with you, so I came to try my luck." Qin Pingan took off his bamboo hat and put it aside. He nodded. "How did you fight with that Taoist woman on Shuli Mountain? I feel that you two should hit it off. Even if you did not become friends, you should not have had a life-and-death battle." Qi Jinglong smiled. "It's just a misunderstanding. She met a group of evil cultivators at the foot of the mountain and wanted to kill them all. I felt that some of them did not deserve death, so I stopped her. Then this battle on Shuli Mountain happened. It's actually a small matter, but no matter how small it is between me and her, we are not willing to take half a step back. That's why this inexplicable battle of the Great Tao took shape." Qi Jinglong asked, "Why, are you friends with her?" Qin Pingan nodded. "We used to train in a blessed land." Qi Jinglong joked, "You won't stand up for your friend and beat me up, will you?" Qin Pingan smiled and shook his head. "Who said that friends must do the right thing their whole lives? Even the extremely respected senior Song Yufan wanted to kill the fox demon with a sword in the dilapidated temple back then, with the reason that he had killed 100 mountain spirits and ghosts and wronged one at most. If he did not use his sword, would he have left a scourge behind? Qin Pingan stopped him at that time and even blocked Senior Song's sword. As for Gu Kan of the Book Lake, there was no need to talk about her. There were many reasons that could calm one's heart, But there were also many reasons that could make one falter. Outside the waterside pavilion, there were signs of rain again. The river surface was foggy. Qi Jinglong said that he would only drink tea instead of wine, but that was just an excuse. This was because he never had anything close to him. Therefore, every time he went down the mountain he only had his intrinsic flying sword to accompany him. Chen Pingan saw that he was unwilling to drink and felt that he was not persuading him to drink. It won't be too late to think about it after I reach the upper 5 states. Qin Pingan smiled and said, today's gains and losses may be tomorrow's gains and losses. Qi Jinglong smiled and nodded, I'll take your auspicious words. Qin Pingan asked seriously, Mr. Lu, are you thinking about these external affairs because of your own feelings? Qi Jinglong nodded and said, I'm from an ordinary background. I'm just a commoner. However, I've liked to read books since I was young. After I went up the mountain, it was hard to change my habits. On the path of cultivation it was very lonely. I had to find something to do. Furthermore, as a cultivator I have some advantages. For example, my memory has become better and I don't have to worry about the money to buy books. Every time I go down the mountain to travel I will buy some books on the way back. Qin Pingan asked, Mr. Lu, do you have any conclusions about the good and evil in people's hearts? Qi Jinglong smiled and said, I don't have any for now. If you want to understand the good and evil in people's hearts, if you have a line of good and evil in the beginning, it's very easy to confuse yourself. It'll be very difficult for your later studies to be neutral and peaceful. Qin Pingan sighed and said, yes, mixed with personal feelings it'll be biased. Qi Jinglong said, as your studies become more and more profound, this slight bias is like the source of a small stream. Perhaps in the end, it will become a great blasphemy into the sea. Qin Pingan smiled knowingly and said, Mr. Lu, you've solved another puzzle for me. Qi Jinglong didn't ask any more questions. Qin Pingan stood up and looked at the turbulent river outside the waterside pavilion. The surging waters of the east were reluctant to part with day and night. This was the reason why Qin Pingan decided to refine Chu Yi. Of course, Gao Cheng was very powerful. He was the kind of powerhouse who pursued absolute freedom. Putting aside Gao Cheng's original intention, regardless of whether it was his ambition or his ambition, there was one thing that Qin Pingan saw in extremely subtle vein. Qin Pingan had once been a god who determined whether a person was good or evil in the Dragon Palace of Tsangyun Lake. Therefore, Qin Pingan was even more certain of one thing. In addition, he had met Yang Ningxing at the Skeleton Beach. This young Taoist from Chongshin Agency's Cloud Palace was a scholar who had transformed from a mustard seed of evil. The two added together. As he continued to review the game, Qin Pingan became more and more certain of a conclusion. Gao Cheng was far from having the temperament to become the master of a small Fengdu. At least he didn't have it yet. Of course, Qin Pingan didn't have it himself. However, Qin Pingan could roughly see and guess the evil atmosphere that height should have. Now, Gao Cheng still had a person's likes and dislikes. The city lord of Jingguan City still had resentment in his heart and was still obsessed with that me. Even if these were extremely small, so what if they were as small as a mustard seed? They still existed. After so many years, they were still deeply rooted in Gao Cheng's state of mind. Therefore, once Gao Cheng became the master of the entire brand new small Fengdu, he would become the god of a large world. The slight deviation in Gao Cheng's state of mind would increase as the scale of the small Fengdu expanded and Gao Cheng's divine throne became higher and higher. As the river of time continued to flow and the small Fengdu's ghostly increase, there would be more and more deviations, to the point of infinity. This was what Qi Jinglong said about the stream becoming a great blasphemy. Perhaps Gao Cheng would have the chance to correct those slight deviations when his realm was higher. However, this was only a perhaps. Moreover, the battle of the Great Tao should have the boldness of a battle of the Great Tao. If Gao Cheng had failed in the fight for the flying sword at the beginning, there would have been no subsequent pursuit and traps. If he had only appeared and said that last sentence, Qin Pingan might have really been willing to wait and see. He would have waited until he finished walking through the North Continent before deciding whether to make a trip to Jingguan City at the Skeleton Beach. Qin Pingan actually felt that there were only two people who had the best chance of doing such a thing well. Tong Yi Continent, the old monastery head of the monastery. He was not even Gentleman Zhong Kuei, at least not for the time being. Treasure Vase Continent, Chui Dong. He was not even Chui Dongshan. The latter two happened to be people close to Qin Pingan. He did not have a good impression of the first two. This was also because he was helpless in the affairs of the world. If they did not become friends, everything would be good. If they did not become enemies, everything would be wrong. If a friend was wrong, one should advise. If an enemy was good, one should learn. It was all about cultivating the mind. It was the same on the mountain and at the foot of the mountain. The drizzle gradually stopped. Qin Pingan asked, "Mr. Lu, can you walk with us for a while longer?" Qi Jinglong nodded and said, "Of course." Before leaving the waterside pavilion, Qin Pingan asked, "So, Mr. Lu, you're not talking about good and evil so that you can get closer to the essence of good and evil?" Qi Jinglong smiled and said, "That's right." Qin Pingan bowed to the cultivator of the North Continent who he had met by chance with Confucian etiquette. If Mr. Wensheng was here and heard that this person had comprehended the truth, he would be very happy. Even if Qi Jinglong was not a Confucian disciple. Qi Jinglong also hurriedly got up and bowed back. Qin Pingan raised his head and looked at the cultured and elegant cultivator in front of him. Qin Pingan hoped that Chao Qinglang of the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land could become such a person in the future. They did not have to be completely similar, just a little bit would be enough. No one had to become another person because it was something that could not be done, and there was no need for it. Just like how Qin Pingan did not want Pei Qian to become him. Pei Qian was in his hometown, studying hard and growing up slowly. What was wrong with that? Moreover, Pei Qian had already done better than Qin Pingan had imagined. Pei Qian had actually been learning the word rules. Qin Pingan never felt that Pei Qian was idling around and wasting his time. Afraid of suffering, afraid of pain when practicing martial arts? It did not matter. As his master, he had become the strongest Realm 5 martial artist in the world. Then he would fight for the strongest Realm 6. Once he obtained the martial arts fate, he would give it to his first disciple. Sui Jingqing glared at him, turned her waist and sat on the bench. Qi Jinglong had been looking straight ahead. He blinked and thought, "Mr. Qin is a master. Could I ask for some advice?" After all, the female cultivators inside and outside the sect, on the mountain and at the foot of the mountain, made Qi Jinglong feel guilty. This was the trouble of being reasonable everywhere. It would not affect the cultivation of the great Tao and the clarity of the sword heart, but it was still a regret because of him. He was fine but they were not. It was not good. On this day, after Qin Pingan finished copying the scripture, he continued to cultivate in seclusion and began to light the fire for the 5-colored golden chamber stove. It was the last time he refined the 5-colored soil of Dali Mountain. That night, Qi Jinglong was resting with his eyes closed. Sui Jingqing was in a daze. Qi Jinglong opened his eyes, turned his head and said softly, "Why are you distracted? The great Tao is the key. So what if you trust others once? Is it good to be alone every time?" The slightly chaotic ripples in the house calmed down. Sui Jingqing was a little flustered. An enemy attack? Is it the immortal from the Golden Scale Palace? Qi Jinglong shook his head but did not say anything. A white rainbow sword gleam and a dazzling stream of light swept from the end of the sky. The momentum was enough to alarm the entire Green Oriole Kingdom's Dragon Head Fairy. Almost all the cultivators in the inn took a look. Everyone who was strolling or chatting in the courtyard returned to their houses. The sword gleam landed on the opposite side of the lotus pond, and the dazzling stream of light landed on the lotus leaves of the lotus pond. The female cultivator Guemo, the disciple of Taixia progenitor Liu, was wearing the unique Taoist robe of Mount Longhu. There were bright red clouds embroidered on the robe, flowing slowly and overflowing with brilliance. The Taoist robe, Taixia, was one of the items that made Taixia progenitor Liu famous. The other person was an outstanding nascent soul sword cultivator, but he was not the Qi cultivator from Venerable Fiery Dragon's Mountain. As expected, Qi Jinglong understood. The cultivators on the mountain, especially the female cultivators, had their own boudoir friends. Taixia progenitor was no exception. That explained why the female sword immortal from the central part of the North Continent did not go to Inverted Hanging Mountain. She should be waiting for her good friend Liu to succeed. When Guemo saw Qi Jinglong, she did not recognize the land dragon, Lu Jinglong, due to the difference in their realms. However, the nascent soul sword cultivator saw through the camouflage and smiled. "Rong Chang from Floating Duckweed Sword Lake greets Mr. Lu. The owner of Floating Duckweed Sword Lake, Li Kai." Sui Jingqing's expression was a little strange. Why did she feel close and familiar when she saw the self-proclaimed sword cultivator of floating Duckweed Sword Lake? She shook her head, dispelling the inexplicable ripple of emotions in her heart. She moved her feet and stood behind Qi Jinglong. Rong Chang saw this scene and could not help but laugh. He did not say anything. It was reasonable to turn a blind eye and listen to it so that he would not be superfluous and spoil the Tao. However, Rong Chang's heart felt heavy after meeting her after a long separation. Originally, there would not be so many twists and turns in the cultivation of Sui Jingqing. However, no one expected that Taixia progenitor Li Yu, who had a great chance of succeeding in the life and death juncture, and a great cultivator who had a close relationship with his master, had passed away. Therefore, Guo, who was the most favored disciple of Li Kai, was in a terrible mood all the way to the south. There were a few devil's dens that had been haunted for many years. Her master's thunder technique could make the mountains collapse and the earth crack. If Rong Chang did not use his sword, she would have been in a desperate situation. After all, the opponent was a nascent soul realm great demon who was in a killing frenzy. Therefore, Guo, who was seriously injured, still buried himself in the journey. He first went to Wuling country, then followed the clues back and rushed to Longtu Ferry of Green Oriole Kingdom. He did not have time to rest. Rong Chang tried to persuade him twice but to no avail. He had to give up. After all, Guo was not his master's disciple. After learning that Taixia progenitor had passed away, Rong Chang immediately sent a flying sword message to the calligraphy lake of the Aquarius continent that he had agreed with his master in advance. Then, his master quickly sent a flying sword back to floating Duckweed Sword Lake, asking him to protect the safety of the woman and not to have any more accidents. Otherwise he would be questioned. Rong Chang knew his master Li Kai's temper very well. This was definitely not something she said out of anger. His master's temper was very simple. There was no need for the disciples to guess. For example, Rong Chang could not enter the upper 5 realms. Li Kai did not like him. Every time she saw him she would teach him a lesson. Even if Rong Chang was just flying back and forth on his sword, as long as his master did not see him when she was enjoying the scenery, he would be cut down by her sword. After all, it was a big deal. Although Guo was in a bad mood, he still followed the agreement with Rong Chang of floating Duckweed Sword Lake and said to the woman, "You are Sui Jingqing, right? You can be considered a registered disciple of my master, Taixia progenitor. From now on, you will have a protector on your path of cultivation, and that protector will be me, Guo. But don't worry, other than teaching you a sword technique, you can go anywhere you want. No one will restrict you and I am no exception. From now on, the bamboo robe you're wearing will officially belong to you. However, you must take out one of the 3 golden hairpins, the Tai Xia Ghost Slayer. The sect will make other arrangements in the future. However, I will use other magical weapons to exchange with you. The quality will be the same." As for Lu Jinglong, Guo pretended not to see him and did not know him since he had used a camouflage technique. He heard that he was a strange person with high cultivation, great talent and great reputation, but was very fussy. Guo was not willing to exchange pleasantries with him. Relationships? The Taixia progenitor's relationships were only with cultivators who had fought side by side. Even if you were a cultivator of the lower 5 realms, you could still be a guest on the mountain. Other than that, you were a cultivator of the upper 5 realms. What did that have to do with him? Sui Jingqing was stunned. She gritted her teeth and walked to Qi Jinglong. She asked carefully, "I want to go to the Aquarius continent to take a look. Can I?" Guo, who was standing on the lotus leaf, glanced at Rong Chang behind him. Rong Chang smiled and said, "It's best to stay in the North Continent. Because if nothing unexpected happened, Master Li Kai was already on her way back to the North Continent." Sui Jingqing hurriedly took out the 3 golden hairpins. "I can return the 3 golden hairpins to you. If possible, I would like to cultivate with a senior. I mean if possible, but if Taixia progenitor doesn't agree and still wants me to be a registered disciple, can you let me complete a trip to the Aquarius continent? I will return to the North Continent myself and ask for forgiveness from the progenitor." Guo was furious and said, "Cut the crap." Rong Chang was also in a difficult position. There was nothing wrong with the woman's words, but to Guo, it hit the nail on the head. The death of a progenitor was a great misfortune in any sect, not to mention that Guo was Li Yu's direct disciple. Qi Jinglong sighed and guessed that something must have happened to the Taixia progenitor. But Qi Jinglong still said calmly, "Let's talk nicely." Gumo's face was frosty as he stared at Qi Jinglong. "You're an outsider, what right do you have to interrupt?" Qi Jinglong's expression was normal as he said, I have a friend who is now refining her natal item and is in a critical period. Miss Gu and Sword Immortal Rong should know. Can we sit down and talk? Sui Jingqing nodded vigorously, still holding out her hand. She opened her palm and placed the 3 golden hairpins. Rong Chang suddenly frowned. Please don't let it be that tribulation. That was a mountain pass that seemed to be the least dangerous but most intertwined. The failure of the Taixia progenitor's seclusion actually affected this woman's cultivation to a certain extent. If the woman in front of him was trapped in another tribulation, it would be one disaster after another. If that was the case, then Rong Chang could not stand by and do nothing. Some ripples in the heart lake could be suppressed in the early stages, but once the threads of love were allowed to flourish, how could it be cut off? If it was cut off, wouldn't it hurt the foundation of the Great Path? Qi Jinglong sighed and said softly, the Great Path is difficult. More haste, less speed. Shouldn't you think more slowly? Wait a little while. I'm not making things difficult for you, right? Guamo sneered. 2 hours or half a day? Qi Jinglong frowned but still said pleasantly, please wait until my friend is done refining. When the time comes, the 3 of you can discuss it. The one who tied the bell should untie it. Maybe compared to our hasty decision now, there will be a glimmer of light at the end of the tunnel. Rong Chang felt that Qi Jinglong's words were right. However, the tricky part was that the one who tied the bell should untie it. This was true. If that person did not know what was good for them and was unwilling to untie it, but instead tried to sow discord with words, given the woman's current state of mind, it would be no different from pulling the string again. The bell would only be harder to untie. Therefore, Rong Chang was in a difficult position. Guamo sneered. What? Do you think you're in the right just because you're from a famous immortal family and have a high cultivation? I don't understand. You're an outsider, what right do you have to criticize us? Don't you feel ashamed? Qi Jinglong shook his head and said, now we're in a complicated situation. If you're really thinking for Sui Jingqing's future, shouldn't you listen to her voice? How can you be sure that your good intentions won't lead to bad things? At this point, there are so many hidden dangers that we can't escape or avoid. I believe that when my friend walks out of the house, she will listen to your reasoning. If she finally realizes that Miss Sui's reasoning is too small, and my reasoning is too biased, that's the best. If it's not right, we can discuss a solution. Only when the 3 of us understand this can we truly untie the knot in our hearts. Guamo said angrily, Lu Jinglong, aren't you annoying? Do you need to criticize us for such a small matter? She handed over the golden hairpins and left Long Tu Fairy with us. Other than the Aquarius continent, where else can't she go to? Sui Jingqing turned to look at the house, took a deep breath and said, I'll leave with you. Qi Jinglong suddenly turned and smiled. Are you worried about implicating Mr. Qin? Or have you really changed your mind? Sui Jingqing was on the verge of tears, clenching the 3 golden hairpins in her hands tightly. Qi Jinglong nodded and asked again, what if I say that as long as I, Qi Jinglong, am here, your senior can refine his natal item without worry? What will your decision be? This time I can give you a definite answer. I can guarantee that what happened in Mr. Chen's house was his own doing. Whether it succeeded or not, I don't dare to say anything. But tonight, as long as I'm here, nothing will go wrong. Sui Jingqing's eyes were hazy with tears. Even if I have to leave, I have to say goodbye to my senior. But I'm still afraid. Qi Jinglong turned and laughed. What are you afraid of? Do you really think that Mr. Chen and Mr. Lu's reasoning can't be eaten? Sui Jingqing looked flustered. Qi Jinglong shook his head. There are things that can't be done for the sake of things that can be done. Qi Jinglong looked at Guamo, who was laughing out of anger. I know that Miss Gu is not an unreasonable person. It's just that her Dao heart is not stable now, that's why she's acting like this. Qi Jinglong turned to look at the nascent soul sword cultivator of floating duckweed sword lake. I also know that Sword Immortal Rong is worried and has good intentions. Guamo sneered. Oh, is there going to be a but? Qi Jinglong smiled and shook his head. I'm standing here. That's the but. There's no need for me to say it. Rong Chang thought for a moment. Just one sword. How about that? Qi Jinglong nodded and then looked away from Rong Chang. He shifted his gaze and looked at Guamo. He said expressionlessly, it's your turn now. Guamo was extremely shocked and turned his head abruptly. Rong Chang did not move at all. He smiled bitterly and said, indeed, both of you stopped after the battle at Jolly Mountain. At this moment, this nascent soul sword cultivator of floating duckweed sword tomb seemed to be in a small world. That small world was made of countless pure sword intents. Qi Jinglong's intrinsic flying sword was called Rules. Its name came from a classic of a scholarly sage. However, almost no one in the North Continent knew what kind of intrinsic mystical power this strangely named flying sword had. Guillemot gritted his teeth. His face was pale and his hands began to tremble. Qi Jinglong shouted softly, "Be calm and composed. Calm your heart and condense your qi. Don't act rashly." Guillemot felt as if he had been shouted at. He took a deep breath and stabilized his mind. He looked at the green-robed sword cultivator with a complicated expression. At this moment, a young man who was wearing the same green robe as Qi Jinglong walked out of the house. "I'm sorry to have kept you two waiting." "525. Dragon Gate Realm Cultivator Guillemot and Floating Duckweed Sword Lakes Rong Chang looked at the young man who had just come out of seclusion. Guillemot was a little surprised. It was unreasonable for a cultivator of the lower 5 realms to refine an intrinsic item to cause such a huge commotion. As a nascent soul sword cultivator, Rong Chang stood higher and could see further. He was not only surprised but also shocked. Qi Jinglong did not turn around. He put away the pocket world created by his intrinsic flying sword. When he attacked, the flying sword was nowhere to be seen. When he retracted his hand, the flying sword was still nowhere to be seen. Qi Jinglong said to Rong Chang, "I'm sorry for being rude." Rong Chang came from Floating Duckweed Sword Lake. With a sword immortal like Li Kai, it was difficult for the disciples to not be happy. Therefore he did not hold any grudges and said with a smile, "It's an honor to be able to personally experience Mr. Lu's intrinsic flying sword. If there's a chance in the future, let's find a place to spar." Qi Jinglong said with a smile, "As long as it's not on Rock Mountain." Chen Pingan walked to Qi Jinglong's side. When he brushed past Sui Jingqing he said softly, "Don't worry." Sui Jingqing felt relieved. It was as though the senior's appearance made her feel more at ease than Mr. Lu's flying sword. Even though she now knew that the senior was actually a cultivator of the lower 5 realms whose cultivation level was temporarily inferior to Qi Jinglong's. Chen Pingan stood beside Qi Jinglong. "Thank you." Qi Jinglong said, "If you really want to thank me, don't persuade me to drink." Chen Pingan said with a smile, "Don't mention it." Then Qi Jinglong gave a general explanation of the situation. Even though he knew the inside story, he naturally did not reveal it. Chen Pingan had to focus on refining his intrinsic item without any distractions. Therefore, Chen Pingan was not aware of the conversation between Qi Jinglong and company. However, he could still vaguely sense the hostility at the Lotus Pond. Especially at the moment when Qi Jinglong took out his intrinsic flying sword, Chen Pingan could still clearly sense it even though he was immersed in it. However, due to his state of mind, it did not affect his refinement. Instead, it was similar to Qi Jinglong's support for Chen Pingan. Chen Pingan turned to Sui Jingqing and said, "You go back to the house first. It's not good for you to know some things too early. Mr. Lu and I need to have a chat with Fairy Gu and Sword Immortal Rome. Remember not to eavesdrop. Don't play around when it concerns your great Tao." Sui Jingqing nodded and went straight to his house. Seeing this scene, Rong Chang's mood was somewhat solemn. After Sui Jingqing gently closed the door, Chen Pingan didn't wait for Chen Pingan to say anything as Qi Jinglong had already quietly set up a talisman array, isolating Sui Jingqing's room from sound and images. It was done casually and smoothly. It was extremely fast and stable. Chen Pingan also seemed to have no intention of reminding Qi Jinglong. When the door closed and Qi Jinglong drew the talisman, he had already looked towards the 2 immortal masters who had come together to look for Sui Jingqing. He asked, "Can Mr. Lu and I sit down and chat with you? We may not have any results for a while." Guillemot nodded. "Up to you." Chen Pingan sat on the long bench behind Qi Jinglong. Qi Jinglong also sat down, but he moved slightly and no longer sat in the center position from before. From the beginning to the end, Qi Jinglong just stood up, reasoned with him, attacked and sheathed his sword. When the 2 of them sat down, Rong Chang's heart sank again. Why are these 2 men in green so compatible? The 2 of them sat on the long bench. Just by looking at the way they sat, there was a sense of, you follow the rules and I follow the rules. Regarding the Golden Core Sword Immortal with the surname Chen, Rong Chang and Guillemot had also conducted an in-depth investigation along the way to find Sui Jingqing. There were many clues, but they were messy and shrouded in fog. As for Lu Jinglong, the 2 of them didn't need to investigate much. Lu Jinglong, the land dragon who ranked 3rd among the 10 young people in the North Continent, was a prodigy of the Tai Hui sword sect in the north who rose rapidly. Now, the two sword immortals of the Tai Hui sword sect had traveled to the inverted hanging mountain. For a sect immortal, especially in the North Continent where a disagreement could lead to life and death, this was a very dangerous thing to do. For a mountain where sword cultivation was the foundation of a sect, there would be many enemies. However, no one dared to underestimate the Tai Hui sword sect without a sword immortal. Those whose cultivation was not high enough dared not, and those whose cultivation was high enough were unwilling. Of the two sword immortals who went to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, one of them was sect master Tai Hui. He was not Lu Jinglong's disciple. The other person was of higher seniority and was not Lu Jinglong's path protector. The one who had this opportunity was one of Lu Jinglong's senior sisters. However, she did not have a place among the 10 people in the North Continent. This was because when Lu Jinglong entered the mountain she was already a sword immortal at the Golden Core bottleneck. After Lu Jinglong became famous she still could not break through. Even though the Tai Hui sword sect had sealed off the news, there were still rumors that this female Golden Core sword immortal who had high hopes for her almost went crazy. Lu Jinglong had to personally help her and pay the price of being severely injured to help her survive the ordeal. On the other hand, Lu Jinglong's disciple was only an old sword immortal at the Dragon Gate realm of the Tai Hui sword sect. He was limited by his talent and was already in a pitiful state of decay. He had already passed away. Now it seemed that this was a very strange thing in itself, but in the past, it was a very reasonable thing because Lu Jinglong was not a true innate sword embryo. At the beginning of Lu Jinglong's cultivation after he went up the mountain, almost no one outside the Tai Hui sword sect, even within the sect, thought that Lu Jinglong's path of cultivation could advance so quickly. There was a sword immortal who had been on good terms with the Tai Hui sword sect for generations. After Lu Jinglong reached the cave realm and was promoted to a rare direct disciple of the ancestral hall, he had doubts about this. He was worried that Lu Jinglong's character was too soft, which was completely contrary to the Tai Hui sword sect's principle of swordsmanship. It would be very difficult for him to become a talent, especially the kind of person who could become a pillar of the sect. Of course, the facts proved that the Tai Hui sword sect made an exception to accept Lu Jinglong as a direct disciple of the ancestral hall, which could not be more right. Chen Pingan looked at the female cultivator from the Tai Xia sect and said, "I am a foreigner. You should have already investigated clearly. In fact, I am from the Aquarius continent. Saving Sui Jingqing was a coincidence." Rong Chang asked, "Can you elaborate?" Chen Pingan nodded and gave a rough account of what happened at the pavilion. As for the matter of observing people and cultivating the mind, he did not mention a word. He did not talk about whether the person was good or bad, he only talked about what everyone did. Not to mention floating duckweed sword Lake Rong Chang, even the bad-tempered Guamo was not worried that this person was lying. Because Lu Jinglong was sitting beside this green-robed young man. Even if it was a cultivator of the upper 5 realms, they could lie endlessly, the truth and the lies were uncertain, and they could scheme to the death without paying for it. But Lu Jinglong was destined not to do so. Even those who could become Lu Jinglong's friends would not do so. This was an invisible principle, an invisible rule. As long as Lu Jinglong sat there, even if he did not say anything. Previously, I speculated with the greatest malice that you had abducted Sui Jingqing, and at the same time, made her follow you wholeheartedly in cultivation. After all, Sui Jingqing was inexperienced in the world, and she had precious treasures on her. Like the Golden Scale Palace, it was a waste of heaven's treasures. Actually, when we found out about it, it was not troublesome at all. Instead, it was the scene I saw earlier that gave us the biggest headache. After hearing this, Rong Chang said honestly, "I didn't expect Mr. Qin to have already guessed the preaching opportunity behind Sui Jingqing, and even left her a choice to lean towards us. It seems that I have gauged the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain." Qin Pingan said, "Now that I have finished talking about the situation on my side, can you say something that can be said?" Rong Chang and Guamo looked at each other, they were in a difficult position. Guamo landed on the small boat and sat cross-legged. She started to be a hands-off boss. "Sword Immortal Rong, tell them that I'm not good at these twists and turns. It's so annoying." Rong Chang was a little helpless. In fact, Gumo's actions could not be said to be disloyal. In fact, Taisha progenitor Li Kuei was helping his master, Sword Immortal Li Kai, about Sui Jingqing's matter. To be precise, he was helping the future master of Fuping Sword Lake, because Li Kai was definitely going to travel to the inverted hanging mountain. The reason why she stayed in the North Continent was to wait for Taisha progenitor to come out of seclusion, so that they could go to the Great Wall of Sword Qi to kill the big demon together. Now that Li Kuei had unfortunately passed away, his master would probably still go to the inverted hanging mountain alone. And his master had already decided that the future master of Fuping Sword Lake would not be him, Rong Chang. Even if he was a sword cultivator of the upper 5 realms, it would still not be him. It would also not be the other seniors of Fuping Sword Lake, who had good qualifications and cultivation. It could only be Rong Chang's little junior sister who had been in seclusion for 30 years. She was the beauty of Sui family of the Wuling country. Rong Chang did not have a knot in his heart about this, nor did he have any objections. He believed that all the cultivators of Fuping Sword Lake were the same. The reason was simple: they were afraid of being killed by suzerain Luo Kai. Li Yu of the Taixia sect was proficient in several wonderful spells. It was said that she had received the true teachings of Taoist techniques from immortal fire dragon. His little junior sister's real body was indeed in seclusion at Fuping Sword Lake, but under the control of the Taixia progenitor's supernatural power, his little junior sister was in a state similar to a wandering Yin spirit. She was half reincarnated into Sui Jingqing, and did not harm her original soul at all. It could be said that the Sui Jingqing in the room was still the legitimate daughter of the old assistant minister, Sui Xinyu, but not all of it. In short, it was a mysterious state that gave Rong Chang a headache whenever he thought about it. As for the final ownership, Rong Chang was too lazy to think about how his little junior sister used this to practice her swordplay. Master Li Kai did not say much back then, and seemed to have some reservations. Anyway, what Rong Chang needed to do was to erase the big accident caused by the Taixia progenitor's death and the small accident on Sui Jingqing's side. He would leave Sui Jingqing in the North Continent and wait for Master Li Kai to cross the continent and return home. This way Rong Chang could avoid being attacked by his master when she returned. As for the Golden Scale Palace in Chaofu, he had never heard of them before. Rong Chang even thought that he would dirty his hands by using his sword. After thinking about it, Rong Chang still did not want to say much. The 2 men in green robes in front of him liked to reason and were good at it. However, if he treated them as fools, then Rong Chang was stupid. Perhaps if he revealed a little bit of information, they would follow the vine to the melon and find out more of the truth. These 2 bystanders might be able to see further than Rong Chang. They might not use this to blackmail him, but it was not a good thing. There were 2 things that one could not do at Fuping Sword Lake. One was not good at swordplay and one was too stupid. However, his master, Li Kai, saw everyone as a blockhead who was not good at swordplay. Every time his master got angry and beat someone up, he could not help but say a catchphrase: "If your brain is not bright, then practice your swordplay to death. How dare you slack off?" How could he explain this logic? Therefore, Rong Chang carefully chose his words and said, "The situation is like this. How to break the situation is the key. Sui Jingqing has obviously fallen in love with Mr. Chen. It is easy to say but difficult to use the intelligent sword to cut off the threads of love. It is not that no swordsman has succeeded in using love as a grindstone, but there are too few." Qin Pingan nodded and said, "That is true. In the lotus flower-blessed land, Zhou Fei of the Spring-Tide Palace, or rather Jiang Shangzhen, had used many methods to help his good friend Lu Fang break through the knot of love. Not only did his actions make one's hair stand on end, but they were also the most ruthless methods in the world. However, the results were still not good. In the end, Lu Fang did not make it into the top 10. It was not only because he lost to Qin Pingan. In fact, the more important reason was that Lu Fang's state of mind was not perfect. Even if he could fly out of the lotus flower-blessed land, it was equivalent to wasting 60 years of his time. Rong Chang asked, "I am not blaming Mr. Qin. I am just talking about the current situation. Mr. Qin, you are the one who started the trouble. Are you willing to be the one who ended it?" Qin Pingan shook his head and said, "Difficult." Rong Chang frowned. Gu Mo, who was planning to practice silent meditation, could not help but say, "What kind of attitude is this? Cultivators who are greedy for beauty are at a disadvantage. Or are you saying that you want to become Sui Jingqing's Taoist companion on the mountain? Well, if you do that, you will be related to the Taixia sect in Fuping Sword Lake. You have a good plan." Qin Pingan still shook his head and said, "That is not the case." Some words were not pleasant to hear. However, those who were willing to say it to others face to face were not so bad. The truly unpleasant words were always hidden in other people's stomachs or hidden in the dark. They would say 1 or 2 so-called neutral words lightly and lightly. That was the most disgusting thing. Qi Jinglong nodded and said, "Very difficult." Qin Pingan suddenly said, "I will only talk about some possibilities. Let's talk about two extreme cases first. When the Buddhists went east, there was a distinction between Hinayana and Mahayana. It is better to have no self than to have Sui Jingqing. When Sui Jingqing's heart is successful, her love today will turn into indifference in the next year. Of course, there is another case where Sui Jingqing's love is deeply rooted. Even if she is thousands of miles away from me, she will still be haunted by it. Even if she ascends to the upper 5 realms and becomes a sword immortal, it will still be difficult for her to sever it with her sword. Let's talk about the possibility between the two of you. Both of you are Taoist masters on the mountain. You should know some Dharma spells and divine powers that are specialized in overcoming love. However, I think we should also take care of Sui Jingqing's state of mind. Guamo started to have a headache again. Can you be more direct? What should we do? Is there a need to be so long-winded? Qin Pingan looked at her and asked, For you, it is only a matter of 1 or 2 strikes. For Sui Jingqing, it is the direction and level of her life. What's the big deal if we chat a little more? What's the big deal if we chat for a few days? Cultivators on the mountain don't know the weather of the world. Is this a long time? If the people sitting here today were not me and Mr. Liu, but other cultivators of the same realm, the two of you might have retreated with serious injuries. Qi Jinglong said indifferently, She is dead. Qin Pingan said helplessly, Do you know how to talk? Qi Jinglong nodded and said, Continue. Qin Pingan took out 2 pots of wine. He threw one pot to Qi Jinglong and opened the other pot for himself. He took a sip. Qi Jinglong took the wine but did not drink it. He really did not like drinking. Rong Chang smiled. Harsh words. That was the logic. He could accept it more. However, Guamo would probably be more unhappy. As expected, Guamo stood up and sneered, If you are afraid of death, why would you enter the Taixia sect? Why would you go down the mountain to slay demons? Wouldn't it be easier to hide on the mountain and climb up? You don't even have to meet people like you. If I die, it is only the death of a Dragon Gate cultivator. However, 2 bastards with higher cultivation in the North Continent will die. Who will gain from this deal? Qin Pingan hesitated. You won't lose? Guamo scolded, Lose my asteriscus. Qin Pingan was not annoyed at all. He turned and said with a smile, Your cultivation is higher. You can reason with us. Qi Jinglong smiled and said, You have a better temper. You should do it. Gumo's Taixia robe fluttered. He was so angry that his face turned green. You two stop wasting time. Get out here and fight with me. Qin Pingan said, Your sect is too powerful. I don't dare to fight with you. Guamo laughed angrily. I'm not crazy. I will only spar with you. There will be no life and death. Qi Jinglong smiled. It is not good to pick on someone who is weak. Guamo was not embarrassed at all. He said matter-of-factly, We are not slaying demons. So what if I die? It is just a spar. Isn't it asking for humiliation to spar with you, Lu Jinglong? Guamo looked at the cultivator of the lower 5 realms. You have pretended to be a golden core sword cultivator and fought a few tough battles. Even the golden body cultivator of the great Guan dynasty lost to you. That swordsman Xiao Shai was killed by you. I don't think you are a pushover. Our spar has nothing to do with sections. Then Guamo asked in confusion, Are you two whispering about something? Qin Pingan nodded and said, I am asking Mr. Liu if your robe can withstand the full power of an earth immortal sword cultivator. That is why you are so confident. Mr. Liu said it must be. Guamo said angrily, Shameless. Rong Chang rubbed his forehead. What the hell is going on? If he had known it would be so troublesome, he would have let someone else take part in this trip after leaving floating Duckweed Sword Lake. Qin Pingan stood up. Guamo smiled. Oh, before the fight, do you want to nag a little more with me? Qin Pingan shook his head. I don't talk much during a fight. It depends on whether you have the ability to make me speak and breathe quietly. Qin Pingan stomped his foot. A faintly discernible snow-white flood dragon appeared on the wall of the residence. It exploded with light and was incomparably dazzling. It was like a mortal suddenly looking up at the sun. It was naturally dazzling. Rong Chang only narrowed his eyes slightly. Guamo subconsciously closed his eyes. Then he knew that something was wrong and opened them suddenly. It happened in an instant. A snow-white sword light and a dark green sword light flew out. A green-robed figure suddenly disappeared and appeared beside Guamo. He quickly returned to his original position and sat down lightly. Guamo stood in place, dazed for a moment. He sat cross-legged on the small boat. Fine, I lost. You can continue to reason with me. No matter how annoying it is, I will endure it. This was also the reason why Rong Chang was willing to accompany Guo and had a good relationship with him. Guo seemed to realize something and said angrily, "No. Lu Jinglong helped you draw the talisman and took the initiative?" Qi Jinglong waved his hand. "It has nothing to do with me." Rong Chang said, "It really has nothing to do with Mr. Lu." However, the news was blocked, and other than the celestial clans, no one else knew about them. For example, one of them was a proud disciple of the Confucian Temple's deputy hierarch. These living people behind these dead people, old immortals, which one of them did not have a strong family background and a strong fist. However, if you have the ability to come to the North Continent, why don't you roll up your sleeves and show your fist? The North Continent did not have many things, but there were many sword cultivators and sword immortals. Qin Pingan made up his mind, but he did not say anything. He only turned to look at Qi Jinglong. Qi Jinglong smiled and said, "I still have nothing to do." Qin Pingan wanted to say something, but he stopped. Qi Jinglong smiled and said, "I haven't said enough. Even if I did, the Taihui sword sect has its own reasons to say." Qin Pingan did not say anything else. Then Qin Pingan stood up and knocked on the door. Qi Jinglong had already removed the talisman array. Qin Pingan brought Sui Jingqing to the lotus pond. As long as it was something that could be said, he told her everything. In the end, Qin Pingan smiled and said, "You don't have to think about anything now. Under this premise, what are your plans?" Sui Jingqing asked softly, "Won't I cause trouble for Senior and Mr. Lu?" Qin Pingan shook his head and said, "On the path of cultivation, as long as you don't cause trouble, you don't have to be afraid of trouble." Guo sat on the small boat. She was even more idle than Qi Jinglong. She seemed to be staring at the lotus leaves outside the boat, but in fact she had been listening attentively. She could not help but roll her eyes. It was not because she did not like what that person said, but because she felt that what he said was quite reasonable. But towards that person surnamed Qin, she did not deny that she had a big prejudice against him. That was why she was like this. Sui Jingqing nodded and smiled. "Then let's talk about it after I meet that expert?" Qin Pingan said, "Sure." Sui Jingqing's expression was a little gloomy. Her eyes were full of guilt. She wanted to say something but stopped. Qin Pingan frowned and said, "If you think too much about everything and only make you drag your feet, then what are you thinking about? Do you think that your cultivation progress is too fast? Or is the cultivation of the mind too easy?" Sui Jingqing said, "Oh." She did not refute, nor did she seem to reflect. If it was his first disciple, Qin Pingan would have already smacked him with a chestnut. Qi Jinglong still sat where he was. See no evil, hear no evil. But his cultivation was high, his words were clear and could not be stopped. Rong Chang might be the one who was the most depressed. The overall situation was set. Guo, who was burning with anxiety at the beginning, became the most relaxed person. Looking at that man and woman with a strange relationship, she actually felt a little strange. After that, Guo and Rong Chang stayed in this Longdu Immortal Inn. The two houses were not small. It was a little far from the Lotus Pond house. It was also a little sincerity, lest the two men in green robes misunderstood that they were worried about them. Guo and Rong Chang sat opposite each other in the small courtyard. Guo asked, "Rong Chang, I'm just asking. You really can't beat that Lu Jinglong? Defeated in one move?" Rong Chang smiled and said, "If we really fought, of course I wouldn't lose so badly. But the chances of winning are indeed very small. Qi Jinglong and that foreign female Taoist monk fought at Julie Mountain. Either he stopped or found an opportunity to break through." Guo said with emotion, "This Lu Jinglong is really a freak. How can it be so easy to break through all the way? It's simply like a hot knife through butter. Comparisons are odious." Rong Chang smiled and said, "If we were to look at the two people before Lu Jinglong, wouldn't we just bang our heads against the wall and die?" Guo shook his head and said, "Those two, I won't even compare with them. I won't even think about it. Lu Jinglong has great hopes of rising to the top of the North Continent in the future. However, those two are already set in stone. In fact, one of my uncle masters from another lineage even said that if one of them went to the Central Plains in the future, he would have a chance of rising to the top 10. Guo suddenly asked, "Sword Immortal Li went to the Aquarius continent. I heard that the Sword Immortal Wei Jin of the Wind Snow Temple and the Dali vassal Song Zhangqiang are also strong people?" Rong Chang nodded and said, "They are both very strong. The great Tao is within reach." Guo was puzzled and said, "Let's not talk about Wei Jin, but Song Zhangqiang is a pure martial artist. He has taken a dead-end path. The great Tao is not suitable for him, right? Rong Chang thought of a certain person who dared to stand beside his master but still dared to be frivolous. The words of the casual speaker but the listener meant something. He copied and said, "Beyond the great Tao of longevity, there is also the great Tao." Guillemot smiled and said, "This kind of words is similar to what the uncles and uncles on the Crouching Ground Peak say." Rong Chang did not say anything more. After all, the Crouching Ground Peak was the peak of the old immortal, the fire dragon immortal. The old immortal almost never cared about the affairs of the mountain. He left it all to his disciples and disciples to manage. The old immortal only cared about sleeping. For example, Guillemot's master, the Taixia progenitor, had achieved success in her cultivation. She left the Crouching Ground Peak early on and took in disciples. Other than the Taixia lineage, the other three lineages were famous in the North Continent. The Peach Mountain lineage was especially proficient in the Five Thunder technique, the Baiyin lineage was proficient in talisman formations, and the Shen Finger lineage was proficient in the way of the sword. But without exception, all the four direct disciples who had made a name for themselves in the North Continent would only say that they had learned the basics when talking about their master's teachings. Would the listener believe such polite words? In the North Continent they would believe it. This was not the most exaggerated and the most speechless explanation. It was a rumor that had spread through half of the North Continent. It was said that one of the direct disciples of the Fire Dragon Immortal had said that when the disciple was traveling down the mountain, he had chatted with an otherworldly expert who was visiting the Crouching Ground Peak. Somehow he had leaked the heavenly secret. He said that his master had told him personally that the most regrettable thing in his life was that his ability to subdue demons and devils was not good enough. It seemed that the disciple had agreed with him. Not only that, after the Jiao dragons laid on the ground, none of the Jiao dragons dared to move an inch. After the old spiritual master decided to plant the Jiao dragons there, he ordered his disciples to use their supernatural powers to move the soil from the remote mountains. Thus, the Jiao dragons became silent and motionless mountain ranges. It was said that at least the origin of Zijiao Peak, South Radiance Peak and Fuyao Peak was related to the genuine dragon vein. As for how many Jiao dragons were stepped on by the Jiao dragons in the early years, only God knows. Rong Chang smiled and asked, "The Jiao dragon immortal has not returned yet?" Guillemot was a little sad. "Not yet. If the Grand Master was on the mountain, my master would not have died." Rong Chang sighed. There were some things that he could not say. For example, life and death are predestined. The benevolence of an old immortal like the Fire Dragon Immortal is not something cultivators like us can understand. However, Rong Chang truly respected the Fire Dragon Immortal from the bottom of his heart. His master Li Kai was even more so. It was very simple. Just based on the words of the Fire Dragon Immortal. "We came from the mortal world at the foot of the mountain, so we have to go there eventually. Climbing the mountain depends on walking, and descending the mountain depends on riding the wind. On the path of cultivation, magnificent feats are hard to come by. Becoming an immortal is easy. However, if someone can break free from the shackles of heaven and earth and go to the highest place to take a look, of course it's a good thing. There will be more cultivators like that in the northern continent. Don't let the title of the first continent outside of Middle-earth rest on your sword. Killing is not true strength. I can kill all of you with a few slaps." In the heavenly mansion of the Kingfisher Inn. After the storm, the sky was clear. The fragrance of the lotus flowers wafted, and the lotus leaves swayed. Qin Pingan and Qi Jinglong sat on a bench, while Sui Jingqing sat alone on the bench beside them. Qi Jinglong said, "Congratulations on reaching the three realms." Qin Pingan nodded. Sui Jingqing's eyes lit up. "Only the three realms?" She stood up and squatted beside the lotus pond. She plucked another lotus leaf and sat back on the bench. Qin Pingan and Qi Jinglong were silent. They only looked at the lotus pond quietly. Qin Pingan suddenly asked, "That pair of splendid mandarin ducks was produced in the spring dew garden?" Qi Jinglong was not in a hurry to answer. He leaned forward and glanced at Sui Jingqing. The woman had a look of admiration on her face. She was probably admiring her senior's knowledge and experience. Qi Jinglong quickly sat up straight and spoke to Qin Pingan using the ripples of the Heart Lake. He was puzzled. "I didn't think so before, but now I feel that Rong Chang's worries are justified." After reaching the three realms of Qi Refinement Warrior, Qin Pingan could barely speak using the ripples of the Heart Lake. He smiled and said, "Let's not think about that. We'll wait for the Patriarch of Fuping Sword Lake to arrive first." Qi Jinglong said, "That female sword immortal is called Li Kai." She's not a bad person but her temper, Qin Pingan said helplessly, to be able to become good friends with the Taishao progenitor, and for her to be able to teach a disciple like Guamo, I know what to do. Qi Jinglong did not speak anymore. Sui Jingqing did not want to be an outsider. She tried to find a topic. Mr. Lu, previously you said that the reason does not lie in your fists. But didn't you use your cultivation to convince Rong Chang? You even brought up the Taihui sword clan in the end. Qin Pingan and Qi Jinglong looked at each other and smiled. Neither of them spoke. Sui Jingqing was a little embarrassed. Why was she the only fool who did not know anything? Sui Jingqing then felt a little wronged. She lowered her head and gently twisted the lotus leaf. In the past, whenever she did not understand something, her senior would explain it to her. Look, now that she met Qi Jinglong, she was not willing to do so. Fortunately, Qin Pingan said with a smile, Mr. Lu's reason was actually for the entire Taishao progenitor. It could even be said that he was talking to the old immortal, fire dragon immortal. Sui Jingqing raised her head. She understood this explanation. So when Rong Chang said that his master was coming, Mr. Lu said that his Taihui sword clan was actually also for the sword immortal of floating duckweed sword lake? Rong Chang would help to pass the message and make the sword immortal wary? After a while, Sui Jingqing asked tentatively, can we say that the biggest rule Mr. Lu mentioned is to make people with strong fists have scruples when they can kill someone? So this allowed those who were not strong enough to say a few more words? It can even be said that even if they do not say anything, it is already the reason? But if there is a great disparity in strength, whether or not they make a move, they will still be in the hands of the other party. Sui Jingqing's eyes brightened. She continued, can we say that this is equivalent to verifying what you said, at least there is an additional possibility? Qin Pingan nodded. Qi Jinglong smiled and said, let's not talk about an example. Let's talk about most cases. In the streets and alleys, why would strong people not dare to rob people? In the secular dynasties, why would rich people still need to hide their evil deeds? When cultivators go down the mountain, why would they not do as they please and rob the rich people of a city of their wealth and kill them all? Why would I, as a nascent soul cultivator, dare to drag your Mr. Qin along and wait for the arrival of a Jade Raw Realm Sword cultivator? So, it is very impressive to have a strong fist. This saying has no negative or positive meaning. But if one can restrain a fist, it is naturally even more impressive. Qin Pingan reminded, watch your words. Sui Jingqing smiled slightly. Qi Jinglong hesitated for a moment and looked at the lotus pond. But then again, these are the rules of a place of rules. In a place of lawlessness they are useless. But as long as the world moves forward, looking at history and the current situation, it still needs to move from lawlessness to order. Then, everyone will work together to change the order on the surface, which may not be correct everywhere, into good order on the mountain and good law on the mountain. The world will slowly move from being reasonable to being reasonable under a large category so that more people can benefit from it. Perhaps there will be no need to be constrained by the 3 religions and 100 schools. Find a state of balance and in the end, everyone will walk their own path. Qin Pingan said softly, let's not talk about this first. Qi Jinglong stopped talking. Qin Pingan suddenly said, that Gu Mo's mentality is rare and valuable. Qi Jinglong nodded. The world needs many cultivators like this, but it can't only be this kind of cultivator. So when we meet Gu Mo, we don't need to be anxious and we can't be too harsh on her. Qin Pingan nodded and said, that's right. Sui Jingqing looked at the 2 guys and snorted coldly. Carrying the lotus leaf, he got up and went into the house to cultivate. I'm an eyesore, okay? I'll leave, okay? Qin Pingan asked, this is? Qi Jinglong said helplessly, you're an expert, don't ask me. Qin Pingan was confused. What expert? Qi Jinglong had already changed the topic. Tell you some things to take note of when cultivating the 3 realms? Qin Pingan glanced at the pot of wine in his hand. If you don't want to drink, then forget it. Give it back to me. A few snowflakes were spent on immortal wine. Qi Jinglong laughed angrily. Do you think I don't know about glutinous rice wine? Did you forget that I came from the streets? I've never drunk it before, but I've never seen it before. Qin Pingan thought for a moment. Then I took the wrong one. On the other side of the house, Sui Jingqing, who had deliberately slowed down, quickly crossed the threshold and slammed the door heavily. Qi Jinglong was puzzled again. Qin Pingan said, you can't guess a woman's thoughts. Qi Jinglong grunted. Words of experience, priceless advice. Then they chatted. Qin Pingan no longer called him Mr. Lu, but used the name Qi Jinglong. Qi Jinglong, do you have a girl you like? No. Poor thing. You still don't drink? You're almost 100 years old and you still don't have a girl you like. Shut up. I'll change it for you. A pot of real immortal wine? Qin Pingan, if I drink, can you change the topic? Qi Jinglong began to drink. He didn't even need Qin Pingan to persuade him to drink. Qi Jinglong, let's talk while drinking? You're not bad looking and your cultivation is high. There must be a lot of girls who like you. Get lost. These days, Long Tuan was very peaceful. It was just that there were more and more guests and it was overcrowded. This was because it was said that a female Taoist priest from perfected fire dragon's side had appeared, and she was with a sword immortal of unknown origins. His aura was overbearing as he confronted another group of people. Unfortunately, the fight did not happen, but fortunately it was peaceful. This was also the reason why cultivators dared to come to the inn to watch the commotion. Otherwise, wouldn't they be courting death? Qin Pingan asked Qi Jinglong about the key points of cultivation in the lower 5 realms. Qi Jinglong naturally told him everything he knew. As for the talisman, the two of them had many things in common. However, neither of them casually imparted their talisman mystic techniques. It was not that they were unwilling. It was that they could not. For example, the Ghost Hatchet Palace's snow talisman that Qin Pingan had previously drawn on the wall, and the restriction talisman array that Qi Jinglong casually created. However, the Great Tao was interconnected. On the path of talisman, exchanging insights was more beneficial to one's cultivation than learning a specific talisman. Of course, Qi Jinglong was already an expert on this path, but he was more of an answer for Qin Pingan. When Qi Jinglong learned that Qin Pingan had more than 300 yellow paper talisman hidden in his sleeves, he was speechless. Did Qin Pingan think that he was a peddler who sold talisman? Regarding the assassination of Deer Mountain's assassins, Qi Jinglong only commented, it was extremely dangerous. However, when Qin Pingan took out the spoils of war that Sui Jingqing had found, Qi Jinglong only had a rough estimate of the Du armor, giant bow, and other items. Only the 2 daggers that were inscribed with the words Morning Dew and Sunset Glow. He could not help but sigh, such good luck. The reason was simple. If it was not for Qi Jinglong, how would he know the inside story of Deer Mountain, and even more so, he would not know that female cultivator. Instead, Qi Jinglong had seen this pair of daggers in an ancient book of immortals. It had a long history. The female assassin who had killed Deer Mountain was only lucky enough to obtain this pair of immortal weapons that had been lost for a long time. However, her luck was not good enough because she had not grasped the essence of the dagger's refinement and usage. Therefore, Qi Jinglong told Qin Pingan in detail about what he had seen and heard in the book. At the side, Sui Jingqing was full of smiles. Afterwards, Gu Mo and Rong Chang visited the Lotus Pond residence one after another. Rong Chang and Qi Jinglong talked about the way of the sword. Gu Mo asked Qi Jinglong about the truth of some of the rumors. For example, did you, Qi Jinglong, really kill that nascent soul demon in the Golden Core realm? Did you, Qi Jinglong, really have feelings for that Water Scripture Mountain's Fairy Lu? Qi Jinglong answered one by one, not evading. After Gu Mo heard all the answers, he was both satisfied and a little disappointed. He felt that those senior sisters had bad eyesight to actually admire such an extremely boring Taihui sword sect cultivator. Qin Pingan and Sui Jingqing sat on the long bench and watched the show while eating melon seeds. When Gu Mo asked, Qin Pingan and Sui Jingqing looked at each other when they heard that Fairy Lu. After Gu Mo left, Sui Jingqing noticed that her senior gave her a look. She immediately understood and hurriedly stopped eating melon seeds. Clapping her hands, she wanted to ask Qi Jinglong properly. Anyway, she was also curious about whether that female cultivator of the Water Scripture Mountain was beautiful or not. Along the way, whether it was Gu Mo or the 2 female cultivators on the small boat, they were all inferior to her. In the end, Qi Jinglong sat where he was and closed his eyes, saying, I'm going to cultivate. After another 10 days in the night, Qin Pingan had almost completely stabilized his 3-realm qi. There was no shocking movement of riding the sword like a rainbow or the sound of thunder. On the other side of the lotus pond, a female cultivator silently appeared with a sword at her waist. Qi Jinglong, who had been sitting on the long bench for the past few days, opened his eyes. Qin Pingan, who was originally copying scriptures in the house, also put down his brush and walked out of the house. Qi Jinglong stood up and smiled. Greetings, Sword Immortal Li. Li Kai waved her hand. Rong Chang has already sent me a flying sword message. I know the general situation. What about that little girl called Sui Jingqing? What should I do in the end? Should I thank you or beat you up? I'll talk to her first. Li Kai took a step forward and passed Qi Jinglong and the bench. How dare you use the Taihui sword sect to scare me, Lu Jinglong? Qi Jinglong smiled and said, when I enter the pure jade realm, Sword Immortal Li can ask me about the sword according to the rules. Li Kai smiled and said, just wait. However, you have to hurry because I will be leaving the North Continent soon. I have to help Li Yu with the killing of demons on the city wall. Qi Jinglong thought for a moment. There will be a chance. Li Kai turned her head and clicked her tongue. Everyone says that you speak like an old woman's foot binding cloth. Are the rumors on the mountain so unreliable? With your cultivation level and temper, you can definitely compete to be the next sect master of my floating duckweed sword lake. Qi Jinglong turned to look at Qin Pingon, who was standing near a house. Qin Pingon nodded gently. Li Kai stopped and saw the young man in green standing not far away. You are Qin Pingon? Qin Pingon was puzzled. Senior Sword Immortal, how do you know my name? Li Kai thought for a moment and gave an answer that went against her conscience. I guessed. Qin Pingon did not ask further and made way. Li Kai stepped into the house. With a wave of her sleeve, she created a small world. Sui Jingqing was sleeping soundly. She sat gently on the bed and looked at the somewhat unfamiliar face. Li Kai smiled and sighed. You look much more handsome. She sighed. It's just that you have to suffer. Little girl, you're indeed your master's favorite disciple. You're a family, you're bound to enter the same house. We're in the same boat. Then she seemed a little annoyed and scolded, Jiang Shangzhen's mouth. She bent 2 fingers and gently tapped Sui Jingqing's forehead. Even in seclusion, you can still embarrass your master. Sui Jingqing woke up and saw a woman with a sword lighting a lamp. Then she sat on a chair and faced him. Sui Jingqing sat on the edge of the bed and did not say a word. Li Kai said, don't be afraid. Just talk about what you have seen and heard in the Sui family of the Wuling Empire. About 5 minutes later, Li Kai brought the confused Sui Jingqing and walked out of the house. Li Kai spoke to the green-robed young man. Qin Pingon, from now on, Sui Jingqing can continue to roam the Aquarius continent. But there is a bottom line. No matter who she recognizes as her master, you or anyone else, you can only be a disciple in name and cannot be recorded in the ancestral hall. When Sui Jingqing becomes enlightened, she can only wait until that day. She can decide whether she will write her name in the floating Duckweed Sword Lake Ancestral Hall or go to other ancestral halls to offer incense. In this period of time, I will not restrict her. You cannot influence her mental state. Other than you, anyone else can. As for Rong Chang, he will be her Tao protector and follow her to the Aquarius continent. Qin Pingon was just about to confirm the mental state influence and how to record it. Li Kai was already annoyed. She waved her sleeves and said, forget it. As long as you two don't roll around in bed, the rest is fine. After saying that, Li Kai flew away on her sword. She made quite a commotion. It seemed that she was in a bad mood. Sui Jingqing's cheeks were red. She lowered her head and ran back into the house. Qi Jinglong held back his laughter. Qin Pingon sighed. On the wall. Because his master had appeared, Rong Chang did not dare to stand. He squatted there. Gu Mo also squatted by the side and added fuel to the fire. Sword Immortal Rong, what do you mean by rolling around in bed? Rong Chang was in a good mood. He pretended to be serious and said, I don't know. Gu Mo and Rong Chang left together. It was the first time Lu Jinglong left the lotus pond. He went to a house to cultivate. Qin Pingon knocked on the door. Sui Jingqing opened the door. The two of them sat on 2 long benches. Sui Jingqing asked softly, in the end I have caused trouble for Senior, right? Qin Pingon shook his head. To speak my mind to you? Sui Jingqing nodded. He turned to look at him. Qin Pingon said slowly, if you like someone no matter how high his realm is or if he is a mortal teacher, it is not a problem. But if the person you like already likes someone else, isn't that a very sad thing? You can say that it is not a problem. Liking someone is my own business. If the other party does not like you, you can just look at them from afar. In fact, I thought the same way back then. So it is not that I do not understand. This has nothing to do with right or wrong. So it is hard to reason with. After walking a long path, I, Qin Pingon, am not blind. I will not be blinded by the light. I can see even the slightest sign of love between a man and a woman that is related to me. To me, telling you that I won't like you isn't because I'm afraid that if I don't tell myself that, I won't be able to control my emotions, nor am I trying to make you think that I'm an infatuated person. In fact, I'm the calmest when it comes to relationships between men and women, because this isn't something I learned after practicing martial arts or cultivating. Instead, I felt that this is a matter of course since a long time ago. You have to know that a lot of things that I originally thought to be a matter of course have unknowingly changed a lot. Only this matter has never changed. If I like someone, I'll only like her. That's enough. Sui Jingqing was silent. He only looked at him. That young man in green said softly, "I am sorry." Sui Jingqing wiped his tears and smiled. "It is okay. To be able to like a senior who does not like me seems to be happier than liking someone who likes me at the same time." Qin Pingan shook his head and did not say anything else. Sui Jingqing smiled and asked, "Senior, you are only a third realm Qi refinement warrior?" Qin Pingan turned and said, "But I am younger than you." Sui Jingqing supported himself with both hands on the long bench and stretched out his legs. He shook his head and smiled. "I will not be angry." Qi Jinglong said that he was cultivating, and he was indeed cultivating. However, he still heard every word of the conversation by the lotus pond. It was troublesome to be in a high realm. Qi Jinglong thought for a while and felt that he should ask Qin Pingan for advice. Even if he was persuaded to drink, he could still tolerate it. Sui Jingqing sat for a while before returning to the house to rest. Qin Pingan began to do breathing exercises by the lotus pond. At daybreak he left the house and went to look for Guamo. After the dust settled, there was something that he could talk about. After Guamo opened the door, the two of them sat on the stone bench in the courtyard. Qin Pingan went straight to the point. "Zhang Shanfeng is my friend. Do you know him, Fairy Gu?" Guamo nodded. "Yes, but we are not close. We have only met a few times. According to seniority, he is my senior uncle." Qin Pingan nodded. As for the old Taoist who appeared in the alley in Qinghuan country, he should be Zhang Shanfeng's master, perfected fiery dragon. Although the three of them had different seniority, the style of their Taoist robes were roughly the same. Qin Pingan did not say much. After knowing that Zhang Shanfeng and perfected fiery dragon were not at ground landing peak, he only asked if he could visit them if he passed by in the future. Guamo smiled and said, "Since you know that little martial uncle, why not?" Then Guamo added, "But when you reach the peak, don't greet me. I'm not close to you." Qin Pingan smiled. "We will talk about it later." Guamo glared at him. "Senior and junior sisters have a lot of gossip. If you do that, they will gossip for many years. Don't harm me." Qin Pingan smiled and nodded. He bade farewell and left. Guamo suddenly said, "If you know my little senior uncle, why didn't you say so in the beginning? Perhaps there wouldn't be those misunderstandings." Qin Pingan shook his head and did not explain. Qi Jinglong could see the problem with Gumo's state of mind. Qin Pingan could also vaguely see some clues. It was better to let water out than to block it. Qin Pingan had a deep understanding of this. Back then on the Cloud Sea, Zhu Quan of the Hemp sect did very well. After Qin Pingan left, Guamo confirmed that the fellow was far away. She then raised her hand and wiped her face. That little senior uncle named Zhang Shanfeng. Master only told her a little in private back then. Grandmaster said that Grandmaster also told Master a little bit of the heavenly secrets. Grandmaster said to Taishao progenitor, "If one day Master is no longer in the human world, as long as your little junior brother is still here, he just needs to stomp his feet and ground landing peak will continue to be ground landing peak. You don't have to worry about anything." All banquets in the world came and went. Qin Pingan wanted to continue his northward journey and then follow the Great Blasphemy River upstream to cross the North Continent. Qi Jinglong said that he wanted to go to the capital of Great Zhuan to take a look. On the shore of the Longtu Ferry, Guamo was teasing Sui Jingqing, egging on the beauty of the Sui family. Since Rong Chang was by her side to protect her, she could just take the fence. She was so good-looking it would be a pity to hide. Of course, Sui Jingqing ignored her. Rong Chang also used a camouflage technique to hide the aura of a nascent soul sword cultivator and suppressed it near the ordinary golden core cultivators. As long as one was not a sword deity and went down the mountain to travel in the North Continent, try pasting a label of that realm on your forehead. Some bastard sword deities of the unpolished Jade realm would go down the mountain and wander around when they had nothing to do. They liked to chase after nascent soul cultivators and 8th and 9th realm martial artists. Not only did they beat the crap out of them, but they also said that they did not need to thank them for helping them cultivate. If they really wanted to thank them, they should block one more sword strike. Not only were there such bastard masters, but there were also quite a few of them. Moreover, even if one became a sword deity, it was hard to say. Qin Pingan and Qi Jinglong strolled away slowly. Sui Jingqing hesitated for a moment and followed from afar. Guo wanted to follow her, but Rong Chang dissuaded him using telepathy. The two of them walked side by side. Qin Pingan chatted telepathically, "Do you have an agreement with Sword Deity Li that when you reach the unpolished Jade Realm, she will be one of the 3 sword deities of the questing sword?" Qi Jinglong smiled and replied, "Don't worry, I'm not being impulsive. It's just that the sword intent of the sword Lake of Duckweed is very different from my own sword intent. It's very effective to use it to sharpen the blade. As for the danger, which new sword deity in the North Continent would worry about that? Also, you might not know this, but in history many of the so-called questing sword actually had a deep meaning of preaching." Qin Pingan nodded and smiled. "I admire the elegance of sword deities like you." Qi Jinglong smiled and said, "I hope that one day you can catch up to me. Then we can travel the Middle-earth together?" Qin Pingan said, "That would be best." Qin Pingan stopped and said, and I'm saying if one day you, Qi Jinglong, meet an unreasonable person who has a very high realm and is very good at fighting, you will need help." After a pause, Qin Pingan said with a determined look, "Then count me in." After another pause, Qin Pingan smiled brightly. "I will let him know what the fastest sword in the world is." Qi Jinglong clicked his tongue and said, "You're saying that your sword is fast in front of a sword cultivator who is about to reach the upper 5 realms?" Qin Pingan laughed and said, "How old are you now?" "How old am I now?" Qi Jinglong was a little helpless. "That sounds quite reasonable." Qin Pingan patted his shoulder. "Don't mind it. I've just refined my second natal item. I'm a little smug." Sui Jingqing stopped and stood not far away. She had many farewell words that she wanted to say, but now she felt that there was no need to say them. Also, she felt that Mr. Lu's realm was higher, but he was not as handsome as Senior. She turned and left. At Gumo's side, Gumo lightly bumped Sui Jingqing with his shoulder and said in a low voice, "Why do you like that surname Qin? He obviously can't compare to Lu Jinglong in any way. Not to mention other things, just talking about appearance, isn't he still inferior to Lu Jinglong?" Sui Jingqing glanced at her and didn't say anything. She just cursed in her heart. How could such a good girl be so blind? In the distance, Qi Jinglong stretched out his hand. Qin Pingan took out 2 jugs of wine, one for each of them. They faced the sea and the river and drank in small sips. Qin Pingan said softly, "What is a strong person? I think it's every dream buried in the bottom of your heart when you were young. Every boast you made when you were young has come true. And you can become more and more like those people you admired the most." Qi Jinglong, what do you think? Qi Jinglong nodded and said, "Pretty much." Qin Pingan said, "Then what you need now is a girl you like and someone who loves to drink." Qi Jinglong didn't answer at all, but he finally answered Qin Pingan's previous question. "If there is really a strong enemy that I can't deal with, I will call you Qin Pingan. But the premise is that you have at least reached the Yuanying realm, or are a martial artist of the 9th realm. Otherwise, don't blame me for not treating you as a friend." Qin Pingan raised his hand and opened his palm. "It's a deal?" Qi Jinglong was stunned for a moment because he had never had such an experience. Most of the people who cultivated on the mountain had a pure heart and few desires. Of course, there were also friends who fought side by side with life and death. But most of them didn't need to be said. Such an action of Jianghu at the foot of the mountain had never happened before. However, Qi Jinglong still raised his hand with a smile and clapped his hands heavily. "Then it's a deal." On the shore of the ferry, 2 people who liked to reason with each other held a jug of wine in one hand and clapped with the other. First, set a small goal such as 1 second. Remember, book guest house. "526. The ferry from Longtu Ferry to the Skeleton Beach in the south slowly rose into the sky. The clouds in the sky were as red as brocade. Guimo leaned on the railing and cried silently. Master once said that her greatest wish in life was to ascend. Guimo was still a naive girl at that time. What was so good about ascending? At that time, her master only looked at the sunset on the horizon and did not say anything to the girl. Guimo was not sad that she had lost a backer. The Taoist priest and female Taoist of the Tai Xia lineage went down the mountain to kill demons. As long as they did not die, they should not go home and complain to their masters. Sui Jingqing stood beside Guimo. Rong Chang did not show up. Qi Jinglong stood not far away from them. Because the ferry was going south, it was on the way. The ferry route would pass by the territory of the Great Zhuan dynasty. However, Qi Jinglong returned to his house very quickly. On the ground, Qin Pingan in his green robe had already started walking north towards the mouth of the Great Blasphemy Sea. Guemo and Sui Jingqing lived in adjacent houses on the ferry. Guemo had already returned to normal. She openly followed Sui Jingqing into the house and poured herself a cup of tea. She did not regard herself as an outsider. She ignored Sui Jingqing's expression of wanting to cultivate alone. Gumo's face was full of smiles. With Sui Jingqing's current state of mind, how could she meditate? Who was she kidding? Guemo asked, "Didn't that Qin guy give you a few tokens of love?" Sui Jingqing ignored this blabbermouth female cultivator. Guemo glanced at the small mountain staff in her hand. With her cultivation at the bottleneck of the Dragon Gate realm, she could naturally see through that guy's clumsy camouflage. That's it? The material is good and the appearance is passable. However, Sui Jingqing is so good looking. That guy clearly did not mean it. Sui Jingqing, I really don't want to nag you. Don't be bewitched by that guy's flowery words. Sui Jingqing took down the fence and placed the mountain staff on the table. She sat opposite Guemo and leaned on the table. Guemo sized up this beauty of the Sui family and clicked her tongue. As long as a woman was beautiful, she would be beautiful even if she did not speak. When Sui Jingqing entered the middle 5 realms, her beauty would only increase. What would happen then? Guemo couldn't help but reach out to touch Sui Jingqing's soft face. Sui Jingqing slapped Guemo away with one hand and sat up straight. He frowned and said, "Fairy Gu, please conduct yourself with dignity." Guemo rolled his eyes and finished the tea in one gulp. After putting down the teacup, he asked softly, "I heard that you traveled to several countries with that Qin guy. If you were to sleep in the open, how would you bathe? Also, you haven't killed the red dragon yet, right? Isn't that troublesome?" Sui Jingqing said indifferently, "Fairy Gu is a Taoist immortal. Isn't it inappropriate for you to ask this?" Guemo chuckled and said, "After cultivating the Tao, aren't you still human? Aren't women still women when they cultivate? I don't need to spend a single snowflake to ask these questions, and you won't need to spend a single snowflake less. Tell me about it." Sui Jingqing said in a low voice, "Senior is a gentleman. Fairy Gu, I will only say this once. I don't want to hear such words again." Guemo wore a horrified expression. "Are you going to get Sword Immortal Rong to kill me in a fit of anger?" Then Guemo slammed his head on the table and leaned forward. He waved his hands and said, "No, I'm afraid of death." There was a soft knock on the door. Rong Chang said from outside, "It's me." Sui Jingqing was relieved. He quickly said, "Please come in." Guemo was already sitting up straight and drinking tea. Rong Chang seemed to be used to it. After sitting down, he said to Sui Jingqing, "Next, we are going to the Skeleton Beach at the southernmost part of the North Continent. After that, we will cross continents and travel to the Aquarius continent. I will tell you about the restrictions on the mountain. It might be a little complicated, but there is no choice. Although the Aquarius continent is the smallest continent in the world, there are still many strange people." Rong Chang was actually a little awkward. At the floating duckweed sword lake, his temper was not good. It was only when compared to his master Li Kai that he seemed amiable. What his real temper was, those cultivators who died or were injured under his sword knew best. Rong Chang was a powerful nascent soul sword cultivator in the central part of the North Continent. At the floating duckweed sword lake he actually had a few disciples. The market at the foot of the mountain emphasized that a rod made a filial son. On Rong Chang's side, it was to eat a few more swords to increase his cultivation. But on Sui Jingqing's side, Rong Chang naturally had to be more patient. Sui Jingqing listened to Rong Chang's long explanation patiently. Guemo was not an outsider. Rong Chang would not chase people away. She also did not have the ability to tell people to leave. She just sat there and drank cup after cup of tea. She yawned from time to time. She would rather listen to those boring lectures than to stay in her room alone. Rong Chang heaved a sigh of relief. Sui Jingqing seemed to have learned many of the rules of the mountain from the young man surnamed Qin. And compared to the familiar little junior sister, she was indeed very different. His little junior sister had the best temper in the floating duckweed sword lake, but also the worst. When she was good-tempered, she could guide the juniors of the sect for a long time. She was even more dedicated than a preacher. When she was bad-tempered, even his master Li Kai could not do anything to her. After returning from a trip, his little junior sister felt that she was not wrong. Their sword immortal master felt that he was right. After an argument, his little junior sister was imprisoned by their furious master until she was only left with the cultivation of the cave abode realm. She sank to the bottom of the floating duckweed sword lake for half a year. When she was pulled ashore, she was already on the verge of death. Their master asked her if she admitted her mistake. In the end, she said that the scenery at the bottom of the lake was excellent and that she had not seen enough. Finally, their master surveyed the surroundings with a cold gaze. Hence, as the eldest disciple, Rong Chang braced himself and stepped forward. Of course, he did not forget to use a voice transmission to call out to his junior brothers and sisters. He said that everyone was willing to accept the punishment on behalf of his junior sister. Only then did his master take advantage of the situation and reward everyone with a sword strike. Only then did he vent his anger and leave the shore. Sui Jingqing asked, "What if the ferry passengers are unwilling to accept the money?" Rong Chang smiled and said, "A nascent soul sword cultivator is giving them money, they should be grateful." Sui Jingqing shook her head. Rong Chang said seriously, "What I told you before was more about the taboos and customs of the Aquarius continent. Now that the ferry is still above the territory of the North Continent, these are the rules of our mountain." Sui Jingqing smiled and said, "Forget it, when I'm successful in my cultivation, I'll go to the Golden Scale Palace to seek justice." This time it was Rong Chang's turn to shake her head. Guillemot was grinning from ear to ear. He heard that the Golden Scale Palace seemed to have an unknown nascent soul cultivator overseeing it. His actual combat power was definitely trash among the nascent soul cultivators. However, if Sui Jingqing wanted to settle the feud by herself, this meant that she had to at least become a golden core sword cultivator. When a sword cultivator sought revenge or sought a sword in an immortal school, it had always been one man and one sword against the entire mountain. First, they had to break through the great formation of mountains and rivers. Then, they had to break through the great formation of mountains and rivers. Then, they had to break through the great formation of cultivators and their magical artifacts. Finally, they had to fight against the pillars of the cultivation school. This was equivalent to a pure martial artist, one man and one horse. In the history of the North Continent, how many sword cultivators who did not know their place had died? Sui Jingqing smiled and said, "I know it will take a long time, but it's okay." Rong Chang thought that might not be the case. As long as you become the junior sister of the floating duckweed sword lake with a complete soul one day. Sui Jingqing hesitated and said softly, "Sword immortal Rong, I think it's better to be careful when traveling." Rong Chang held back his laughter and nodded. "Okay." Gu Mo nodded in agreement. "Sword immortal Rong, you have to be careful. There are a lot of Jianghu sayings that you have to listen to." Sui Jingqing ignored Gu Mo's teasing and continued, "Sword immortal Rong, the way you look at the ferry passengers is too obvious. One's cultivation level can be hidden, but it's difficult to hide some of the aura of a sword immortal. If it falls into the eyes of someone with ulterior motives, it's inevitable that they will be more cautious. If it's really a group of desperados who has the combat power of a cave abode realm, they might rope in accomplices and try to become Sea Viewing Realm, Dragon Gate Realm, and so on. A small matter will become a big matter, and a big matter will become a disaster." Sui Jingqing thought about it and blushed. "Maybe it's because my cultivation level is low. I've been in Jianghu and encountered a few dangerous situations, so I'm a little paranoid. Sword immortal Rong, just treat me as a frog at the bottom of a well, spouting nonsense." Gu Mo no longer had the joking expression from before. It wasn't that Sui Jingqing's reasoning was right and enough to make Rong Chang, but that a half-baked cultivator who had only been in Jianghu once in 30 years had such a temperament. He was definitely more willing to use his brain than her. Rong Chang smiled. "I have my own plans." He was a nascent soul sword immortal after all, and often went to the foot of the mountain, so he had experienced many life-and-death battles of different realms. But Sui Jingqing's warning was not bad. It seemed that little junior sister becoming Sui Jingqing before him was not entirely a bad thing. Back then little junior sister made a big mistake, causing Fuping Sword Lake and Chongshin Bureau's Cloud Palace's Yang clan to become enemies. After she was sunk to the bottom of the lake for half a year, Master Li Kai did not let little junior sister go out to train anymore. Little junior sister did not want to go out either, and only stayed in Fuping Sword Lake to cultivate. She became fond of solitude and did not care about worldly affairs. Then the entire Fuping Sword Lake, including sect leader Shui Kai, felt a little flustered. It was not that Rong Chang's little junior sister's cultivation level was stagnant, but that she had broken through too quickly. In just 20 years she had broken through the two bottlenecks of the Dragon Gate and Aurus Core, and directly entered the nascent soul stage. This was why Li Kai dared to say that this disciple of hers would definitely be one of the next 10 youths of the North Continent. But even Rong Chang felt a little uneasy, and always felt that breaking through at such a speed was very likely to bring about huge hidden dangers in the long run. Master Li Kai naturally saw it more clearly, which was why little junior sister went into seclusion and Taixia progenitor Liu quietly went down the mountain to the Wuling country. On this day, Sui Jingqing gave Gu Mo the golden hairpin with the inscription Taixia Ghost Slayer, but according to a secret agreement between her and sword deity Li Kai, Gu Mo would not bring the golden hairpin back to the sect, but handed it to Rong Chang for temporary safekeeping. As for why this was so, Gu Mo did not know the deep meaning, but sword deity Li Kai and Master Liu were best friends, and the flying sword that Gu Mo refined was indeed, as Qin Pingan had guessed, a relic left behind by a sword deity of Fuping Sword Lake. Li Kai gave it to Gu Mo, so Gu Mo was very close to this female sword deity who was like a family elder. Not only that, Sui Jingqing finally got the middle and lower volumes of Shang Shang Shenshen collection. The first volume described the fundamental purpose of this great Tao technique, which was of little value in the hands of ordinary earth immortals, but Sui Jingqing cultivated it to the bottleneck of the second realm. Even Rong Chang felt that Sui Jingqing's aptitude was worthy of being called a genius. The second volume was the step-by-step cultivation pithy formula, which was a veritable Jindan secret manual, and the second volume was the key to entering the upper 5 realms. Moreover, Rong Chang also gave Sui Jingqing a special jade token from the ancestral hall of Fuping Sword Lake, which not only symbolized the identity of a direct disciple, but also a close item that only ordinary cultivators of the upper 5 realms would have. Rong Chang herself only had a Fangsuan item. The ferry went south, passing by the Spring Dew Garden and stopping for a while. The passengers could disembark and roughly tour the surroundings of the ferry, which could take 4 hours. Qi Jinglong walked down from the ship. Most of the passengers were still riding the wind or flying through the air. Gu Mo shamelessly followed behind this land dragon, and continued to ask about the rumors of Qi Jinglong on the mountain. If he returned to the sect, wouldn't those infatuated senior and junior sisters be jealous? Not only the Taixia sect but many female cultivators including Shenji and Bai Yun, admired this young sword immortal Tai Hui, who was not a scholar but more like a bookworm, so much that they almost drooled at the mention of his name. After whispering, when they turned around to their senior and junior brothers, all of them were as cold as frost, and did not fake their expressions, which was an eye-opener for Gu Mo. Anyway, Gu Mo had made up his mind. When he returned to the sect, he would say that Lu Jinglong was actually a sanctimonious big pervert, who liked to look at the chest and buttocks of any woman he saw, and was particularly vulgar. Lu Jinglong liked the kind of foxy woman who put on a few pounds of rouge on her face, so that they would be angered to death, who secretly put on some rouge and did not dare to go out. It was equivalent to helping them cultivate in peace, wasn't it? Taking 10,000 steps back, didn't it also help them save the money to buy rouge? Therefore Gu Mo looked at this young sword immortal from Tai Hui Sword Sect, who was not pleasing to the eye at the beginning, but now he was more and more pleasing to the eye. Qi Jinglong bought some books at the Spring Dew Gardens Talisman Water Crossing bookshop, hesitated for a moment and said, "Miss Gu, although it's a little inappropriate to say this, but I really don't like you." Gu Mo was stunned for a moment, and then she was furious, asking, "Lu Jinglong, is your brain flooded with water?" Qi Jinglong did not get angry but laughed instead. It was indeed useful. Gu Mo was a little flustered. It seemed that water had really entered her brain. The person in front of her, could it be a fake Lu Jinglong? Qi Jinglong continued to walk, his body relaxed. Gu Mo was afraid that this guy would lose his mind, so she slowed down her pace, not daring to walk side by side with him and not daring to smile at him. Qi Jinglong turned his head and smiled. "Miss Gu, you don't have to do this, we are still friends." Gu Mo almost could not help but kick him, but after weighing the cultivation of both parties she finally controlled herself, but she was so angry that her teeth itched and she turned to leave. Qi Jinglong was a little emotional. Compared to Qin Pingan, it seemed that he was still lacking in this kind of thing. But the general direction should be right. Sui Jingqing went to Spring Dew Gardens Old Locust Street, and strolled around the small buy-in shop. She heard the senior and Mr. Lu talk about this property when they were chatting. Of course Rong Chang followed along. Sui Jingqing wore a hedgerow on her head, and held a walking stick in her hand and entered the shop. The shopkeeper was a friendly and attentive person, full of emotions, and in a few words he roughly introduced how good the buy-in shop was so that it would not be annoying. Sui Jingqing quietly asked, "Senior brother Rong, can I borrow money from you?" Although she now had the Ancestral Hall's direct disciple jade token, She was still the floating duckweed sword lake sect Master Li Kai's disciple in name, so it was not a problem to call Rong Chang's senior brother. Rong Chang laughed in his heart. Master has reserved 100 grains of Guyu money for you. Junior sister Sui can spend as much as you want, it's not considered a loan. Senior brother Rong also has some property here, you don't have to return it. Floating Duckweed Sword Lake and Chongshin Bureau's Cloud Palace's Yang clan respectively had 20 and 30% of the income of the Dragon Palace Grotto Heaven. The remaining 50% was, of course, the local tyrant. The Dragon Palace Grotto Heaven, one of the 36 Grotto Heavens, was located at the deepest part of the Great Blasphemy, and the scenery could be described as strange and variegated. It was not only a famous tourist attraction, but also an excellent place for chi cultivators to cultivate water arts. Just the number of Earth Immortal cultivators who rented a cultivation mansion for a long time, there was as many as 10 people, and one could imagine the huge annual income. Even if Floating Duckweed Sword Lake only had 20% of the income, it was still quite an exaggerated amount. But Sect Master Li Kai did not take a single cent. All the immortal money that was settled in the Dragon Palace Grotto Heaven every 60 years would be the property of the Floating Duckweed Sword Lake's Ancestral Hall, and it would be distributed to all the cultivators except her according to their realm, talent, and merit. This was Floating Duckweed Sword Lake. Rong Chang could guarantee that even if Master Li Kai's realm fell and was no longer a sword cultivator of the upper 5 realms, the sect master of Floating Duckweed Sword Lake would still be Li Kai and only Li Kai. No matter what, Floating Duckweed Sword Lake was not short of money. Moreover, Master Li Kai had always respected the rule that female disciples must be raised well, so as to prevent them from being abducted by men. However, half of the 100 grains of Guyu money was actually Master Li Kai's private savings, and the other half was the Ancestral Hall's share of the Ancestral Hall's junior sister who was in seclusion. Sui Jingqing looked through the treasure shelves in Bai An's shop, and picked a few cheap items, but they were not spiritual weapons. After bargaining, he only spent 10 grains of Guyu money. Then Sui Jingqing asked if there were any treasures of the shop, and it didn't matter if the price was higher. The young shopkeeper who came from the Night Illumination Cottage to help was still enthusiastic, and did not change his attitude after the girl bought a few cheap items. He roughly mentioned a few expensive items that were not placed in the front shop. The dragon chair was fine, as the young shopkeeper did not mention it at all, but he emphasized the 2 golden crowns, one big and one small, and could be sold separately. The bigger golden crown was 18 grains of Guyu money, and the smaller one was 16 grains of Guyu money. If they were bought together, it would be cheaper by 1 grain of Guyu money, for a total of 33 grains of Guyu money. Sui Jingqing asked, "Can I take a look first?" The young shopkeeper smiled and said, "Of course, after looking. If you don't like it, it's fine if you don't buy it." He went around the counter and opened the door. Rong Chang glanced at the words on the door, and did not know whether to laugh or cry. For big words the fated will get it. For boys the highest price will get it. Rong Chang could not connect the owner of this shop with the young man in green robes from Green Oriole Kingdom's Dragon Head Fairy. Sui Jingqing took a fancy to the 2 golden crowns at first glance. He did not bargain and asked Rong Chang to take out 33 pieces of grain rain money. One hand for the money and the other for the goods. Holding the locust wood box that was made according to Nightly Cottage's meditation, Sui Jingqing left Bai An's shop and walked on Laohui Street. His footsteps were light and he was in an extremely good mood. The young shopkeeper bowed and lowered his head all the way, and sent the 2 distinguished guests out of the shop. He watched them leave. He only felt that it was inconceivable. Actually, this substitute shopkeeper of Bai An's shop was a little guilty himself. Although the pair of golden crowns were a pair of genuine magic treasures, they could not be sold for the sky-high price of 33 grains of grain rain money. Nightly Cottage had actually made a private estimate. Although the 2 magic treasures could be used to summon the protection of 2 golden goddesses, and its effect was similar to a robe. At the same time, it also had a certain degree of offensive ability. However, it was ultimately not a robe with the quality of a magic treasure. Therefore, 25 grains of grain rain money was a fair price. Even if some treasures that could not be bought with money were added, for example, if a female Earth Immortal took a fancy to it, it would be 28 grains at most. At the Earth Immortal level, the requirements for magic treasures were actually very simple. The more extreme the better. This was also the fundamental reason why the 2 golden crowns could not be sold. It was not that no customers liked them, but that the price was too high and there was no benefit to speak of. However, the price of the golden crowns and dragon throne was set by the Sword Immortal shopkeeper himself. The reason was that he did not want to meet a fool who had too much money. Knightley Cottage was also helpless about this. They always felt that they would have to eat dust for at least 100 or 200 years. They did not expect that only a short time had passed. After walking out of Laohui Street, Rong Chang smiled and said, "It was too expensive." Sui Jingqing was a little embarrassed. However, she really liked this pair of golden crowns. Sui Jingqing said softly, "Senior brother Rong, I definitely won't buy anything else from now on." "I don't mean to blame junior sister." Rong Chang shook his head and said with a smile, "Our master is very forthright when he buys things. He once took a fancy to a beautiful robe and insisted that the other party raise the price. Otherwise he would not buy it. At that time, master did not reveal his identity. The other party was scared half to death, thinking that he encountered a troublemaker. Later, when he learned that it was our master, he regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. He beat his chest and stamped his feet, feeling that he should have doubled the price." Sui Jingqing said with a sigh, "If I had known, I would have gone to Fuping Sword Lake to take a look." Rong Chang heaved a sigh of relief. "Damn it." "Jingqing, why are you so disobedient? Call me senior." Sui Jingqing looked around and picked up the walking stick. She opened the door and was about to hit Guamo. Guamo had already skipped away. He popped his head out at the corner of the corridor and said with a cheeky smile, "Hey hey. Even a girl like me will be tempted when I see you now. I think that guy walked with you all the way and definitely did not pay attention to his eyes. It's just that his cultivation level is high and your cultivation level is low. That's why you didn't notice it. Sai, I just don't know if you've suffered a great loss or gained a great deal." Sui Jingqing was so angry that she wanted to chase after him. Guamo had already returned to his house in high spirits. He was in a good mood. Sui Jingqing closed the door and leaned against it. She smiled sweetly and sat at the table. She put on the golden crown and held the bronze mirror in her hand. After that, she took off the golden crown and kept the bronze mirror. Sui Jingqing began to carefully read the middle volume of Shang Xian collection. Taoist cultivators do not know day and night. Qi refinement warriors who had just stepped on the path of cultivation would often lose their sense of the speed of time. Late that night, Sui Jingqing put down the last volume of Shang Xian collection, and turned to look out of the window. Moonless Chinese parasol tree, showering banana, wild geese, autumn wind, spring grass, horse hooves, snowy skiff, childhood sweethearts, talented scholar and beautiful lady, famous general's saber, beautiful lady's bronze mirror. There were so many matches made in heaven in the world. Then what about Sui Jingqing and the senior? Qi Jinglong was flipping through a book bought from Fu Shui-du. It was a miscellaneous book about the imperial porcelain of various continents and countries. It was printed by the Qianglin sect, which was the best at doing business in the North Continent. He suddenly frowned. He closed the book. He closed his eyes. At the Kingfisher Inn at Long Tu Ferry, Qin Pingan talked about a lot of things with him. Most of them were mentioned in passing without leaving a trace. There was the crash of the cross-continent ferry at Dage Mountain, the Bai N in the southeast of the North Continent, and the matter of the natal porcelain in his hometown, Liju Grotto Heaven. These topics were mixed in with many other topics and were not conspicuous. Qin Pingan did not deliberately pursue any answers. It was more of a casual conversation between friends. But Qi Jinglong was not stupid. There was a hidden thread in all of this. Perhaps Qin Pingan himself didn't notice it. The cross-continent ferry at Dage Mountain, Mr. Jian Wang, one of the top 10 eccentrics in the North Continent, was dead or alive. The ferry crashed in the most powerful Zhuang dynasty in the central region of the Aquarius continent. The North Continent was furious. Then, there were more than 200 sword immortals of the Northeast Continent who were prepared to travel on their swords to the White Jade Continent. Among them, there were 10 sword immortals of the Upper Five Realms. Before they left, this group of sword immortals did not say anything to the White Jade Continent. They directly traveled across the continent. Half of the sword immortals of the Upper Five Realms had once sharpened their swords at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. When the White Jade Continent suddenly found out that the 200 sword immortals of the North Continent were only 3,000 miles away from the coast, almost all the immortals with the surname Zong were about to collapse. This was because the other party had threatened to challenge the White Jade Continent with their swords. No one should rush. From east to west, one by one, everyone would have a share. As for the surname North of the White Jade Continent, don't you all care about it? Just keep it. Other than this group of sword immortals who were opening up new territory, there were also sword immortals who continued to travel west. In the end, an old scholar blocked the path of the sword immortals. It was unknown what the old scholar talked about when he faced the 200 sword immortals. But in the end, the sword immortals of the North Continent did not go ashore on a large scale and chose to return to their continent. But after that, the White Jade Continent no longer had the surname North. Qi Jinglong thought about these past events. Even if he did not personally experience it and could only hear about it from the seniors of the sect, he was still fascinated. But the two sword immortals of the Tai Hui sword sect were among those who traveled across the continent, and were not willing to talk about it. Qi Jinglong only heard some elders of the sect talking about it. The two sword immortals had a dispute about who would guard the sect and who would attack across the continent. The general idea was that one was the sect master, so he should stay. The other was saying that his sword technique was not as good as his, so he should not go and embarrass himself. Qi Jinglong started to think about all the possibilities. The best and the worst, as well as many other things in between. This was the same as Qin Pingan's way of looking at big and small difficulties. But after thinking about it, Qi Jinglong felt that this was a complicated situation that could affect all parties. So Qi Jinglong planned to gather more information. One thing was very important to help out of kindness, and that was to not cause trouble for others. Qi Jinglong sat back in his seat. The Qianglin sect would be a better place to start. Because this sect was rolling in money, it was very complicated. Asking for information about them would not alert the enemy. There was also a sect that had been on good terms with the Tai Hui sword sect for generations. It was said that they had done business with the Pearl Grotto Heaven's natal porcelain, so he could ask around. However, there were some rumors that there were a few newcomers on the mountain who were completely qualified to be in the top 10, and their rankings were not low. Qi Jinglong flipped through some calligraphy and painting collections. Recently, he had been studying the calligraphy intent of the cursive calligraphy and the 8 sides of the blade. This was sword practice. Studying the freehand brushwork and sketches of famous paintings was also sword practice. When he read, he flipped to a line of bird seal by Green Moss, which was also sword intent. Qi Jinglong had always believed that the so-called I speak reason would be a process that went from complicated to simple, and when the conditions were right, success would come naturally. Just like reading thick and thin books, in the end it might only leave behind a few words that added the finishing touch, but it could accompany and benefit a lifetime. Moreover, the fundamental principles that supported a stomach of knowledge were like the pillars and beams of a house. They supported each other, but they did not fight with each other. In the end, the Tao heart was like the Baek-ok-kyung building, rising layer by layer until it reached the sea of clouds. Not only that, the land occupied by the house could also be expanded. As the rules were grasped more and more, the so-called limited freedom would naturally be infinitely close to absolute freedom. In the dead of night, Qi Jinglong had been reading under the light. Everyone felt that he was distracted. Fortunately, there were still people who did not feel that way. Dressed in a green robe, he walked along a big path. It was autumn. On this day in Jianghu City, Qin Pingan suddenly found an old restaurant and ordered a gold-plated hot pot. Many of the Jianghu people were shouting over there. They were sweating profusely, but their chopsticks were still flying. One of them might have been a Jianghu person who had read books. He was drunk and said something for no reason. He asked Qin Pingan to order an extra pot of wine. That person said that the oil pot that the weak gathered in was the hot pot on the table of the strong. Qin Pingan drank a big bowl of wine and felt that Senior Song was right. The hot pot was wine, and the taste here was unique in the world. (527). Two Taoists, one old and one young, were walking along the banks of the great lake of the Central Plains. The autumn wind was bleak. The old Taoist told his disciple that he was going to meet an old friend. The young disciple did not ask who it was or whether his cultivation level was high because there was no need to. Back then he was rejected by a scholar on that lonely island in the sea. The young Taoist was a little emotional about his master's cultivation level. Especially when he knew that his master said that the scholar was not a land immortal, nor was he in the unpolished jade realm, immortal realm, or ascendant realm. The young Taoist wanted to comfort his master, but when he saw that his master did not care, the young Taoist gave up. This was even better. His master's ability to slay demons and devils was not good. As a disciple, his Tao was lousy. His master brought him to the Central Plains and went to the Central Plains Mount Longhu. In the end, Zhang Shanfeng was left at the foot of the mountain by his master. The young Taoist was a little regretful, but he felt that his master's reputation was not big enough to bring people up the mountain, so he did not say anything. His master only said that he wanted to ask a favor from those noble people. If it was successful, Zhang Shanfeng could go up the mountain. Zhang Shanfeng asked his master to be more attentive and talk to those noble people nicely. He did not want to mess around like he did on his own mountain. After all, whether he could visit the celestial master's residence depended on his master. The old Taoist said that there was nothing to worry about when his master was doing things. The young Taoist's eyes were full of sorrow. He had been cultivating on Earth Flat Peak for so many years. Master, what did you do? Occasionally there would be some Taoists from other sects who came to talk to you. They were either sleeping soundly or asked him and a few of his senior brothers to help them. Over time, the Taoists from the Tai Xia, Bai Yun and Shen Finger sects did not talk about anything. When they saw him, they would immediately sigh and leave without hesitation. Although it was natural for a disciple to help his master solve his problems, it was not right for the disciple to help his master every time. Not long after the old Taoist climbed up the mountain, he came down and said that the matter was not successful. It should be because he could not go to the celestial master's residence to broaden his horizons. The young Taoist said that it was fine. He turned around and comforted the old Taoist. The old Taoist was moved to tears and was extremely emotional. He said, "Feng Shan, a disciple like you is truly your master's little jacket." The young Taoist looked up at Mount Longhu in the distance. It was shrouded in immortal qi, the cries of red-crowned cranes and the brilliance of treasures. He was a little disappointed, but this disappointment was not for his master but for himself. Back then he had followed his master's instructions to leave the mountain and not wander around his own mountain. He had gone to a faraway place to enjoy the scenery. Therefore Zhang Shanfeng had taken a ferry to a faraway place. After traveling for a while, he had lost his soul and was unwilling to return to his sect. He gritted his teeth, took out almost all of his immortal coins, and took a ferry to the Aquarius continent. Later he met a friend and then another. The three of them parted, met again and parted again. After the experience, there were some things that the young Taoist was very clear about. Therefore Zhang Shanfeng felt more and more grateful to his master. The old Taoist stopped somewhere by the great swamp and asked him to wait for a moment. Zhang Shanfeng stood at the side with a bamboo box on his back. He asked softly, "Master, you didn't bring any gifts when you visited?" The old Taoist with 2 fire dragons embroidered on his Taoist robe frowned and said, "I was in a hurry and forgot." Zhang Shanfeng sighed, "Even if it's just a few snowflakes, it's still a gift that counts. Master, are we too careless? The next time you visit a good friend you can tell me in advance. I'll prepare a gift." The old Taoist thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. He held back and did not tell his disciple the truth. "If we brought gifts, I'm afraid that the great swamp water god would misunderstand that we're trying to be polite before resorting to force. His knees would most likely go soft." Although this great swamp water god was the first in the water god temple of the 3rd dynasty in the world, he really did not know how to be a human back then. As a god, his temper was not very good, so he began to use his divine ability to burn the great swamp. After the entire great swamp's water level dropped by more than 10 feet, that fellow finally began to kneel and kowtow, begging for mercy. At this moment, the old Taoist who had used a camouflage technique revealed a little of his aura. Very quickly, an old man in a golden robe came out of the water. After he came ashore he did not speak. He did not dare to. His heart was beating like a drum and his face was tense. He was afraid that he would not be able to control himself and kneel down, crying and acting pitiful. He was afraid that if he said some mushy words and made the old Taoist unhappy, wouldn't that be a disaster? If it was said that in this dynasty, on the mountain and under the mountain, this water god who was not considered low in terms of rank and cultivation was known to be a tough nut to crack. He had once fought with a few great cultivators who crossed the border. The only exception was when he faced the Jinren of Fire Dragon. A normal great cultivator would at most use spells and magic treasures to break his golden body and hurt his vitality. He could then rely on incense and water to repair his golden body and recover. However, this Jinren of Fire Dragon in front of him could break his golden body into powder and he could not even retaliate. As for why the Jinren of Fire Dragon could casually attack a water god and why the Middle-earth Academy had very few restrictions on this old Taoist, it was a little strange. The young Taoist looked at this person who seemed to be an otherworldly cultivator and then looked at this person who was expressionless and cold. He was a little angry at his master. Look, is there even a little bit of the joyous atmosphere of an old friend reuniting? Could it be that his master felt that he had lost face at Mount Longhu and wanted to come to the Mirage Marsh to find a friend he was not close to and show off that he had many friends in the Middle-earth Divine Continent? Actually, Master, you don't have to do this. The young Taoist felt a little sorry for his master. Zhang Shanfeng coughed. Master? The Jinren of Fire Dragon, who was in a daze, acknowledged and smiled. Long time no see. The old man in the golden robe swallowed his saliva and forced a smile. Yes, it has been a long time. The Jinren of Fire Dragon could not be bothered to talk nonsense with this water god. I want a bottle of water pills from you. The old man in the golden robe almost cried on the spot. It was just a bottle of water pills from the Mirage Marsh Water God Palace. It was just a small matter for him to pass a message. Why would he need to come personally? If he took a few more steps on this rural road, wouldn't it delay the old immortal's cultivation? Old immortal, do you know that your appearance is going to scare me, this little immortal, out of my guts, okay? The old man in the golden robe only felt that he had survived a disaster and was going to hold a banquet in the Mirage Marsh Water God Palace. After all, he had been worried for more than 1,000 years. He was always worried that the next time he saw the Jinren of Fire Dragon, even if he did not die, he would lose a layer of skin. He did not expect that a bottle of water pills could settle him. Of course, the so-called bottle of water pills was only for an old immortal who was at the peak of the ascendant realm like the Jinren of Fire Magic. Ordinary immortals who were proficient in fire magic would not dare to ask for such a thing. Anyway, if the other party bullied him and caused a big commotion, the dynasty and the academy would not stand by and do nothing. Hence, the old man in the golden robe immediately took out a porcelain bottle and asked carefully, "One bottle is enough?" The Jinren of Fire Dragon smiled. "What do you think?" The old man in the golden robe immediately took out another bottle of water pills condensed from the essence of the Mirage Marsh Water God. In fact, the Jinren of Fire Dragon only needed one bottle. However, he suddenly thought of the Baiyin lineage on his mountain. Someone might need this item to help them break through the realm. Hence, he did not intend to reject it. Zhang Shanfeng gently pulled his master's sleeve. The Jinren of Fire Dragon smiled. "Your friend gave you such a big gift and treated you sincerely. Although I did give him a gift in the past, in fact, according to my seniority, it was not enough. Hence, I intend to give him another bottle of water pills. I am helping you to return the favor and also to cut off some karma. As for the other bottle, it is for your senior brother from the Baiyin lineage." Zhang Shanfeng did not quite understand what he meant by gift and karma. However, when he thought that Qin Pingan could get another bottle of water pills, it was still a great thing. The Jinren of Fire Dragon did not mind that his disciple and the young man would be together forever. However, there were still some small karma that needed to be sorted out. The Jinren of Fire Dragon took over the 2 bottles of water pills. At the same time, he secretly left a thin fire dragon in the palm of the water god of the Mirage Marsh Water God to help him refine his golden body. After receiving benefits from others, he had to return the favor. Furthermore, regarding Qin Pingan, the Jinren of Fire Dragon did not want to spoil him through excessive enthusiasm. In actual fact, his disciple Zhang Shanfeng, or rather himself, owed him 2 favors. Firstly, it was the seal personally carved by the previous Master of Heaven. It was not expensive, but to Zhang Shanfeng it meant a lot. This was the fate of Tao. To a Taoist, fate of Tao was the most important thing in the world. Magic treasures and celestial weapons were secondary. Secondly, it was the sword. However, this was the other fate of Tao. This was also the reason why the Jinren of Fire Dragon was not willing to vent his anger in the mansion of the Celestial Master after his request failed. According to the agreement, the Jinren of Fire Dragon hoped that his disciple Zhang Shanfeng could receive the approval of the Celestial Master of the mansion of the Celestial Master to inherit the position of a Celestial Master with a different surname. However, the mansion of the Celestial Master acknowledged that Zhang Shanfeng had a bright future. However, they felt that the world was going to be chaotic and that distant water could not quench the present thirst. They asserted that Zhang Shanfeng would not be able to become the mainstay of the Dragon Tiger Mountain in the next 100 years. In addition, the mansion of the Celestial Master had found another 2 candidates for the position of Celestial Master with a different surname. Hence, they did not accept the Jinren of Fire Dragon's suggestion. Hence, as long as the Jinren of Fire Dragon ascended in the North Continent, the Dragon Tiger Mountain of Middle-earth would promote a Celestial Master with a different surname. Although he would be inferior to the Jinren of Fire Dragon, he would still be a far cry from Zhang Shanfeng. At that time, in the Grandmaster Hall of the mansion of the Celestial Master, except for the celestial master who looked calm. The rest of the nobles were panicking. They were afraid that the Jinren of Fire Dragon would attack them. Luckily, the Jinren of Fire Dragon only went down the mountain silently and brought his disciple Zhang Shanfeng out of the Dragon Tiger Mountain. At the shore of the Great Lake, the golden-robed old man was in a frenzy. Just as he was about to kowtow to express his gratitude, the Jinren of Fire Dragon signaled him not to do so. The golden-robed old man quickly calmed himself down. Zhang Shanfeng took the 2 bottles of water pills from the Jinren of Fire Dragon and kept them in his sleeves. He could finally do something for Qin Pingan, right? Not only did he freeload on Qin Pingan, he also owed a lot of debts. At the haunted house in the Tsai country, he bought the Du armor on credit. At the ferry in the Shu Shui country, he bought the sword on credit. Later on, when he and Su Yuanxiao were trapped in the Qing Yuan country, it was Qin Pingan who saved him. The Jinren of Fire Dragon glanced at the golden-robed old man. The latter immediately understood and gritted his teeth. He took out the last bottle of water pills and gave it to the young Taoist. Just a cultivator of the lower 5 realms? Is he really the disciple of the Jinren of Fire Dragon? Although the Jinren of Fire Dragon had a weird temper and he never took in disciples based on their potential, since the old immortal was willing to travel the central divine continent with a disciple, how could this disciple be simple? The young Taoist was a little embarrassed. He wanted the bottle of water pills but felt that it was not very generous. Hence he rejected it verbally. The golden-robed old man said shamelessly that the water pills were the most worthless thing in his family. Since it was the first time both of them met and he was a few years older, he should give a gift. He did not dare to say that he was a senior who was a few years older. If he was the senior of the young Taoist, wouldn't he be of the same generation as the Jinren of Fire Dragon? Zhang Shanfeng had actually decided not to accept it. However, the Jinren of Fire Dragon persuaded him to accept it. He said that if he had the chance to travel the central divine continent alone in the future, he could return the gift. Regarding the word return the gift, the golden-robed water deity's scalp went numb and he was terrified. He guessed that the Jinren of Fire Dragon was related to the Dragon Tiger Mountain. This was because in the 1,000 years after the Jinren of Fire Dragon burned the Great Swamp and returned to the North Continent, there would often be nobles from the Celestial Master's residence who would come down the mountain to visit the battlefield. Only then did Zhang Shanfeng accept the 3rd bottle of water pills and thank him. The golden-robed old man did not dare to stay any longer and left. He had to make use of the fire dragon given by the old deity to cultivate his golden body. Before that, of course, he had to pass down the order for all the lake spirits in his territory to return to their lair immediately. If anyone dared to not control their legs, he, the water deity of the Mirage Marsh, would not be able to carry his own head. The Jinren of Fire Dragon brought Zhang Shanfeng along and continued to travel on foot. The Jinren of Fire Dragon's words were harsh and he did not say much to his disciple Zhang Shanfeng. The karma between Qin Pingan and the North Continent was very deep and it would be easy for his disciple to get involved. He believed that with the young man's temperament, even if he was in a desperate situation, he would not take the initiative to get Zhang Shanfeng involved. However, the world was a mess. Since Qin Pingan had done so, his disciple would have his own ideas and would definitely join in without hesitation. When that time came, would he, as the master, allow the sword immortals of the North Continent to go out to sea and fight against the Celestial Master's residence of the Dragon Tiger Mountain? Or would he break the rules and go down the mountain to help his disciple and the young man? He had to admit that many of the fundamentals of Tao that Lu Qin advocated were actually very disgraceful at first glance. It sounded very harsh at first, but after 100 or 1,000 years, it would become the truth. When one cultivates on the mountain, everyone cultivates themselves. When one travels through the void, one can either ascend or reincarnate. Naturally, the mountain would be peaceful and the world would be peaceful. Once the cultivators on the mountain decided the fate of the people below the mountain based on their personal preferences, coupled with the knowledge of the 100 schools of thought, everything would become even messier. Everyone was reasonable and everyone was unreasonable. The fiery dragon Jinren had once been to the Qingming Tian in his early years due to fate. He saw the good and bad of the Taoist school of the world that was not sloppy, and he also saw the good and bad of the Confucian school of the world that was condensed into a web of human relationships. Indeed, the Qingming Tian school of Taoism used the Baek Okekyung building to fight against the illusory otherworldly demons and used the Great Wall of Sword Aura and the Inverted Mountain to fight against the barren world. The young Taoist suddenly laughed. "Master, now that I have traversed the Middle Plains divine continent, I am like Qin Pingan, someone who has traversed the 3 continents." The fiery dragon Jinren laughed and nodded. Both of you are very impressive. Zhang Shanfeng asked, are the Qi cultivators of the younger generation of the Aquarius continent slightly inferior to us? The fiery dragon Jinren said, the difference in age between the two continents is only 60 years. Perhaps in the future, everyone will realize that the youths of the Aquarius continent are becoming more and more outstanding. But then again, the fate of a continent is fixed, but the amount of spiritual energy is not. Whichever continent is bigger, the number of youths in their age will be even more exaggerated. Hence, for the Aquarius continent to impress the other 8 continents, they still need some luck. From the looks of it, Master's old friend, Li Lu, will definitely be outstanding. This is something that no one can stop. Ma Kuxuan is also a person who is blessed by the heavens, and the lady that he is assisting is not an exception. These 3, in comparison, are the least unexpected. That is why Master will pick them out to talk about. But just because they are less unexpected does not mean that there are no surprises. Zhang Shanfeng laughed, Qin Pingan will definitely be outstanding, right? The fiery dragon Jinren nodded. He should be one. But the final height, it is still hard to say. Because there are too many variables. Zhang Shanfeng said, Master, my foresight is not bad, right? The first friend that I made in the Aquarius continent was Qin Pingan. The fiery dragon Jinren said, I feel that Qin Pingan's foresight is not bad too. Zhang Shanfeng thought for a while, Qin Pingan's foresight in making friends is not bad. But Master, your foresight in taking in disciples is neither good nor bad. After all, some of the senior brothers and sisters that came from the ground-bending peak are still very powerful. The fiery dragon Jinren was silent for a while, then smiled. Shanfeng, remember one thing. Zhang Shanfeng asked curiously, Master, please tell me. The old Jinren sighed. In the future you will also take in disciples and teach them Taoist techniques. Remember, don't fall in love with these disciples just because you think that they will definitely become the person at the top of the mountain. Rather, these disciples have a lot of, well, maybe even their masters are not as good as them. That's why they are destined to have more chances to reach the top of the mountain. Don't get the order of things wrong. Aptitude was never absolute. Everything is beautiful and there is nothing unique about the scenery. Many of the ancestors of the immortal sects cultivated till their brains became rusty, and could not understand such a small matter. That is why the peak of a mountain did not have the slightest bit of human feeling. The old man turned his head, and saw his disciple holding back his laughter and asked, What's wrong? Zhang Shanfeng laughed, Master, with my current skills, how can I take in disciples? Wouldn't I be leading them astray? The old man laughed, Take it slow, there is no rush. The so-called Tao technique inheritance was passed down from generation to generation. It might not be a big deal, but it was nothing more than someone lighting up a light. Although the light was thin, it could help the person behind to light up a light in the dark. Otherwise the world would be forever dark. Tao begets 1. 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all things. Shanfeng, do you want to take a ride on the Qiangyao sect's celestial ferry? Cross the continent and travel to the south, the scenery along the way is quite good. Master, let's not puff ourselves up at our own cost, shall we? But there is a good friend over there who invited you over as a guest, it is hard to refuse. Then I feel that this friend of yours is most likely not on good terms with you. Otherwise, how could he not know that you are short of money? Oh Shanshan, if you really can't do it, then I'll have to make you suffer a little. Master's ability to slay demons and devils is indeed a little lacking. However, Master's earth-shrinking technique is still passable. You've experienced it yourself. Then let's take the cross-continent ferry. Money is just a worldly possession. Before I board the ferry, I will prepare some dry food and pickles. Why did I accept such a clever disciple like you? Master has good taste. Makes sense. Master, this time we are guests, we should prepare a gift, right? After all, we are not cultivating on our own mountain, we still have to pay attention to etiquette. He is a scholar. Let's just buy a few books from a roadside stall, he is easy to deal with. A scholar again? Don't be rejected again. Shanfeng, I have to tell you the truth. In fact, my Tao technique and name still have some face outside of my own mountain. Then why is that senior not willing to invite us to his residence? He should have treated us to a cup of tea. I always felt that the senior was actually very polite. Even though he clearly didn't want to see us, he was still very courteous. I'm not unfamiliar with this kind of situation. Back then, when I left Earth Lion Peak to travel around the foot of the mountain, I saw quite a few rich families with evil spirits lingering around them. I wanted to help them, so after I knocked on their door and explained the situation, they didn't chase me away. They just threw me a handful of copper coins or a few pieces of silver. I see. Master, don't always sleep on the mountain. Walk down the mountain more often. I have also learned these superficial ways of the world from my experiences at the foot of the mountain. Shanfeng, when you were descending the mountain, did you meet an old man? I heard that you had a good chat? Yes, that senior said that he is an old friend of yours, so he came up the mountain to ask. I gave him directions and chatted for a while. After that, he seemed to be very happy. Venerable Fiery Dragon nodded and did not say much. After a 12th realm sword immortal left ground flat peak, he spread the news like a gossipy woman. How could he not be happy? When he returned to the North Continent, he would make a trip to that fellow's sect and make him happy again. He would be full in one go. However, Venerable Fiery Dragon was a little sad. No matter how high his cultivation was, he still felt the sadness of parting. He might not be able to return. A broken sword could be returned, but he might not. Outside the inverted mountain, at the great wall of Sword Aura. Sword Aura rushed to the sky. In the vast world, chickens were crowing and dogs were barking. Smoke was rising from the chimneys. There were 3 continents that could lose everything in the blink of an eye. In the end, Zhang Shanfeng said for no reason, Master, although your Tao technique is not high, I feel that you are the best master in the world. The old perfected person smiled and said, That's right. The way you choose your disciples and the way I choose my master is not bad. Zhang Shanfeng said casually, Master, when I have a Tao technique like yours, will I be considered a small success in cultivation? The old perfected person smiled and said, Yes. All the Tao techniques in the world came from one person? After a moment of silence, the old perfected person smiled and said softly, The immeasurable heavenly venerable for blessings. It was summer. At the Dragon Rider Alley shop, only Shi Ro was left to look after the shop. Pei Qian had already left the school. Julien nodded and agreed, so Shi Ro did not say anything. Once Pei Qian left, Zhou Mili followed him to Luapa Mountain. From a bustling place to a deserted place, Shi Ro was not used to it. Wei Pai often came to Luapa Mountain secretly. Zheng Dafeng also often left the mansion that he built at the foot of the mountain and came to Julien's place. The lotus flower blessed land was divided into 4, and Luapa Mountain occupied one of them. Of course it was a good thing, but it was also troublesome. That was, if any blessed land wanted to maintain the stability of the world, it needed to eat money, a lot of immortal money. Especially if one wanted to upgrade from a low-level blessed land with poor spiritual energy to a mid-level blessed land that could allow the locals of the blessed land to cultivate, it needed the person in charge of the blessed land to continuously consume the immortal money. Simply speaking, it was a bottomless pit. But if it was managed well, it would be like the Cloud Cave blessed land controlled by the Jiang family of the Jie sect in the Tongya continent. At first, the blessed land was allowed to swallow the immortal money like a whale. Eventually, it was promoted to a high-class blessed land and formed a relatively stable pattern. Gods from all sides could help stabilize the spiritual energy of the mountains and rivers, as well as the cultivation sects that gathered the spiritual energy on the mountains of the major immortals. Not only did it not destroy the Jiang family's wealth, but it also made a lot of money and finally supported the Jiang family. The local cultivators of the blessed land, as well as the various heavenly materials and earthly treasures that were gradually nurtured by the spiritual energy, were all sources of wealth. Recently, Wei Pai, Julien, and Zheng Dafeng were discussing this matter. They were discussing how to manage this small territory that was temporarily named Lotus Flower Blessed Land. The real name, of course, still needed to wait for Chen Pingon to come back. The territory of this small blessed land was the territory of the Nanyuan Kingdom of the former Lotus Flower Blessed Land. The population was a total of 20 million people. When the Lotus Flower Blessed Land was obtained by Luapa Mountain, it was already filled with spiritual energy. It was between a low-level and mid-level blessed land. This meant that all living beings in the Nanyuan Kingdom, whether it was humans or plants, had hope of cultivation. But the crux of the problem was that as long as it was not a mid-level blessed land, even if the Nanyuan Kingdom Emperor and the Imperial Court conferred the title of God of Mountains and Rivers, they still could not retain the spiritual energy. The spiritual energy of this blessed land would dissipate without a trace. Even a mountain god like Wei Pai could not find a trace of the spiritual energy, let alone stop the spiritual energy from slowly flowing out. Therefore, the most important thing was how to spend money to upgrade the Lotus Flower Blessed Land to a mid-level blessed land. But how to spend money and where to spend it was a great knowledge. It was not something that could be done by just throwing a lot of money. If it was done well, 1 grain of grain rain money might be able to retain the spiritual energy of 9 grains of small heat money. If it was done poorly, it might be lucky to retain the spiritual energy of 4 or 5 grains of small heat money. Usually it was fine, but when it came to this kind of thing, the lack of wealth of Luapa Mountain was suddenly highlighted. It was even more obvious than when they were building the mountain protecting formation of Luapa Mountain. Before how to spend a lot of money, there was another problem. How to borrow money, who to borrow money from, and how much money to borrow. After these 2 problems were confirmed, it was how to sign a contract with the Emperor of the Nanyuan Kingdom in Zhongqiu, and then how to secretly place the immortal spiritual weapons and magic weapons, and a series of trivial matters such as the distribution of cultivation manuals. After that, it was to teach the Nanyuan Kingdom's imperial court a set of etiquette and ceremony for the gods of mountains and rivers, and how to get benefits from the lotus flower blessed land, to ensure that it would not drain the pond to catch fish, and to make a mid-level blessed land have the hope of being promoted to a high-level blessed land. In the future, there would be a group of earth immortal cultivators who could be recruited by the Luapa Mountain. This required the Luapa Mountain to be forced to act as the god, to set the meticulous rules for the lotus flower blessed land. Zhu Lian, Zheng Dafeng, and Wei Pai each took out a detailed charter, and then checked each other's mistakes and filled in the gaps. Later, Zhu Lian took the initiative to send a letter to Liu Baixiang, asking him to start accumulating immortal money while drawing in the forces. As for Wei Xian's letter, he only needed to send it to Cui Dongshan. In fact, in the end it was still sent to Cui Dongshan. Anyway, he was his young master's disciple and student, so there was no need to be polite. The letter from Yu Guizong Sui Yu used a cross-continent flying sword that consumed a lot of gold. Zhu Lian couldn't help but curse. He wanted that Sui Yu to not delay his own cultivation, but to remember to have a conscience, and to take a few magic weapons back to his family. Wei Pai was a businessman. He was willing to borrow money from the various forces that the Dali imperial court was relatively familiar with, but the dividends from the lotus flower blessed land after it became a medium-level blessed land were the same as the dividends from the Oxhorn Mountain Ferry. Zhu Lian thus began to turn hostile, insisting on one thing. Other than Wei Pai having to take out enough Guyu money, Wei Pai, could only take 10% of the profits from the lotus flower blessed land, and not the 20% that Wei Pai himself proposed. Not only that, Zhu Lian also wanted to add a time limit, 1,000 years. After that, if Wei Pai still wanted a share, he would have to take out additional Guyu money. As for the specific amount, it could be discussed at a later time. Zheng Dafeng, of course, was on Zhu Lian's side. Wei Pai, while borrowing money wantonly through his own secret channels, was slowly grinding with these 2 guys. Since I'm already shameless, I might as well let them know that I'm short of money. Zheng Dafeng clicked his tongue and said, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Let people mistakenly think that you need the immortal money to help increase your chances of breaking through. This second night banquet is very meaningful. The ceremony of the mountain worshipping might not be much worse than the first. Zhu Lian and Zheng Dafeng looked at each other and smiled. Then the 3 began to think about the details of upgrading a mid-level blessed land. After Zhu Lian and Pei Qian entered the Lotus Blossom blessed land, Nanyuan Kingdom, last time Zhu Lian went there alone again. The opening and closing of a blessed land was not a casual matter. The loss of spiritual energy was great and could easily damage the Lotus Blossom blessed land. Therefore, every time he entered a new blessed land he had to be very careful. Zhu Lian went to find the imperial tutor, Zhongqiu. Under Zhongqiu's recommendation, he met the Emperor of Nanyuan Kingdom. The conversation was not pleasant, but it was not too stiff. Later, Zhongqiu gave the finishing touch. He seemed to be asking about Zhu Lian's identity, whether he was the legendary noble young master Zhu Lian. Zhu Lian did not admit or deny. The Emperor of Nanyuan Kingdom's face and eyes changed on the spot, reducing some of his hesitation. Zhu Lian was now the banished immortal. Of course, the Emperor of Nanyuan Kingdom was afraid. But if this banished immortal who fell from the sky was Zhu Lian, the Emperor of Nanyuan Kingdom was only afraid. It was very simple. In history, which martial madman killed 9 people and the other 9 grandmasters? The battlefield was in the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom. Who would not be afraid of doing business with such a person? In the end, Zhu Lian casually said to the Emperor of Nanyuan Kingdom, "No matter how strong you are, there is a method of immortality out there. Your lotus blossom blessed land cannot compare." So many emperors who cultivated immortality died because they did not know the method. Therefore the emperor's eyes changed from fear to fervor. Although the imperial tutor Zhong Qiu was worried, he did not say anything at that time. After the three people in the small courtyard talked about this important matter, there was another important matter. The matter of Pei Qian practicing martial arts. Howl, howl and cry. On the second floor it was like this almost every day. Wei Pai was a little worried that Qin Pingan's temperament would change. When Qin Pingan returned to Luopa Mountain, who would bear the responsibility? Zheng Dafeng said that he was the gatekeeper at the foot of the mountain. Of course it was Zhu Lian the housekeeper. Zhu Lian said that he could not bear the responsibility and should let Senior Chui Cheng of Bamboo House do it. Wei Pai was a little speechless. Wei Pai hesitated for a long time and said, "If Qin Pingan really gets angry, I will hide in Cloud Mountain. Where will you two go?" Zheng Dafeng looked at Zhu Lian. "I will stay away from Bamboo House." Zhu Lian smiled. "Okay, there won't be a big problem. If there really is, no one can stop it. Maybe it will be better if my young master is on the mountain. But since he is not, things will inevitably happen. We can only wait and see." Wei Pai had a headache and left. Zheng Dafeng thought for a while and went down the mountain to the small town. He went to the Yang family shop, not to borrow money, but to ask about some things to pay attention to in managing the blessed land. The old man who was smoking did not answer those trivial matters. He just sneered, "Do you really think Luopa Mountain is your home?" The hunchbacked man smiled, "I think it's quite good." Old Yang said, "Send a letter to Lion Peak in North Continent for these trivial matters. Li Lu will tell you." Zheng Dafeng nodded. Zheng Dafeng asked, "Can I use the true energy talisman on others?" Old Yang said, "Up to you." Zheng Dafeng got up and left. In the shop in front, the hunchbacked man leaned on the counter and said a few words to the junior sister, making the junior brother so sullen that he wanted to hit someone. On Luopa Mountain. At dawn one day, the tan girl who should have been able to go to the second floor of Bamboo House ran all the way to the foot of Luopa Mountain. She sat on the steps and secretly wiped her tears. If she took another step, she would leave Luopa Mountain. So she sat there in a daze. And she knew that if she was late to Bamboo House, she would only suffer more. She slowly got up and planned to climb the mountain. But she found old Chef sitting on the steps behind her. Pei Qian held the mountain staff and said angrily, "Old Chef, are you afraid that I will secretly run back to the shop in Dragon Riding Alley? Am I that kind of coward?" Zhu Lian shook his head and said, "I don't think there's anything wrong with you running back to Dragon Riding Alley." Pei Qian sat back on the ground and placed the mountain staff horizontally. Then she crossed her arms in anger. Zhu Lian sat on the steps behind and said with a smile, "If you're afraid that young master will be disappointed, I don't think there's a need. Your master will not be disappointed or angry with you just because you gave up halfway through the fist technique. Don't worry, I won't lie to you. Only if you slack off and delay copying the book will he be disappointed." Pei Qian's tears gushed out of her eyes. Every time Qin Rushu carried her out of Bamboo House and she woke up from the medicine bucket, she wanted to copy the book no matter what. But her soul and body trembled. How could her hands not tremble? During this period of time, no matter how hard she clenched her teeth and persevered, no matter how many methods she used such as tying her hand and pen together, she still could not write a word properly. She had accumulated a lot of debt. Zhu Lian said to the slender figure, "But there are two kinds of slack. Slack in the state of mind is scarier. If you can make up for your debt one day while practicing the fist technique, then it's not really slack. Your master will think that you're doing the right thing. Because your master always thinks that everyone has things that they can't do well. It's not a fault if you have the will but not the strength. When you have the will and the strength, you can make up for your debt one by one. It's even rarer." Pei Qian wiped her face, got up silently and ran up the mountain. Zhu Lian sat on the spot and turned to look. One day Zhu Lian was cooking in the kitchen. He was not as attentive as he usually was. Today he had carefully prepared many seasonal dishes. Because at the door stood a tan girl on the verge of collapse. Her arms hung limply and her face was pale. She wobbled all the way here and said that she was hungry today. Therefore Zhu Lian planned to reward this charcoal girl's 5 viscera temple. Then Sun Yuanji said that there was a guest visiting Luopa Mountain. He came from Old Dragon City and called himself Sun Jiashu. Zhu Lian was wearing an apron and said, "Oh." He only said to let the Sun family's head wait first. If it really didn't work, he would shout Wei Pai's name a few times and let this guy entertain the other party first. Pei Qian said, "Old chef, you go do the important things. I've already cooked a few dishes. It's enough. I'll let Mealy serve the table later." In the courtyard, the little water monster who helped Pei Qian carry the mountain staff immediately straightened her back and said loudly, "Zhou Mili, temporarily the right protector of Dragon Rider Alley Sui Sui Shop, received the order." Pei Qian nodded, turned his head and said with a straight face, "If you do well when my master comes home, I'll put in some good words for you to be promoted to the right protector of Luopa Mountain. There's also a chance." Zhou Mili puffed out her chest and grinned, but she quickly closed her mouth. But in the kitchen Julien didn't even turn his head. "I think what I'm busy with now is important." Pei Qian hesitated for a moment. "Old chef, you should go see that person. You've cooked so many dishes. What if you can't finish them?" Zhou Mili was about to say something righteous, but Pei Qian turned his head and glared at her. Zhou Mili immediately said loudly, "I'm not hungry today." Julien put down the spatula, untied his apron and left the kitchen and the courtyard. In the main room, Pei Qian asked Zhou Mili to bring the dishes to the main table one by one. But what made Zhou Mili strange was that Pei Qian also asked her to bring an extra set of chopsticks and put it on the main seat facing the door. Zhou Mili took a big bowl, filled it with rice and sat on a bench with Pei Qian. Because Zhou Mili needed to help Pei Qian with chopsticks and feed him, it was a common thing recently. As the right protector, she was often needed to make contributions. Pei Qian said that Zhou Mili would record all the things that Zhou Mili did in the Book of Merits. When the master returned home, it would be the time to reward her according to her merits. Every time Zhou Mili fed Pei Qian a mouthful of rice, she wolfed it down. Then when she looked up, she saw Pei Qian looking at the empty seat where the bowl and chopsticks were placed quietly. Then Pei Qian looked away and seemed to be a little happy. He shook his head and shoulders and told Zhou Mili to give him another small bowl of rice. She had to eat more today. When she was full, she could eat more tomorrow. After Zhou Mili got up, she took the empty bowl and went to the rice bucket on the small stool beside her to get more rice. When her back was to Pei Qian, the little water monster secretly wiped her face and sniffed. She was not really stupid. She didn't know that every time Pei Qian ate a mouthful of rice, he would feel pain all over his body. It was the 5th day of May. People who practice Taoism should enter the famous mountains. Chen Pingan met a pair of scholars and study boys deep in the mountains of Futsu Kingdom. They were two ordinary people. The scholar failed in the imperial examination, so he read some strange stories and the writings of scholars. He heard that the masters of Taoism all disappeared in the secluded mountains, so he wanted to find one or two of them to see if he could learn some immortal spells. He always felt that it was easier than passing the imperial examination and returning home in glory. Therefore he worked hard to find ancient temples and Taoist temples and old men in the mountains. He suffered a lot along the way. When Chen Pingan met them on a mountain path, the young scholar and the young study boy were already yellow and thin, and their stomachs were rumbling with hunger. Under the hot sun, the young scholar was fishing in a stream. The young scholar hid under the shade of a tree to enjoy the cool air. Every now and then he would ask if he had caught anything. The young scholar was miserable and unhappy, and he only said no. At that time, Chen Pingan was lying on the branch of an ancient pine tree. He closed his eyes and rested his mind. At the same time he practiced the sword furnace stance and Chenqiu sleeping stance. In the end, the young scholar finally touched a thorny ant Huang. He was overjoyed. He held the fish with both hands and said loudly that it was a big one. He was so excited that he wanted to claim credit from his master. In the end, his hands were pierced by the thorns and he ran away. The young scholar threw away a wild banana leaf that was used as a fan. He originally wanted to take a look at the big fish, but the young study boy sat in the stream and cried loudly. The young scholar sighed and told him not to worry. He comforted him by saying that he was lucky to get it, but if he didn't, it was his fate. Unexpectedly, the young study boy heard this and cried even harder. The young scholar was so worried that he squatted by the stream and scratched his head. Chen Pingan then took out the bamboo box and carried it on his back. He held a brand new bamboo mountain walking stick in his hand and floated down the mountain path. He walked slowly. After accidentally encountering the scholar and the young man, he took off his bamboo chest, rolled up his trouser legs and sleeves, and without saying anything, he went down the stream and found a place where there were a lot of fish. Then he began to move the stones close to the stream and built a dam upstream. Moving horizontally, vertically and horizontally, he began to catch fish in his own territory, which was as shallow as a palm's width. Very soon quite a number of huanggupa and boat nails were thrown ashore. The young man's eyes lit up. According to the young master's words in the Jianghu, this was called enlightenment. Being imbued with 60 years' worth of power by a martial arts senior who had taken a fancy to him. On the mountain, It was like being supported by an immortal who taught him the art of immortality. The young man forgot about the burning pain in his hand. He imitated Chin Pingan's example and carried stones to scoop water. Sure enough, he gained something. They were all small fish in the wild stream whose names he did not know. Although they could not be compared to that senior, they were more than enough to make lunch with his master. However, as soon as they thought about how they were going to make a fire to cook the fish, the young scholar and the young man began to stare at each other. If the route was correct, they were still more than 100 li away from the nearest county town. They really had not seen smoke for a long time. At the beginning of their journey, they felt that the extremely annoying sounds of roosters crowing and dogs barking in the countryside and villages. Now they really missed it. Fortunately, the young man in green, who did not look like a bad person at all, taught the young man a unique skill. He picked a few green foxtails and skewered the fish that had been dissected and cleaned. Then he put them on a big rock by the stream and exposed them to the sun. The young man did not care. He applied what he had learned. After cleaning the fish, which were as big as his palm and as small as his pinky finger, he put them one by one on the hot rock by the stream. The scholar introduced himself. He was from Lugio County in Futsu Country. His surname was Liu and his name was Dun. He invited the young man in green to rest under the shade of a tree. The young servant squatted on the side and looked at the dozens of fish lying on the rocks not far away. He was secretly happy. The young man said his surname was Chin. He came from a small country in the south and had traveled all the way here. Liu Dun chatted with him, mainly because he hoped to be able to travel together with this young Master Chin, to his hometown in Lujiao County. Otherwise, he would already be embarrassingly short of money. With only 500 to 600 miles left, how was he going to travel? In fact, on the way back home, there were two local influential families that had been friends with his family for generations. He could borrow some money, but he was too embarrassed to ask. Especially the family that was closer to his hometown. They had people of the same age who were famous on the apricot roll in this year's imperial examination. It would be embarrassing if he visited them like a beggar. As for the other family, there was a beautiful lady in that family. She was elegant and quiet. She was famous for being a beauty. He was even more embarrassed to go. Chin Pingan took out some dry food from the bamboo box and handed it to the master and servant. After the young scholar expressed his gratitude, he did not stand on ceremony and gave half to the young servant. The three of them ate the dry food together. Chin Pingan said that the dried fish in the stream could be eaten directly. It could be considered to be filling. The scholar and the young servant were suddenly enlightened. The young scholar was a scholar after all. He said that he had once seen a similar record in a book called Western Border Miscellaneous Records. It said that the scorching sun was terrible. Try to stick the flatbread on the brick wall and it was cooked in a short time. The young servant was very proud. His young master was naturally very knowledgeable. Chin Pingan patiently listened to the young scholar's explanation. When he was chewing and swallowing slowly, he was also thinking about some things. The Green Oriole Kingdom bought a set of 24 solar terms Guyu invitation at Longdu. There were a lot of them, but they were not expensive. 12 snowflakes cost money. The expensive one was the Guyu card, which cost 48 snowflakes. In order to bargain for 2 snowflakes, Chin Pingan spent a lot of effort at that time. He bought 3 bamboo cricket cages in the Jingnan Kingdom where cricket fighting was popular. He planned to give them to Pei Qian and Zhou Mili. Of course, he did not forget the girl in pink, Chin Rushu. The 3 small porcelain pots in the Lanfang Kingdom could be used to plant small green pines and orchids. The bonsai in the Lanfang Kingdom was the best in the territory of more than 10 countries. It was also a pot for 3 people. However, even if they planted flowers and plants, Pei Qian and Zhou Mili would let Chin Rushu take care of them. Soon, they would not have the patience to water them every day and move them in and out often. There was an incense burner made by the previous dynasty in the Jinfei Kingdom. There was also a skillful hollow golden ball. It was nested in order from big to small. There were as many as 9 balls. In the end, Chin Pingan did not agree to go with the young scholar. But in the end, he gave them his brook fishes and some fish hooks and fishing lines. After the 2 of them thanked him again, they continued on their way. Chin Pingan sat by the stream in the mountain and began to breathe. After so many years of traveling, Chin Pingan had met many people and also admired many people. But there was one person who, during the most difficult trip to the Book Slip Lake, seemed to be very inconspicuous. She was just a small passerby on the muddy road of the human world. But Chin Pingan still remembered her clearly. That was an old woman from the countryside who had a rough life. At that time Qin Pingan took Zhengyi and Ma Duyi to repay the debt. Near the stream in the village, Qin Pingan saw a poor old woman with a crooked figure. Her clothes were clean. Even if it was mended, there was still a sense of dilapidation. The old woman had just finished washing her clothes by the stream. She walked back home with a large bamboo basket. Then she saw the ghost that her grandson had turned into after his death. It possessed Zhengye's body and ran to the old woman's side, kowtowing with all its might. The old woman hurriedly put the bamboo basket full of clean clothes on the muddy ground and squatted down to try to help the strange young man that she could not recognize. That scene. It could be remembered by Qin Pingan for a lifetime. It could even be said that for Qin Pingan she was like a very small but very warm light in the book Slip Lake where he could not even see his fingers. Qin Pingan clearly felt the power of 2 words from the old woman for the first time. Come. It was as if all the invisible rules and sufferings of the world were not worth mentioning when they landed on the old woman's body. The world was divided into the top of the mountain and the bottom of the mountain. There was also the difference between rich and poor. But the weight of suffering was not necessarily the same. When it fell on everyone's head, if someone heard a word of suffering, it could be the pain of someone else being stabbed. It was very difficult to use reason to explain anything. It was just the same kind of suffering. Only the word calm was unchangeable throughout the ages. Qin Pingan suddenly opened his eyes. He was actually forced to withdraw from the inner vision of a cultivator. His mind was greatly moved. But it was definitely not the chaotic scene of a martial artist going mad. He only felt his sleeves bulging. Qin Pingan was actually completely unable to restrain his fist intent. 2 places in his heart were like God's beating drums, shaking endlessly. Qin Pingan stood up. His body staggered and he stepped into the stream. Then he gritted his teeth and stood still, 1 foot in the mountain and 1 foot in the water. When the drum sounded, the fire dragon in the Qi mansion acupoint in his body swam. It was like a series of spring thunder vibrating, naturally exploding in the small world of the human body. After the drum stopped, Qin Pingan had a heroic courage. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.